Chapter 51 Persuasion and Research. The prejudices of the heart are a mighty hill to climb, Harry. As Harry walked dizzily out of the ancient rune's office, his mind is still reverberating with what Professor Happ had said to him. 2 hours ago, he tried to dispel the professor's horrible idea, but 2 hours later, he's already holding a magical scroll and began to think about how to translate the evil language Parseltongue. He even thought he would be benefiting the entire wizarding community. Harry, I think Professor Happ's point is right, a person's talent is not what matters, and what matters is what kind of person he chooses to be. As someone who had listened to the whole conversation, Ron quoted Professor Happ's words. What's more, Professor Happ's offer is also very generous, Ron added. He looked at the golem in Harry's hand with an envious look. It is a golem with ice blue hair. This is the price Professor Happ had paid for the complete deal, one of the top-class golems from his private collection, which, according to Professor Happ, could easily defeat a 7th-year graduate. Harry's memory returns to 2 hours prior. Harry, we are always quick to label people, to label things we are not familiar with, but with a little understanding, we can see that this action is quite one-sided. For example, Headmaster Armando Dippet did a lot of solid deeds during his term, yet all people can remember are just some ridiculous rumors that have been twisted by someone with a vested interest. Professor Happ brought the book Armando Dippet, Master or Moron on the table, and the book went to the middle page, so that the trio could see the contents. Headmaster Dippet improved Hogwarts school rules by abolishing the vast majority of corporal punishments. At the same time, he also refused the Dark Lord's application for a job and spared the students of Hogwarts from his influence. This is a general opinion, but is this really the case? The author with the idea of exploring the truth, from which I see a completely different logic. It was a dusty history that was covered up, full of political dirty. Felix said calmly, this book, full of lies and distorted facts, which has been on the bestseller list for a long time. Harry was disgusted with the woman named Rita Skeeter and empathized with Principal Dippet. They were both misunderstood, only he is because of the Parseltongue. He quickly agreed with Professor Happ's offer out of some sense of empathy. Professor Happ then flung him a dictionary and told him to translate it accordingly. Ron and Hermione watched curiously, and after some initial shock, they became intensely interested in the matter itself. In Ron's words, this is the process of decoding Parseltongue, we're witnessing history. But the process is not easy. Harry turned the first page of the dictionary and held his tongue for a while, but could not say a word. Professor, I can't do it. Felix thought for a moment. You are not skilled in your Parseltongue, perhaps you are missing the direct stimulation. He waved his wand and applied a detect feedback enchantment to the magic dictionary. The effect is that when someone is reading the book, it would feel like they were looking at a snake face to face. This got Harry into gear quickly, and after skipping the first and second useless words, he made a raspy, eerie sound that startled Ron and Hermione, who were next to him. That voice feels so evil. Ron shivered, his body chilled. This is a serious piece of research on magic, Ron. Hermione is shocked as well. Which word is it? Felix asked. Harry pointed at the third word in the dictionary, this one, stay away. How many tones can you make on this page? Harry tried again, moving his fingers over the dictionary so that the other three could judge his progress. The next moment, though, Harry either stifled his speech or normal English words popped out of his mouth. Ron reminded him more than once, Harry, you're speaking human tongue, and Harry, we can understand. It wasn't until the last word on that page that Harry finally said in a Parseltongue, this word is eat, he said excitedly, I'm familiar with this word, I heard it on Halloween. Felix's fingers rested on his chin. That means that out of 23 words on one page, the left and right sides to be exact, only 2 can be translated into Parseltongue. What did that mean, Professor? Harry asked. Animal language is always less enriched than human language, and it's also vague. The concept of eat, for example, we have a dozen words with similar meanings, which is very rare in the languages of other intelligent creatures. Felix thought for a moment, let's pause while I do some modification on the dictionary. The trio looked at Professor Happ's workbench, a very wide dent-type table with a smooth wooden surface and with a waxed finish. In Harry's view, Professor Happ with his wand tapping the dictionary, the tip of the wand emitted various shades of light, the professor sometimes silent, sometimes reciting something, and only after 10 minutes, he stopped. Professor. Harry is about to ask what he did, and then he opened his mouth wide. The words in the dictionary suddenly came to life. Completely literally, the surface of the yellowish pages swirled with ripples like water, and the words in the caption of each entry began to twist and turn as if they had arms and legs. Then they struggled to break free from the dictionary and emerged into the three-dimensional world. Next, the dictionary flipped pages with a clatter, and one by one the captions were thrown out. They landed on the surface of the workbench, the black hollow lines wiggled and bounced. In less than a minute, the number reached several thousand. This scene is extremely shocking. A two-dimensional object came into the real world at once. Professor, am I dreaming? Harry asked dumbly. It's magic, Felix said calmly. Hermione's eyes erupted with an intense glow. This is magic. She had always thought that magic is something concrete, a magic spell, a magic potion, or a picture that moved, but Professor Hap had shown her in action that magic could do much more than that. Magic is unknown, with all kinds of possibilities. Felix looked at the array of words in front of him with satisfaction. They were temporarily animated. He flicked his wand, the suitcase in the corner opened with a bang, from which a sheet of parchment flew out. Felix held up his wand and made a circle, allowing them to be connected to each other. These parchments stuck together under the effect of magic. Then Felix's wand struck the table, and the legion of words on the workbench got incorporated into the parchment, and a word appeared on it, and they were arranged in a clear order. When it's all over, the long parchment, or rather parchment scroll, rolled itself up and turned into a magic scroll. Snap! It landed on the workbench. Here you go, Harry, thankfully I know quite a bit of cold magic. A smile appeared on Felix's face. How is this meant to be used, Professor? It stores your pronunciation of the parcel tongue of course, you'll need to tap the corresponding words with your wand before using it. Also, I've eliminated some English vocabulary, mind you, there are tens of thousands of words in the dictionary, but a lot of it is simply useless. So in the remaining time, Harry spread out the scroll, word by word translated. This time the translation progressed much faster. Throughout the office, a raspy, eerie voice would come every few dozen seconds. And Ron and Hermione also from the initial discomfort, to get used to it, and then numb, after less than an hour. At 9 o'clock, Professor Hap sent the three out. Harry, you can usually find somewhere unoccupied to record, and if you encounter any problems, just find me. Then he said to Hermione, tomorrow's runes lesson is temporarily cancelled, I have something to deal with temporarily. I have to go to see someone. The professor said so. 52, Chapter 52, Lies and Truth. The next day, on the morning of the weekend, Harry and Ron staggered out of the dormitory and saw Hermione already sitting on a couch in the common room. The two had barely sat down next to her when they saw Hermione slap a newspaper on the table with a pop. I knew it. The little witch said angrily. Harry and Ron snapped out of it. They looked at each other and Harry asked, what happened, Hermione? Remember the book that Professor showed us? The one about Headmaster Dippet. There was a copy of the Daily Prophet pressed on Professor Hap's desk at the time, and I just didn't feel right, and this morning I got the last few days' papers. That woman, Rita Skeeter. How dare she slander Headmaster Dumbledore? Hermione is shaking with anger. Harry quickly picked up the newspaper. Ron sat on his butt next to him and poked his head over. It's yesterday's Daily Prophet. The most striking is the photo of Dumbledore with a head full of white hair looking upwards, solely from the photo effect, which he looked both old and dismal, and the name of the front page headline is Dumbledore's Big Blunder. Harry had a bad feeling, and he quickly read it. Our special reporter Rita Skeeter reports that the eccentric Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, has always been a very controversial wizard. Recognized as the greatest wizard of our time, Dumbledore has been hiding in Hogwarts Castle and rarely appeared in the public's eye since he defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Everyone praised him, believing that he is guarding the hope of the British wizarding community and constantly delivering all kinds of talents for the wizarding community, but is that really the truth of the situation? The author recently received some letters from the parents of students, claiming that there was a horrific attack in the school and the culprit has yet to be found. Mrs. Farian Topsham wrote, my child is in fear of his life at school every day, and the professors are doing nothing about it. I had to bring my boy back for Christmas. With a great sense of urgency, the writer reached out to the concerned parent and interviewed her. It's far more serious than we expected. The attack was not something that had happened for the first time, it had happened more than a month prior. Only that time the victim was a cat, so the news was kept under tight lock and key. In order to mitigate the impact and avoid being discovered and denounced by the public, this headmaster went out of his way to concoct a sensationalist lie. He blamed it on the millennial legend of Hogwarts, the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Hilariously, a similar thing happened 50 years prior to this, when the headmaster was a professor of transfiguration, during which a poor Ravenclaw witch tragically lost her life. Hogwarts caught the suspect as soon as possible, but Dumbledore had great influence over then headmaster Armando Dippet, and with his good graces, the matter was eventually dropped, and the suspect was merely expelled from the school. As I write this, 3 days ago, 2 weeks have passed since the second assault on the student, but nothing is reported about it and the perpetrator's still on the loose. We have to worry about this matter. The omnipotent Dumbledore, is he really growing very old? The writer will follow up on the matter and bring back the truth to everyone. In the next issue, we will start with the performance of this headmaster to reveal a more realistic image of Dumbledore for everyone. This is the end of the main article, but at the bottom of the page, there is a small line of text, a preview of the content of the next issue of the report, which reads: Dumbledore has always been brave enough to hire controversial faculty members, such as this year's Gilderoy Lockhart and Felix Hap, but are these two really the right people? Let's wait and see. We welcome information from those who know. Contact Rita Skeeter, the Gold Editor-in-Chief of the Daily Prophet, author of 12 best-selling books, bestseller record holder. How can she say that about Dumbledore? Harry said, very angry. And how can the Chamber of Secrets be a lie, when we saw about it with our own eyes? Not a word from this woman. Rita Skeeter can be trusted. She often makes up gossip rumors about famous people. Ron said insightfully. She and Lockhart made a particularly huge splash a few years ago when she and Lockhart were fighting in the newspapers, and Mom hated her. It seems we have a good idea about what this woman is like, Hermione said mockingly. Ron picked up the paper. Have you noticed that this woman is actually trying to do a series, and the next issue is about Professor Lockhart and Professor Hap? How will she script their story? Hermione said helplessly. Headmaster Dumbledore is portrayed by her as a shady person. I guess the two professors will not be spared. I don't care about Lockhart. He's just an empty shell. What do you think? Will Professor Hap storm into the Daily Prophet building and give that woman a vicious curse? Ron. That's illegal. How would a professor will possibly do that? The three of them discussed the matter, and the final conclusion was rather pessimistic. Harry pointed to a quote in the paper. She said that the suspect was caught 50 years ago. Who is she referring to? Come on, Harry, you still believe that woman's bollocks? Of course, I don't believe it, but Harry's eyes were fixed on Hermione. Her face paled quickly. 50 years ago, the suspect who was expelled from, was Hagrid. Ron licked his lips uneasily. Harry said quickly, I believe Dumbledore. Hagrid can't be the killer. But since he's listed as a suspect, he must know something. The trio prepared to brave the snow and wind to go to the Forbidden Forest Warden's hut, just out of the castle, when they bumped into a stout figure, none other than Hagrid, his face full of snow and blizzard, his thick beard caked with ice, and he held a dead chicken in his hand. Hagrid! Oh, Harry crashed right into him. Watch out! Little ones! Hagrid said gruffly, still waving the limp chicken in his hand, a few of its feathers flying through the air with his movements. Later that evening, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had just returned from the abandoned classroom underground, and everything is going well with the polyjuice potion. Harry carried the magic scroll given by Professor Hap with him, translating a word by word in a Parseltongue. In the empty, abandoned classroom, now and then echoes of the hoarse, eerie sound of terror can be heard. This makes the dozing Ron kept awake half asleep. He always saw a witch brewing a potion like mud, a male wizard making a snake-like hissing sound. And in the early afternoon, they heard a handful of secret room information from Hagrid. At the moment, they are hiding in the corner of the common room. Almost everything is in order. Hermione suddenly said. What? The monster of the Chamber of Secrets. Wait for me. Hermione obviously had perfected her thinking. She hurried back to the dormitory, not a few seconds later brought back a parchment. The three of them came together and looked at the writing on it, which is about a terrible magical creature called Basilisk. When Harry and Ron finished reading the information, Hermione said about the possible clues collected these days, the basilisk can be dormant for a long time, the basilisk's eyes are lethal, the basilisk is the natural enemy of spiders, the basilisk is afraid of chickens. What do you think of this? So, the monster in the chamber is a basilisk? Ron asked excitedly. Can't be wrong. Harry slammed his fist on the table. They got two main pieces of information from Hagrid. One was that the chickens he raised always died inexplicably, the second was that he had raised the eight-eyed giant spider 50 years ago, and the eight-eyed giant spider was so afraid of the monster in the chamber that it refused to reveal even a word. It all fits together. But there is the biggest issue, is that the basilisk cannot petrify someone. I initially ignored it because of this point, but now, the evidence on the side has been very sufficient. Hermione said very critically, maybe I should find some time to ask Professor Hap what I can do to make the basilisk's gaze less harmful. She hammered her head with some resentment. It's so strange, I feel like something is right in front of me, but I can never find it. Harry swallowed hard. Hermione, I think I know. 53, Chapter 53 Rita Skeeter. Meanwhile, Felix is fully dressed and standing in front of the fireplace of his office. He sprinkled a handful of fluo powder, said clearly and loudly Diagon Alley, his entire body disappeared from Hogwarts. Diagon Alley. Felix came out of the public fireplace, shaking the dust off his body, and fished out a slip of paper from his pocket. It is an address. The next moment, Felix directly apparat to that location. On the outskirts of London, in front of a single detached house, a tall figure appeared abruptly. Felix looked at the door number, walked up on the steps in the snow to the door, and tapped on the door with his wand. A moment later, a refined woman opened the door, her gaze peering through a pair of eyeglasses studded with jewels, and is examining the stranger in front of her with a critical look on her face. Felix gently introduced himself. Felix Hap, currently serving as Professor of Ancient Runes at Hogwarts. You mentioned me in the paper, Miss Skeeter. You're Felix Hap. Rita Skeeter's eyes lit up and in the blink of an eye, Her bright red nail-painted fingers grabbed Felix's arm and dragged him into the room. Come in. The living room had a neatly arranged table and chairs, and the air is filled with the scent of enchanted fragrances. On both walls, on one side is a huge floor-to-ceiling wine cabinet, and on the other side are square shelves with various books, trophies, and newspapers. On a hanger behind the door stood a crocodile skin handbag. It's an honor that I received. Mr. Happ, I'm very interested in you, I've wanted to interview you for a long time. Rita Skeeter sat across him, her hair styled in delicate, stiff, oddly large curls that looked particularly awkward with her big-jawed face. Miss Skeeter. Felix is quickly interrupted by the woman, who is imposing and fiercely, waving her wand and a shorthand quill and a roll of parchment flying out of her crocodile skin handbag. So Mr. Felix, you won't object if I use a shorthand quill to take notes, will you? This will free up my hands to talk to you normally. Without waiting for his reply, the parchment had automatically spread out, and the shorthand quill landed vertically on it, the tip quivering gently. Well, let's start the conversation here, just from the point you came here today. I'm guessing. She suddenly smiled out, showing 3 gold teeth. You were commissioned by someone, right? The long, green shorthand quill danced quickly, pouring down a fluid string of words. With a heart full of thoughts, this late-night visitor showed strong displeasure in the face of the editor's questions, but not against the editor, but against the hidden shadow who is behind the whole affair. Felix laughed softly. He looked at the wall clock. It's just 7 o'clock. He did not reply, but instead surveyed with interest around the furnishings of the living room, the floor-to-ceiling wine cooler that occupied a third of the wall, filled with large and small, exquisitely shaped flasks, and a few scattered ornaments. Rita Skeeter raised her heavily drawn eyebrow. Are you worried by any chance, Mr. Felix? It's all right, our readers like people with rebellious personalities, and they'll protect you. Rebellious personality? Felix repeated. Yes, like the type of people who defy power and rebel against authority. If you're threatened, don't worry, speak up, and we'll give you a sense of justice in return. The shorthand quill kept recording, but Felix had no interest in reading it, and he stood up and went to the shelf at the opposite end of the wine cabinet where the honor prize were kept. The top of the shelf is stacked with personal accolades belonging to Rita Skeeter, including certificates for articles in newspapers, bestsellers, and their sales figures that she had published over the years, a myriad of this sort of stuff. For example, he saw Armando Dippet, Master or Moron, book. He sighed, if half of what's in this book is true, it's not a bad toilet read. Rita Skeeter's eyebrows wrinkled, her fingers clenched her wand so tightly that her 2-inch-long bright red nails pierced into her skin. She quickly stood up and approached Felix, looking at him without looking away. Mr. Felix, I know who you are, one of my colleagues advised me not to play with you. Ridiculous statement, he has only graduated a few years ago, by virtue of his family background he has entered the news industry. She said as if pointing out. If you ask me, our readers have a right to know the truth, like. The truth. Felix interrupted her. That's right, the truth. She emphasized deliberately, let's talk about your experiences, your childhood, and so on. I think it will help you to have a clear perspective of yourself. I don't think that's necessary anymore, I know exactly what kind of person I am. However, Rita Skeeter didn't give up. The parchment and quill on the table flew to her. Mr. Felix, you came from a Muggle orphanage and entered Slytherin when you enrolled. You must have been bullied quite a bit, right? Are you interested in talking about it? I think there will be quite a few readers who are very interested in this. Rita, oh Rita, do you really know me? Of course. Her gaze was firmly pinned on him as if she were looking at a precious treasure. Mr. Felix, you are well known in the wizarding community, there are many labels on you. A Slytherin from a Muggle orphanage, received many death threats during school, defeated one of the 28 purebloods clan Shafik and a group of dark wizards under the shelter of Dumbledore, became a Muggle specialist after graduation, and is now back to Hogwarts as a. Rita Skeeter said while letting the quill take quick notes. Looking at Felix's non-committal attitude, she said seductively, your experience is legendary. If you agree, I would like to write a biography of you. It would imply endless amounts of golden galleons and great fame. However, the label of Muggle specialist seems too civilized. Our readers like a tough wizard with a strong character, and preferably with a relationship to a celebrity. Let me think, how shall we deal with it? Felix got amused. He pointed to the book in front of him. Like this type of biography, art requires a certain amount of imagination. She said slyly. Felix became somewhat impatient and decided to solve the immediate problem as soon as possible, so he returned to his seat. This act caused Rita Skeeter to mistake it as his tacit acceptance, so she sat her butt down on the couch and said with an urgent and overbearing gesture, let's start with your relationship with Dumbledore. Miss Skeeter, I need you to stop your inaccurate reporting. I noticed that you mentioned me in the Daily Prophet and were about to make up a big story. I'm not making it up, it's a different perspective at best. Felix nodded, let me tell you what a different perspective is. He tapped his fingers on the table. Tade, the fingertips collided with the table with a crisp clink. What are you talking about? Rita Skeeter choked suddenly as she found the world in her eyes changing all at once. The colors were rapidly disappearing, the delicate purple long-necked glass bottle, the crimson robe on her body, the golden trophy in the cabinet, the black and brown crocodile handbag, the pale yellow parchment, the green sketch quill. The color of everything is fading. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 54, Chapter 54, You blocked my way. The whole world is left with only black, white, and grey hues. Rita Skeeter stiffened and watched with difficulty as Felix tapped his fingers on the table, which is fair and slender, with healthy light pink nails the only color within her field of vision. As the fingers tapped, a dark grey ripple blossomed from the tips of his finger, and the ripple passed through both of them, spreading silently in all directions. You, the woman said arduously, her wand held in her hand, but she could not raise it even a fraction of an inch. You see, I occasionally use this perspective to observe the world, to observe magic, and it's quite interesting as usual. Felix introduced his attitude unchanged from the beginning. But Rita Skeeter didn't think so. It's illegal for you to do that. Azkaban, she opened and closed her lips with extreme difficulty, one word after another word at a time. Rita, you don't think I'm going to do something bad to you, hey? Felix said amused, I just now asked you, do you really know me? Obviously, you don't know me. One of your colleagues advised you not to play with me? I guess he must be a Slytherin. Rita Skeeter's eyes fixed him with a deadly stare. Felix said calmly, I used my holiday time to visit a few stubborn purebloods in the 5th year, and they haven't talked about me in public since then. Do you know why? Her eyes widened. You think whose power do I need to rely on to counter the threat of extreme pureblood families? No, Rita, he said softly, I'm just showing them a possibility. As Felix's mood swung, the whites and greys all over the room quickly tinted to inky blackness, deep, depressing darkness. Rita Skeeter's body trembled lightly. Yes, a possibility, if I become a Dark Lord. He did not continue. The darkness faded quickly and returned to black and white again, like an old faded photograph. When you think about it, I'm actually a very nice person to talk to. As long as you don't provoke me, I don't have the time to take care of you. But unfortunately, it just so happens that you got in my way. Ignoring her, Felix beckoned the parchment on the table and read it carelessly. The parchment had unknowingly filled a foot, which made him somewhat burst into laughter. If the young wizards at Hogwarts had this ability to make things up, they absolutely would be laughing out loud in their dreams. Tisk. This paragraph is excessive. Did I say that? Staying close to Dumbledore, who, me? He shook his head. The colors in the room gradually came back, an equally magical scene, like a child finding faded pictures in an old storage room and picking up crayons to scribble over them. The world came alive again. Rita Skeeter found that she had regained her ability to move. She glanced at the wand in her hand and then at Felix, who is still reading the parchment, and her eyes wandered. But she quickly gave up on the foolish idea. Think about it, do you wish to continue? This might be an opportunity. Seize it from me, and the subsequent story will be yours to make up. Felix looked up, pale blue eyes peering at her. You're joking, Felix? No, Professor Hap, Sir. Rita Skeeter kept changing the title. Hat. He tossed the parchment in his hand down lightly, and it turned silently into ashes. About what I came for. I apologize. I will stop all untrue statements. She said quickly, with a pleasing smile on her face. Thank you, Rita. Felix stood up, smiled slightly, and bowed courteously, then he pushed the door open and his figure blended into the night. By now it is completely dark, the north wind and snowflakes blow his robe rustle. Felix walked 2 steps against the wind and snow, and then the next moment he disappeared in the same place. After a while, Rita Skeeter quietly opened the door, glanced around, there was nothing outside the house, she quickly closed the door. A vicious curse spewed from her mouth, and she is cursing someone with almost the worst words she had ever known in her life. Felix Hap. She shouted the name viciously. I want revenge. Revenge, on his secrecy. Yes, that's right, this damned man doesn't know I'm animagus yet, maybe, no, it's too risky. After cursing for a long time, Rita Skeeter's mouth went dry, and she finally stopped. She went to the liquor cabinet and tried to take out a bottle of wine to quench her thirst, but as soon as her fingers touched the handle, the gorgeous silver handle turned to fine sand in her hands. Rita Skeeter froze in place. Tentatively, she reached out a short, long, stubby finger and nudged a long-necked purple glass bottle, her favorite wine bottle. But the next second, the jug quickly disintegrated into fine sand, including the liquor stored inside. Her eyes became frightened, and her body stumbled into the chair behind her, and then she noticed that the chair also fell apart and turned into a puddle of fine sand. Rita Skeeter looked around her house. Every part of it is constantly decomposing into fine sand, including her delicate picture frames, crocodile skin handbags. Even the floor is not spared. Ah! She ran out of the house in horror, and as she watched, the entire detached house shook, and from the bottom came a swirling sea of sand that slowly, but surely, engulfed the house. That's a lesson. A voice sounded very abruptly in Rita Skeeter's head. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but this time, she hurriedly shut her mouth. The edge of the forbidden forest. Felix's figure reappeared out of nowhere, and he walked step by step towards the castle against the blizzard. The December weather is cold as hell, especially with the high winds mixed with blizzards. Every step is a tough test. When he saw the outline of the castle from a distance, a thought struck him, and he shook his head, not really thinking about it anymore. Felix pushed open the dark brown door, shaking off all the snowflakes and entering the warm castle. He waved his wand, and the door behind him closed with a bang, keeping the snow and darkness out. 55, Chapter 55 Magic Knowledge Contest. As Christmas approached, the festive atmosphere became stronger and stronger, and the enthusiasm of many young wizards for learning dropped. Many professors said that students could not relax, but they did not exert too much pressure, and this was reflected in the amount of homework assigned. But this leniency does not include both 5th and 7th grade. As they were required to deal with the owls and newts, the ordinary wizard level exams, and the nastily exhausting wizarding test, respectively, this year. Ancient Runes, 5th grade classroom. Felix once again reaffirmed the importance of the owl's exam. You only have 6 months until the ordinary wizard level exam, excluding holidays and weekends. How much time is left? Let me do the maths for you. 6 months, let's say 25 weeks. Amidst the dumbfounded expressions of the young wizards on the stage, this professor did the maths. 2 classes per week, 1 big class of 2 hours and 1 small class of 1 hour, counting up to. That's only 75 hours in total. Do you study this long outside the classroom? No matter how I count, it's still less than 200 hours. Looking at Professor Happ's regretful expression, the young wizards were silent. But Felix is in a good mood today, and he decided to do a student survey. Which subject do you think you are the least good at? A little witch said timidly, does ancient runes count? Not really. Then it's the history of magic. The Hufflepuff girl said, Professor Binns always makes us memorize lots of stuff, and I don't have a very good memory. He never highlights anything in class, the other professors more or less give some hints. A Ravenclaw said indignantly. Professor Binns is the type of professor who says, all I talk about is the main point, and all I mention in class is the test point, and this professor is also known for his flat, uneven language, which sounds like he is reading scripture. The hypnotic effect is first class. The history of magic, very well, Miss Selden, Mr. Purdees. Any more? I'm not very good in my astronomy class, I always get confused about planets. The practical lessons in herbalism class are interesting, but I can't remember the properties of magical plants any time. Don't you think arithmetic divination is complicated? Divination class is a nightmare. Someone immediately retorted, nonsense. Divination is the easiest class to pass. Trelawney is a psychopath. Professor McGonagall is very strict. Kettleburn's class is always full of dangerous magical creatures. Professor Snape is awful. The little wizards discussed feverishly, and it quickly went so crooked that Felix hastily called a break. How did it develop into criticizing the professors of various subjects? He summed up the young wizards' points, so, you generally don't perform well enough in courses that are more theoretical and require a lot of memorization, such as ancient runes, history of magic, and astronomy classes. Felix came up with a temporary idea, and he decided to make an attempt. How about this, let's play a game. Let's invite 2 students. Well, it will be Miss Selden, Mr. Purdees, I need your cooperation. The 2 young wizards stepped forward curiously. The classroom sprang to life for the little wizards. Take out your wands. Selden and Purdees pulled out their wands excitedly, their eyes fixed on Felix. Professor Happ's teaching is always filled with all sorts of new and exciting tricks, a comment that had been widely circulated in other grades, but 5th and 7th grades had been exposed relatively little to it. Let's see. Felix flicked his wand, and a 9-panel grid appeared in front of each of the 2. Inside the grid were 9 sparkling runes. And above the heads of the 2 young wizards, 2 hot gold names were displayed: Petter Selden, Warren Purdees. Professor, what is this? Hufflepuff's Petter Selden asked curiously, as her friend tapped her finger on the top of her head to reveal the name on top of her head, which, strangely, had the number 0 next to it. We will have a magic knowledge contest. Next, I will say a phrase, you need to find the corresponding rune to it as fast as possible, and use your wand to touch the corresponding grid. You need to be faster than your opponent in order to get a point. When one of you gets 100 points first, the game is over. Felix looked at the 2 of them. Let's try it first. He mouthed a series of paraphrases. Light, illuminating the path ahead, also denotes the glow of knowledge. Peter Selden and Warren Pertwee stared intently at the runes floating in midair in front of them, and when Professor Hap reached the second phrase, Peter's eyes lit up, and she quickly tapped her wand in the bottom left corner of the 9th box. I know, it's Ken. When her wand touched the rune, that area instantly turned bright gold, and at the same time, a 1 sign appeared above her head, pausing for 2 seconds before disappearing. Peter looked at the top of her head as an afterthought. The initial number 0 became 1, she looked at the professor. I won? In a sense. Felix said, I assume you understand the rules of the game. Both of them nodded at the same time. This kind of play is fascinating. Warren on the other side can't help but clench his wand. Just now he was a step slow. Felix waved his wand, making the first set of 9 squares disappear, and the second set of 9 squares appeared in front of the two. The second phrase, reward, symbolizes victory, satisfaction. Warren flung his wand in the middle of the 9 grid at once and watched the area turn a dazzling gold, his face filled with a flush of excitement. It's win, Professor. Correct answer. Felix nodded, and a 1 sign appeared on the top of Warren's head, while the score became 1. The game continued, poor, hard, and also represents some kind of misfortune. Without thinking, Warren tapped his wand in the upper left corner, but this time, the area quickly turned a miserable grey. Wrong answer, Mr. Warren. Felix waved his wand, and a 1 sign appeared above his head, and his score reverted to 0. Warren shook his fist in annoyance. At this moment, the young wizards have completely understood the rules of the game. Right answer plus points, the wrong answer deducted points, whoever reaches 100 first, is the winner. Harvest, banker, or growth cycle. Warren quickly waved his wand. Correct, plus 1 point. Next. Very good, Miss Petter. Next, we'll have a more difficult challenge. The first dozen or so sets were fairly superficial runes, but soon the difficulty climbed at a rate visible to the naked eye. The two slowed down, taking more and more time to think as the score pulled hard to 73-71. Gain skill or random luck, reveal hidden secrets, breed life. Petter bit her lip as Warren kept snapping his knuckles. It's Peorth, the young wizard watching from the sidelines couldn't help himself, and an answer crept out. Petter's eyes lit up, and her wand clicked on the correct answer. Felix did not comment, he did not stop the little wizards off stage from reminding them, but he did not give the 2 extra points either. He simply replaced the other group of 9 sets. So the two understood what the professor meant. Next, you will have to compete with the whole class of young wizards. The two looked at each other with bitter faces. But the little wizards off stage got excited, and in the next dozen or so groups of 9 grids, they worked together, chattering and joking, while the two on stage each got only 1 point. The bell rang, but no one moved. The score was stuck at 99:98. The young wizards were quiet at the moment and were not making any noise. Felix said quickly, the power of the sun over the devil and the darkness. It's Sigil, said Petter, the tip of her staff pointing at the center of the 9th circle, and the golden light flashed. I've won, I've won. At her scream, Professor Hap waved his wand, causing brilliant fireworks to burst across the classroom. Thank you both students for your wonderful performance, 10 extra points for Hufflepuff and 5 extra points for Ravenclaw. Now, class dismissed. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 56, Chapter 56 Harry, show it off. The young wizards discussed feverishly to themselves. As 5th-year students, they were rarely exposed to such interesting lessons, each professor pushing them as hard and as far as possible to reach their potential. In a way, of course, it's a debt they owed from the previous 4 years. In the hallway, Warren Pertwee said to his friend, somewhat remorsefully, I can actually win, I'm just not lucky. You were the one who went too aggressive, and you got at least 10 questions wrong. His friend replied. As the young wizards rushed out of the classroom, Felix rubbed his sore fingers. The choreography for this knowledge contest had been put together by him, magic by magic. From the 9th grid to the score changes, to the color feedback of the correct and incorrect answers, he did it all by himself. A blunder, next time let's change it to a 10-point system. In the afternoon, Felix attempted the 2 lessons in the 6th and 7th grades, and the results were excellent. Even the special needs students of ancient runes stayed awake enough in the classroom. This made his thoughts clear. In the future, I can do more of this kind of game like teaching, but the prerequisite is to do sufficient preparation work. In the Great Hall in the evening, Felix stuck up a piece of potato drizzled with black sauce breathlessly, feeling a little weak after a long day. The number of spells he had cast today was clearly over the limit. The common room. The twins, Fred and George, were fighting against each other with their golems, having finished their 2nd and 3rd sets of practical runes. This makes their battle very spectacle. Fred's golem, every swing will bloom a circle of light, a crackling sound. Lee Jordan's hair is standing up because he is too close. On the other side, George is not far behind, his golem is the very popular fire boy, every time he uses his trademark big fireball, it will attract a sound of enthusiasm. At that moment, Percy Weasley burst in from outside the lounge, he just finished his rounds. Upon seeing him, Ron in the corner simply turned his head away. A cold war still remained between them. Ron, haven't you made up yet? Hermione asked worriedly. Not until he apologizes to me, Ron said stubbornly. Harry sighed, he couldn't say much, after all, Ron had lost a lot of face by taking the blame for the three of them. Hey! Percy, I heard you got 10 points from Professor Hap today. A Gryffindor asked. Percy puffed out his chest haughtily, making his head boy badge even more conspicuous. Yet, Professor Hap tried a new method of teaching, and I have to admit, he's rather wise. And you beat Slytherin. Percy said modestly, it was just a competition, and on top of that, on a 10-point system, I was able to answer 9 questions correctly ahead of my opponent. The Gryffindors exclaimed in awe again, Percy was worthy of being a school tyrant who had taken 12 papers. 9 questions ahead. Ron repeated with a look of disdain. Harry hurriedly changed the subject, Hermione, did you ask Professor Hap about the basilisk? Hermione shook her head, I rarely see the professor, from Monday to Friday. Unless there was a paper she needed to grade. But it's too late to drag it out until the weekend. Harry said reluctantly, in case there's an attack in the middle of. He slammed the table hard enough to startle the 2 young wizards passing by, who gave Harry a wary look and quickly moved away from him. Look at that, they all think I'm the culprit. Harry, why don't we go find Professor Hap now? Hermione gave him a careful look. Harry glanced at the wall clock, it's past 9 o'clock in the evening, tomorrow. He slumped in his chair, like a deflated ball. They were basically sure that the monster in the chamber is the basilisk, and about Hermione's confusion the basilisk gaze is lethal, but the current 2 victims are only petrified. Harry also has his own speculation, those victims are not directly stared at the basilisk's eye. Mrs. Norris was looked at it via the reflection of stagnant water, and Colin Creevey was through the lens of the camera. But whether this is accurate remains to be verified. That's when Ron said to him, Harry, the golem Professor Hap gave you, is it in your book bag? Yes. Harry returned feebly. He had practiced it several times in private, but he was still a little short in skills, only able to manipulate the golem to walk normally. How about we try? Ron glanced at Percy in the crowd. Here. Harry couldn't make up his mind. Hermione's eyes lit up, she had wanted to try it for a long time, and she had been attracted to this type of style during the opening public class. Ice blue hair, delicate and lovely face, which hit her heart perfectly. Maybe, this isn't a good choice. Hermione said under her breath, but she didn't stop Harry from taking the golem out of his book bag, though. Hey! What are you guys doing? Fred walked up with his arm around George's shoulders. Oh, a magic golem, I guess. Ron tried to say in a cloudy tone. Fred saw the golem in Harry's hand and was taken aback, this is not a regular golem. From the appearance alone, the 2 are completely incomparable to each other as well. Professor Hap gave it to us, Ron said. Fred picked the magic golem, this thing. He glanced at George, I can barely feel its magic fluctuations, more exquisite than Diggory's ghost doll is even more different from the ones we've dismantled. You guys even dismantled? SHH. Fred put his finger up, keep your voice down, it's our little secret from Professor Hap. George took the golem and said smoothly, one time we broke the magic golem in our hands. It was accidentally broken, and we were very afraid at the time. Fred said. Fear of being penalized, detained, or hung up and whipped with a whip soaked in cold water. So we went to apologize with trepidation. And then what happened? What punishment did you receive? Ron asked. No, little Ronnie, Fred winked and gave a wicked grin, the professor said we were very talented in alchemy and going to give us each an extra 10 points, but... George sighed, he steeled himself to not give us points when we laid the second broken golem part in front of him. Hermione rolled her eyes. George examined the unusually elaborate golem, letting out occasional admiration, and finally, he gave it back to Harry, that's remarkable, what have you done? Yes, Ron is just about to speak when Hermione stomped hard on his foot. The twins looked at each other and shrugged. Fred said, want us to demonstrate it for you? This golem must have quite a few new features, and I don't think you are very skilled at it. Who said that? Harry, show us your hand. Harry drew his wand, and under his tug, the golem stood up with a swing. Several young wizards looked over from afar. Harry struggled to control the golem, but unfortunately, at best, it could only wield a few icy blue snowflakes. Harry, you don't have enough control, Fred stated the reason. Harry pointed his wand at the golem, and he felt he had touched its core. So he concentrated all his attention and tried to awaken the dormant magic circuit. His magic contacted a rune about ice and snow, then he felt sharp and cold as if he had eaten 10 popsicles in one breath, and his consciousness seems frozen. Harry's face turned purple with cold as he exhaled a cold breath. Harry, what's wrong with you? Ron scrambled to his feet, and at this moment, anyone could see that something is wrong with him. However, the next second. Snicker, snicker. The golem suddenly lit up, light blue ice crystals have floated down, the surrounding temperature plummeted, she fiercely raised her arm, a series of ice blue icicles rose up, cold air like a tumbling wave of air spread around. A few people watched this scene in awe. In front of the palm-sized golem, a row of half-human high ice pillars extended 7 or 8 meters away, completely freezing the door of the common room. The cold ice fog filled the common room, and the young wizards in the common room sneezed collectively. At the same time, Professor Hap, far away in his office, is taking small sips of tea and moodily flipping through an ancient alchemy book. Next to him lay today's edition of the Daily Prophet, with today's front page headline, The Good and the Bad, The Vast Difference Between Two New Professors by Rita Skeeter. 57, Chapter 57 Reckless? Or Courage? The weather brightened up on Tuesday morning, and the winter sun shone on Hogwarts, tinting the old castle with a golden glow. Felix slept until 8 o'clock, opening his eyes amidst the laughter of several young wizards having a snowball fight. When he lifted the covers, his cotton pajamas automatically detached and a delicate, soft, and silky jumper slid over his body. He moved his neck to make the clothes adjust more comfortably, and then put on a padded pant under the effect of magic. Magic makes people lazy. Felix couldn't remember when he had heard this in his class, but he deeply believed it. After donning a dark wizard's robe, he pushed open the window and looked out at the snowy landscape from above. The weather had warmed up considerably and Felix didn't feel cold. A thick layer of white snow was piled up in the clearing and yard in front of the castle, and many young wizards were hurrying to the hall for breakfast. Luckily I don't have a class this morning. It's true that happiness is all about comparison. Back in his office, he sorted through the tasks he had at hand in the recent period. Locating the Chamber of Secrets, as well as dealing with Basilisk, which he had agreed with Dumbledore to solve during Christmas break. Finding the Dark Lord's relics suspected to be a Horcrux, propaganda for 3 times without a clue, another evidence of the young wizard's unreliability. Practicing instant killing techniques, recently slacked off a bit and stagnated at 4 jumps in progress. Acquiring the rare skill Parseltongue, pending feedback, responsible, Harry Potter. Appointment with Klein, on hold indefinitely. The next contact with Hagrid the Dirtbag, in elaborate preparation. Scavenging the Hogwarts Millennium Collection, in progress. Dealing with the public opinion threat posed by Rita Skeeter, v. Completing the Vine of Binding, a runic creation, v. Guiding Hermione to complete her thesis, v. Preparing Christmas presents, v. Undertaking a dueling club program, v. Proposal for reforming the teaching of the Ancient Runes course, v. Befriending Lockhart, brain dead, this task is null and void. Felix smacked his lips, there is no particularly urgent matter now. With less than a week before Christmas, he also got somewhat lazy. Might pay a visit to Professor Snape, to finalize the dueling club aid affair. Felix went down the stairs of the castle, through the yard, there were a few strange-looking snowmen by the road. This is obviously a lower-year student's work, with limited magic attainments, they can only do this work by hand. After breakfast, he made his way down to the castle's basement and found his way to the potion professor's office. Knocking the professor's office door, Snape expressionlessly refused his requests to enter. I don't think I invited you to visit my office, Felix. However, Felix has long been familiar with the professor's character, unless you want to flirt with him, then have something to say, and say what he is most interested in. So Felix said, Professor Snape, I got permission from Headmaster Dumbledore to take charge of the subsequent dueling course. And as for the teaching faculty, I need to know your opinion. He stopped and looked Snape straight in the eye. Snape pursed his lips tightly, his black eyes fixed on him for a brief moment, and then he moved out of the way. Please come in, Felix. This potion professor's office is located in the underground, dimly lit, the shelves by the wall are filled with a myriad of glass specimen jars, and then within, there is Professor Snape's private bedroom. Felix walked to the specimen shelf, carefully examined one of the jars. Is this the claw of the 8-eyed giant spider? Is it from the batch that lives in the Forbidden Forest? He asked with interest. Professor Snape came out of the inner room, with 2 cups of pumpkin juice behind him. No. He said coldly, handing him a glass of pumpkin juice. The conversation between the two then got down to business. Felix, when did you steal the dueling club from Lockhart? Professor, I must remind you that it was rather Professor Lockhart who was too busy with his daily work and had to relent in making concessions. I don't think so, Snape scoffed at that. What's so busy about one-man acting class? Busy writing back to fans, of course. From what I understand, he spends at least 1 hour a day doing that. Felix let out a mischievous smile. I can relate to Professor Lockhart, after all, we're both writers who have to deal with the harassment of fans, and he's more productive than I am. He wrote the book. Snape didn't say anything further, his expression said it all. But you write back to fans as well? That's unexpected, I thought, you won't spend time on such trivialities. There's no way out, Felix said emotionally, they're mostly officials from the ministries of magic in various countries, and we discuss Muggle legislation and how to deal with Muggles. Snape choked. He said, Felix, don't beat around the bush with me, say what you came for. Professor, I want to know if you still have the desire to participate in my dueling course. Your dueling course? Snape trailed off on the word your for a long moment. Yes, my dueling course. Felix looked at him frankly. It's a distinction of dominance. Snape fell silent. Felix looked relaxed, he did not know if Snape would agree, but from the information obtained from Lockhart, at that time Snape volunteered to act as an assistant for this course. This indicated that he is interested in the dueling course. As for the reason, Felix did not know, and he did not care much. However, he heard that Snape had been seeking a position to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, but unfortunately, Dumbledore never agreed. Between these two, is there a connection? For example, Snape used the dueling course as a substitution for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course? Felix speculated in his mind. I need to be involved in the selection of the course content. Snape made a condition. Felix showed a smile, of course, your experience is worth valuing. He said so. Felix put the cup filled with pumpkin juice back on the table, he stood up, Professor, the next dueling class will be conducted after the Christmas holidays, I will communicate with you about the content of the class by then, have a good day. No, thanks, Snape said with a stern face. Felix, who was just about to walk out the door, suddenly stopped, by the way, Professor Snape, I prepared your Christmas present in advance, I'm sure you will be satisfied. Snape's mouth is tugged with a smile, he said, I will prepare a gift for you too, Felix. In the evening, Felix and Professor Flitwick swapped their shifts for the routine patrol through the castle. There were always some little wizards, with all kinds of justified and unjustified reasons, who were out of the sight of the professors, the head boys and girls and acted alone. But to his surprise, he ran into a hurried and panting Miss Hermione Granger. Professor Hap. Oh my, I finally ran into you, Professor. The young witch said excitedly. Miss Granger, what happened? The monster in the chamber. Hermione tried to speak, but she was running a short distance the whole way, and at the moment she is out of breath. There is a new attack. Felix's expression got serious. Seriously now? There is another attack a few days before Christmas? His assistant first nodded, then shook her head. The attack did happen, but no one hurt. However, Harry, he went after Basilisk. 58, Chapter 58 Basilisk and Parseltongue. Calm down, Miss Granger. Felix inquired, you need to tell me how much time has passed since you and Harry last saw each other? Can you determine his location now? And in what way is he trailing the basilisk? Hermione quickly said, no more than 5 minutes, Professor. We presumed that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in Myrtle's lavatory, so we agreed to meet there. Harry was able to locate the basilisk through the Parseltongue. Very well, Felix interrupted as he waved his wand and from the tip flew a silvery glow that condensed in the air into a tiny bird that hovered in midair with a pair of narrow, scythe-shaped wings. Felix said aloud, Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry Potter pursuing the Chamber of Secrets basilisk alone, please come quickly to the abandoned lavatory of Myrtle, where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is most likely located. After saying that, the tiny bird waved its wings and turned into a stream of light, and instantly disappeared. Professor, what kind of magic is this? Even though the situation is an emergency, the little witch still can't help but ask. Patronus charm, it can help you defend against Dementors, or on some occasions, you can use it to deliver a message or something. That's a kind of rain swallow. Well, it's fast. Let's go to the lavatory first. Felix said to Hermione, you can tell me all the details of what happened on the way. By the time both arrived pretty close to Myrtle's lavatory, Felix had figured out the situation. An hour ago. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sitting in the Great Hall finishing a quick supper when they looked at each other and slipped out in silence. It's 6:20, Hermione told the two before moving on, we have about 40 minutes, so as long as we make it back and return to the common room with the rest of the group before 7, no one will notice we've been out. They were going to meet with Professor Hap, gain his trust, and then report the secret room information to Headmaster Dumbledore. But something went wrong in the halfway. Rip you, to pieces, have to kill, hunger for blood. As they passed through a dimly lit corridor, Harry suddenly heard the voice, and he shouted, it's the basilisk. It's out. You heard it. Ron said nervously. Harry rushed out, he climbed the stairs, straining his ears to keep searching, he seemed to hear a subtle friction noise, so he rushed ahead. Ron and Hermione followed closely behind. But the sound, if any, Harry would occasionally be lost. He had to climb up and down to confirm the location. The trio ran for most of the time, tired and panting. It went back? Maybe it just came out for a walk. Ron asked expectantly. Absolutely not. Harry said, it wanted to kill, it said it craved for blood. Tear you, apart, target. Harry jerked his head up, the voice overhead. It's upstairs. Harry quickly ran upstairs, leaving Ron and Hermione far behind. Turning around to a corner, he saw Justin alone from the other side of the corridor. Coming, out to kill someone, to rip them to shreds. Harry's expression turned horrified. It is going to be too late. He shouted toward Justin, close your eyes, Justin. Close your eyes, the basilisk of the Chamber of Secrets is out. Justin, who had been avoiding Harry for the past few days, sniffed in shock and asked, what? Harry had no time to explain, he had already heard the clattering sound clearly. That must be a basilisk, it's coming out, it's going to kill. Flipendo. Harry pulled out his wand, a knockback jinx knocked Justin away, his face still wearing surprise and panic at the time. Harry lunged at Justin to drag him away, which wasn't easy. Justin struggled for dear life as he broke free of the spell's effects, and the two tangled. What are you going to do? Harry, what are you going to do? Shut up. I'm saving your life. Harry gave him a hard punch to silence him. Listen. The Chamber of Secrets monster is out, and its eyes can kill anyone, so close your eyes now. There's a rustling sound that came through the hallway that is distinctly clear. Justin closed his eyes tightly, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Harry also closed his eyes, while one hand fumbled for his wand which had fallen on the ground during the brief fight between the two. Are we going to die, Harry? I don't want to die, Harry, and I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Justin said incoherently. Shut up. Harry yelled, a clear echo echoing down the hallway. He touched a small wooden stick which was his wand, but he had absolutely no way to fight the basilisk. His eyes were still closed. Harry judged that the snake monster is less than 2 meters away from them, and perhaps its head is dangling in front of him? He even smelled a pungent fishy odor. Get out of here! He shouted. What? Justin asked, shivering. Not you, get out of here. Justin only understood the first half of the sentence, and the second half, which came out of Harry's mouth, is a creepy sound, like the hiss of a snake, but much more terrifying. It is Parseltongue, he realized immediately. Harry kept speaking Parseltongue, telling the basilisk to leave here and go back, and it worked. The sound of the basilisk movement stopped. But it also did not move away, but instead responded, kill, master's orders, rip, clean muggles. Get out of here. Harry said in a Parseltongue, I order you, get out of here. Thanks to the magic scrolls he had been working on for the past 2 days, it had made him a lot more proficient in Parseltongue. Master's orders. Your master and I are best friends, we're on the same team, listen. You are in danger, there is a powerful wizard coming. Just leave here quickly. Harry kept urging, he didn't know if it would work, but Hermione had learned from Professor Hap that Parseltongue could be used to control snakes. He did not know whether it is true or not, but could only pray in his heart it is true. Finally, the basilisk went into action, and Harry held his breath, waiting for his fate and hooray, the slithering sound of the basilisk got further and further away, and eventually disappeared. Can't stop killing, the next attack, soon, held back a little longer. Were the words Harry heard from the ceiling, and it appeared that the basilisk had returned to the pipeline. Justin shivered and slumped on the floor, aghast. It's over. Harry opened his eyes. A few dozen seconds later, Hermione and Ron came panting from behind. Harry, what happened? They lost him and took a bit of a detour. Harry said very fearfully afterward, the basilisk tried to attack Justin and I stopped it. What, oh my god? Hermione pointed to the scrape marks on the ground. That's... Yeah, I had a head-on encounter with it. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 59, Chapter 59 Plot? /Fate? Ron and Hermione's expressions were wonderful at the moment. Harry struggled to stand up. Thanks to your information, Hermione, Parseltongue can indeed control snake monsters. Hermione covered her mouth. Harry, you almost died, you know that. Yeah, sorry. Justin said as he got up from the floor, he was trying to save me. He climbed to his feet, wiped his hands on his shirt, and formally held out his hand. Harry, I'm sorry I've been misunderstanding you. I once approached Professor Hap, and he assured me that you were never the killer, but I freaked out during that dueling class. It's nothing. Harry pretended to be relaxed as he held out his hand in the meantime, and the two shook hands together. A happy ending, right? Ron said, I don't mean to interrupt the friendly atmosphere, but I think we need to inform Professor as soon as possible. Wait, Harry said as he walked over to a wooden door in front of him, which was hidden. This can't be, Hermione covered her mouth. It could be, Harry said, but it should be gone by now. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Ron and Hermione followed him. It is a very small room, full of dust, and long track trails disappeared at a wall. You think that there is an entrance to the Chamber of Secrets here? Hermione asked. We discussed it, didn't we? Harry carefully surveyed the place where the snake monster trail disappeared. There is probably only one entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, but in order to facilitate the basilisk's movement, Slytherin may have left more than one exit in the castle's pipe network. Harry said in a Parseltongue, open up. Justine, who had just entered, shivered. The walls didn't react even a little, which disappointed him a little. Ron guessed, Harry, if this is really an exit that Slytherin prepared for the basilisk, he must have set special conditions. In turn, that means that the real entrance to the Chamber of Secrets must not have these restrictions. Hermione said excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Ron looked as if the problem is finally solved. We just need to inform the professor, no matter who it is, as long as it is not Lockhart. Harry said, no, you should inform the professor. The other three looked at him in confusion. Look, you guys go get someone, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Hap, or even Snape. What about you, Harry? I'm going to follow along a bit to prevent the basilisk from coming out again. From the conversations I've had with it, it's not a nice one, in case it can't resist the urge to attack. Halfway through, Harry gave them a meaningful look. We've already guessed the real entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, haven't we? I'll see you there. Harry took a deep breath and hurriedly ran away. Let's go. Ron and Hermione moved immediately. Wait. Justin stood up, I'll help too. Hermione and Ron looked at each other. Okay, if you find any professor, tell them to go to the abandoned girls' lavatory where Myrtle usually stays. The monster in the secret room is a basilisk. Tell the professor to be careful not to look it in the eye. Then the three of them split up. At the other end, Harry ran all the way in the direction of the lavatory, and just as he was about to arrive, he met up with a person on the corner, and they collided hard. Harry's glasses were knocked off, and he felt pain all over, which reminded him of his experience of falling off his broom at the Quidditch match. He glanced across at the young wizard, who he recognized as Draco Malfoy from the color of the man's hair. Malfoy was also hit hard. He had a very dull expression and seemed dumbstruck as a black book flung out of his arms. Potter. He said with a confused look before finally coming back to his senses, Potter. Harry picked up his glasses from the floor and stood up quickly. Get out of my way, Malfoy. He left immediately. Draco, who remained in place, glanced around somewhat confusedly, and his expression suddenly became terrified. Huff huff. Harry ran furiously all the way to the girls' lavatory, and he pushed the door open, oblivious to the stagnant water on the floor. He said carefully and tentatively in a Parseltongue, Are you here? The monster of the Chamber of Secrets. All the while preparing to close his eyes. After waiting a few seconds, just when he thought that everything is safe, he heard a rustling sound. It is the basilisk. Harry moved his feet following the subtle sound, and he judged that the basilisk had returned from other pipes. According to their previous analysis, Hogwarts Castle is littered with all kinds of pipes, but the Chamber of Secrets cannot be hidden in the pipes, so the two must have a unique connecting passage. And that place is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. As a result of their discussion, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is likely to be in the place where Myrtle was killed back then, the present abandoned girls' lavatory, because Myrtle had described with great enthusiasm that she had heard a boy's voice on the day she died. This boy could only be the heir to the Chamber of Secrets of the previous generation. Following the subtle voice, Harry came to the center of the lavatory, where there is a circular row of hand-washing sinks. He gently set his book bag aside, ignoring the stagnant water on the floor, and plopped down with his ear pressed against the metal pipe of the sink. After a loud sound like a slimy hose slicing through the ground, the sound disappeared completely. Waiting quietly for a dozen seconds, Harry stood up, around the sink, carefully examined around, unsurprisingly in a facet sidewall found a small snake pattern. He could hardly hold back his excitement and whispered in a Parseltongue, Open. Instantly, the facet emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Then, the sink also moved. Harry watched it slowly disappear from his sight, revealing a very thick pipe. Harry stepped over the stagnant water, poking his head to look inside the dark tube in front of him, which looked like a path to hell. Harry is hesitating whether to go down, according to his past habits, certainly does not want to jump straight down. Although the last time he was detained by Professor Hap, copied documents for 2 days for his reckless behavior about the penalties of young wizards in the past, so he felt he should be a little steady. What are you doing? A very melancholy voice appeared behind him, very close to him, as if speaking close to him at the back of his head. Harry got startled, his feet slipped, and his whole body plunged in, disappearing down the tunnel. The last thing he saw is a rather surprised expression on Myrtle's face. My book bag. There is Professor Hap's golem there. 60, Chapter 60 Ron's Adventure. On the other hand, Ron, Hermione, and Justine each searched for the professor's trail. After 7 o'clock, the young wizards all returned to their respective house lounges under the leadership of their head boys and girls, and the whole castle became empty. A few minutes later, Ron is the first to encounter a professor, when he runs over with surprise, followed by a look of despair. It's Lockhart. Lockhart is also a part of the patrol today. Ha! Look what I've caught. A little wizard who wanders through the night, playing off the clock. What's your name again? Lockhart showed an expression of surprise as he walked up and grabbed Ron's arm. Come on kid, you should be a Gryffindor, I'll take you to see Professor McGonagall. No. Let go of me, Harry is in danger, we've encountered a basilisk. Ron fought to free himself from the grip that held him in place. A basilisk. The monster of the Chamber of Secrets. Ron yelled as he is furious. The chamber, basilisk. Lockhart tensed up, and with his other empty hand, he pulled a magenta handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the sweat rising from his forehead. What are you talking about? Don't expect that you can fool me with a lie. I'm not lying. Ron nearly went mad as he pushed hard and pulled a wand out of Lockhart's breast pocket with his hand. Hey! Lockhart stumbled to the ground. My wand. The sound of the two men bickering soon drew the other free-spirited presence in the castle, Peeves the ghost, who walked through a wall just in time to see Ron and Lockhart tussling. A student and a professor fighting. Student and professor fighting. Peeves shouted, gloatingly. Clang clang clang. Filch's footsteps came from the distance. Ron ran without a pause, and in a panic, he found himself in a familiar hallway. Myrtle's girls' lavatory. They'd been brewing polyjuice potion here for some time, though it has been moved to the abandoned classroom on the ground floor. Ron swallowed and carefully opened the lavatory door handle. With Myrtle's previous experience, he is afraid he would push the door and see a pair of big yellow eyes. Ron pushed the door open with his eyes closed. Is anyone here? Harry. He's not here. Oh, that little wretch. A strange voice said, which Ron recognized as Myrtle's tone, and he opened his eyes. A silver, transparent ghost floated in midair. Harry came here, right? Where is he? Ron wanted to ask further details, but the sight before him made his eyes widen. The sink in the center of the lavatory had vanished out of thin air, and in its place, there is a deep black hole. He walked forward, took a rather disgusted look at the deep, dirty pipe, and asked, Myrtle. Harry jumped in. Yeah, it was so sudden, I was just trying to talk to him. Myrtle said in a rather mournful tone, and his stuff is still here. Only then did Ron realize that under one of the sinks were Harry's backpack, lying in a crooked mess on the floor. Oh, Merlin! Ron prayed in his heart as he opened Harry's book bag. A golem with ice blue hair is quietly lying inside. Ron let out a whine. What's wrong? Myrtle floated over to him and looked at the contents of the bag with him. She pointed at the golem with interest and said, What's this? Is it the new popular doll out there in the castle? Harry's in danger, Ron mumbled in a small voice. What? I said, Harry's in danger. Ron took a deep breath, grabbed the golem as soon as he could, and took a few steps to the entrance of the chamber. After a few seconds, he turned his head to look at Myrtle and said pitifully, Can you give me a push? Without waiting for her to reply, Ron jumped in as if he is going to die. Ah! His exaggerated screams came from the water pipe. At the other end, Justin found Professor Snape, and almost simultaneously, Hermione found Professor Hap. When Felix and Hermione arrived at the girls' lavatory, they saw Peeves chasing a weeping Myrtle with a box of rotten bread. What the hell? Throw it in the stomach, get 10 points. Throw in the head, get 50 points. Very good, ha, ha, ha. The small lavatory is filled with the playful laughter of the Peeves and the sobs of the Myrtle. Oh, God, poor Myrtle, Peeves don't fight. Hermione watched the scene sadly. Felix waved his wand and stopped the flying bread in the air. Peeves then noticed the two people who had just entered. Professor, hello. He held up the hat on top of his head and greeted. Peeves, get out of here, Felix said calmly. As you wish. Then Peeves' figure disappeared. Professor, look. Hermione said, pointing to the entrance of the chamber. I see it. Felix turned his head and asked another presence in the room, Myrtle, did Harry jump? Myrtle had silver teardrops on her face, but she answered, yes, and a red-headed boy with lots of freckles on his face too. It's Ron. Hermione exclaimed. That's him, why aren't you three here anymore? Shut up, Myrtle. Hermione hurriedly stopped her words, not to let Professor Hap find out the secret of them secretly brewing the polyjuice potion, then she carefully glanced at Felix. Myrtle whimpered and quickly flew into the innermost compartment, and did not come out any longer. The little witch felt a little ashamed, and she mentally apologized to the poor ghost. At that moment, a clear sound chirping rang out. Felix looked for the sound. Dumbledore's figure appeared suddenly. He wore a grey with spotted patterned pajamas, long beard knocked loose usually, he tied up his beard. Apparition, or? Felix's eyes settled on the phoenix on his shoulder. It's quite a strange scene, a silver, transparent phoenix standing on Dumbledore's shoulder, in a patroness appearance. No, it's a patroness. Only, patroness would look silver transparent, shrink into a little, palm-sized bird. But this also seems like a real phoenix. Fox just recently passed Nirvana, its power is very weak, I had to use the patroness to protect it, Dumbledore explained it. So, it is the young phoenix cloaked in a phoenix patroness? Felix nodded. Headmaster Dumbledore, Potter, Weasley, and Granger, the three of them found the basilisk that came out to attack in the corridor, they saved Justine, and then Potter initiated to come and guard the entrance of the chamber, allowing the other three to seek the professor's help. However, Potter and Weasley, for whatever reason, went down one after another. At the moment, it is unclear if they are in danger. Very well, Felix. Dumbledore fell into thought, but within a few seconds, he looked up and said to Fox on his shoulder, Fox, it's going to be tough on you. Clad in a silver coat, the same type of patroness, the little phoenix gave a low chirp. Remember, the basilisk's biggest threat is its eyes. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 61, Chapter 61 Into the Chamber of Secrets. The phoenix flew down the pipe and left. To Felix's puzzled gaze, Dumbledore explained, Fox is too weak now, she couldn't carry three of us, if Harry is in danger, as long as he sincerely seeks help, Fox will sense his location. At that moment, from the door came a cold voice, sorry, I think it's 4. Professor Snape appeared, dressed in a dark green pajama gown, his hair tousled and mussed, slightly out of breath. Severus, Dumbledore looked at him, you're here too. How can I possibly would not come, Potter, a Hogwarts student's life is being endangered. Snape's temper isn't exactly pleasant, what are we waiting for, do we have a party here? That's right, Severus. Dumbledore seemed to dawn on him as he glanced at the 4 people present, Miss Granger. I'm going down. Hermione said quickly, I'm not going to drag you down, I can, She saw the book bag in the corner, her eyes lit up, and she ran over to rummage through it and finally found a scroll. Headmaster, Professor, this is Harry's scroll, it contains a partial record of the pronunciation of the Parseltongue, I thought it might be useful. This is. Dumbledore showed a surprised expression as he looked at Felix. As it has mentioned. Felix said implicitly, and the headmaster remembered it. Very good, Granger. Dumbledore complimented. Hermione tried her best not to look complacent. Dumbledore touched her shoulder with his wand, and she felt herself become light and levitated from the ground with a little effort. Then, they each applied a levitation spell on themselves, ready. Dumbledore got an affirmative answer, he waved his wand, the 4 became light as soap bubbles and then floated down into the dark water pipe. Next, a long underground tunnel, Felix is not sure whether it's a kilometer, or 5 kilometers, then through tunnel curves, 7 turns, and sometimes spiral down they went down. With the shimmering light of magic, Felix could see that the inner walls of the tunnel were slimy, soggy with liquid, and many tubes forked off in all directions. Finally, all the way down, the channel became horizontal. They came to a circular clearing, the floor filled with stagnant water, and above the stagnant water were countless ghastly white rat skeletons. At the moment, they were standing on the huge pile of skeletons. The tunnel is as silent as the grave. Dumbledore looked around with a serious expression, a place he had never known before, and he said softly, huge project, seems Slytherin spent quite a lot of time for this. The 4 walked toward the mouth of one of the largest tunnels, and from a distance, Felix saw a coiled behemoth. Close your eyes. He quickly shouted. Hermione obediently closed her eyes and Dumbledore and Snape closed their eyes while drawing their respective wands. Following the feeling, Felix waved a blazing red light, wrist-thick spell roughly hit the body of the behemoth with a dull to the core boom. At the same time, there is an extremely stealthy wind. This is Snape's magic spell. Dumbledore also struck, he added a shallow golden shield for the 4. Wait a moment, there is no hissing and snake monster movement expected sound. Felix opened his eyes, the behemoth has broken into several pieces, but not the slightest smell of blood. He and Snape came forward, only to find that it was a huge pair of green snakeskin, but the surface is stained with a layer of dust, looking like grey-green ash color. The basilisk is at least 20 feet long besides, Felix said, excellent severing charm, Professor Snape. Snape topped him off, you're not bad either, Felix, your stunning spell is as effective as an exploding charm. Hermione and Dumbledore came closer, Hermione carefully surveyed the remains of the snake molt. A third of it had been blown to pieces, a sign of Professor Hap's magic, and the rest had been sliced in half. the cuts smooth and flat, obviously some kind of powerful cutting magic. The young witch picked up a piece of snake mold, hard, like a piece of metal, she could not help but smack her lips together. Dumbledore carefully examined the basilisk faded skin, a period of years, probably when last time the chamber opened, the snake monster left it behind. At that moment, a crisp phoenix sound came from far away. We need to pick up the pace. Dumbledore walked ahead of the others. They turned around one corner after another, and their feet tread on the soggy water, making a snapping sound. Hermione felt her feet sticky, her nerves trembling uncomfortably, just wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. Finally, they came upon a solid wall with a round iron door enclosed into it. The arrangement looked somewhat like the circular door of the Gryffindor common room, but instead of portraits, 7 intertwined snakes were coiled on it, their eyes inlaid with large, glittering emeralds. The snakes' tails intersected, and their heads parted, closing the entrance completely. Obviously, we need the entry command or forced destruction, Felix said. Snape waved his wand, the invisible cutting spell, the iron switch erupted into a bright green luminescence, and when all went quiet, the round iron door is intact. Dumbledore fingers stroked the twisted snake on the iron door, he shook his head, I can break it, but that will take time. He looked to Felix. Felix takes out the scroll with understanding and tosses it high, the scroll quickly spreads out and unfolds into 7 or 8 meters long. His wand tapped on it, and he whispered, open. The writing on the scroll began to twist, distort, and reassemble, and soon a vortex appeared in the center of the scroll. The 4 people present heard a strange, hissing sound from the scroll. The next moment, the round iron door moved, from the intersection of the snake's tail, swam out of a smaller snake, it swam around the iron door for a whole cycle, and then a click, the door opened. Professor, this is... Hermione is a little curious, she did not know that this scroll has this function. It can convert my words into Parseltongue, of course, provided that it has enough Parseltongue data stored inside. Dumbledore said with a look of admiration, is this the idea you mentioned to me during the interview, combining Muggle wisdom with magic? Snape's and Hermione's eyes fell upon him simultaneously. Felix said calmly, just an attempt. Felix, Dumbledore said, there aren't many open-minded wizards like you left. Afterwards the group moved on and crossed the circular iron door, and before them is a long, dimly lit space. The space resembled a hammer, the handle of which was a spacious corridor in front of them, with many stone pillars carved with coiled serpents coiled on either side of the corridor. These stone pillars were towering to support the high, dark ceiling, casting a long, treacherous shadow under the greenish glow. And at the end of the space is an open clearing, like the square head of a hammer. At the edge of the clearing is a statue equal in height to the room itself, clinging to the dark wall behind it. Felix almost immediately recognized it as a Slytherin statue, a similar object he had seen in a number of books. His eyes fell on the clearing, where a fierce battle or rather, ruthless bashing is taking place. A blind basilisk twisted and turned its body wildly, it stood 30 feet long, and each fling of its body set off a huge rain of stones as a small wizard dodged in desperate disarray. It is none other than Harry Potter. 62, Chapter 62 The Observer. Headmaster, we. Felix drew his wand. Dumbledore did not answer, but instead fell into a deep silence, as if he is asleep. Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione anxiously stomped her feet. Dumbledore pondered for a few seconds, he waved his wand and a disillusionment charm is placed over them. Felix then heard the conversation between Dumbledore and Snape. I don't understand, Dumbledore. What, Severus? The boy. Harry Potter, he's dying. I'm here, Dumbledore said shortly. The conversation ended there, but Felix couldn't help but get caught up in his thoughts. Did Dumbledore want to train Potter as a successor? Between life and death to inspire a person's courage and potential, not to mention this old man is standing on the sidelines at the moment, in control of the situation. Or maybe... He suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Dumbledore when Potter's Parseltongue was exposed. Headmaster said he still needed to confirm something, what could that be? They approached the battlefield silently, and as they got closer, Felix noticed large, broken ice crystals in the empty space, and a dozen palm-sized, blood-stained black scales stuck on half of the collapsed ice wall. It seems that Harry is not powerless to fight back. The 4 of them came near a stone pillar wrapped around a snake in front of the clearing and lifted, part of the effect of the disillusionment charm which allowed them to see each other's positions. Professor. Hermione tugged on his sleeve, and behind the stone pillar, a small wizard is lying on the ground, and next to him was a small, palm-sized bird. It is Ron and Fox. Headmaster, Ron has been spotted. Dumbledore glanced at the field, Severus. I'm keeping an eye on him, Snape said without looking back, his gaze still firmly fixed on Harry's body with a very resistant expression. Dumbledore and Felix crouched in front of Ron, his clothes covered in dust and scratches, but his body is unscathed. A small phoenix on the side gave a low chirp, seemingly seeking credit. "Thank you, Fox," Dumbledore said to it with satisfaction. "Professor, Ron he." Hermione looked at Ron worriedly. "He's fine," Felix said, tapping the ring on his left hand with his wand. A potion flew out, and he gave Ron a hard dose. Ron's eyebrows knitted up. In the empty space, the battle that belonged to Harry continued. He hid behind a boulder, waving his wand. The palm-sized golem volleyed out a cold air mixed with ice crystals. The blind basilisk simply cannot find her, it could only attack the whole field. Again and again, the snake's tail still remains on the dotted white frost. Harry agilely dodged a human-sized stone. The boulder in front of him was smashed into pieces. He hurriedly jogged away, but the sound of footsteps attracted the snake monster's attention, and the next second, the thick tail whipped over. Harry immediately commanded the golem to block in front of him. Thump thump thump. A prism of ice appeared out of thin air. The huge black snake tail smashed down on its head, and after a toothache crushing sound, the icicle and the golem both broke apart on the ground. And Harry took this opportunity to run away on tiptoe. The three professors hiding in the shadows lowered their wands at the same time, and Felix couldn't help but glance at the puddle of golem fragments on the ground in pain. "Just like that? Professor, I want to help Harry," Hermione said. Felix was silent for a moment. "You've thought about it?" "Yes." Felix lifted Hermione's disillusionment charm while taking a beaded pouch out of the ring and handing it to her. "It is going to be your Christmas present, so I'll give it to you in advance. I don't need to tell you how to use it, right?" "No, thank you, Professor," Hermione said cheerfully. She isn't worried about Harry's safety. With the two professors and the headmaster around, how could he die? But she didn't want to see Harry fighting the basilisk all alone. They are best friends. Hermione carefully hid in the shadows, then she walked forward as lightly as possible. On the field, Harry struggled to dodge the basilisk's tail, and flying around debris, the loss of the golem's help, he suddenly fell into an absolute disadvantage. Harry's mouth hissed, "Calm down." But the basilisk had already gone mad, and the fact that it is blind almost foretells its death either by killing or by starvation. What's more, the fact that they had broken into the secret room. "Kill, kill." The snake monster made a hissing sound, and followed the sound of a tail flung at Harry, and the tail came over. Whoosh! The sharp whistling sound cut through the air. An emerald-green wrist-thick vine climbed the basilisk's tail, forcibly halting its attack. Harry showed a disbelieving expression. "Hermione." The little witch wrapped the other end of the devil's snare around the stone pillar, using it to counter the basilisk's terrifying power. "Harry, run!" Harry couldn't think why Hermione appeared here. He quickly ran away, tripping midway, to the Sorting Hat, the big silver bird brought to him. Just a few moments ago, the basilisk found him as an intruder, decided to kill him and Ron. At that time, regardless of Parseltongue, it attacked him while saying Master's orders is everything. At the critical moment, a large silver bird suddenly appeared, not only pecking the basilisk's eyes but also after a brief disappearance, brought him the Sorting Hat. He didn't know quite sure why, but he is sure it would be useful for the situation at hand. He picked up the tattered hat and put it on its head, muttering in a low voice, "Whatever comes, please help me." No voice answered him, but the hat pressed tighter and tighter, as if an unseen hand desperately grasping the Sorting Hat on his head. Jang! Something heavy and hard landed on top of Harry's head, nearly knocking him unconscious. Harry found that it is a shiny silver sword, the hilt of the sword set with brilliant egg-sized rubies. Not far away, Felix's eyes were frozen. That is Gryffindor's sword? Hogwarts, the symbol of courage and trust, one of the four giants. Gryffindor's sword? He turned his head and stared dead at Dumbledore. "Is this what you want to confirm?" Dumbledore did not pay attention to his gaze. His eyes passed through the half-moon glasses, fell on the basilisk. His lips opened and closed silently. This made Felix vaguely feel a hint of discomfort. It's a very eerie feeling. In his vision, the basilisk, Harry, and Hermione three's magic are very conspicuous, but there seems to be something more on the field. Under the disillusionment charm, he curled his fingers and gently touched his brow, and in a flash, the colors of everything in sight were melting and fading. Only black, white, and grey remained. Felix looked ahead at the battlefield. Under his calm face, there is surging waves of shock. In his field of vision, 3 steps to the left, a huge source of magic blazed like a dazzling sun. It is Dumbledore. From his feet, the magic spread out a line, the other end of the line connected to the ground below the basilisk. There is a huge concentration of magical fluctuations. In his unique perspective, the ground like a wave of water, a wave of ups and downs. What is this? Dumbledore had struck. When did he do it? It seemed to be some kind of transfiguration, but he had never seen such an outrageous transfiguration. It turned out that, without his knowledge, Dumbledore had put the basilisk into a cage. At the moment, Felix does not care about the battle on the field at all. There is no need. The basilisk is a large tool. Perhaps its only value is to cooperate with Harry to play a scene so that Dumbledore could see something. 63, Chapter 63 Killing the Basilisk. On the other hand, Ron woke up under the effect of the potion. Well, where am I? Harry. Hermione. Ron sat up in some confusion, then he saw Harry and Hermione, who were circling the basilisk. He quickly recalled what happened. He caught up with Harry with the golem, the two found the basilisk. Harry tried to say something in a Parseltongue, but the basilisk directly attacked. They could only run as hard as they could, not even daring to look back. At that moment, a big silver bird appeared, it pecked the basilisk's eyes, and then, he got swept away by the frenzied basilisk's tail, and his body hurt so much that he thought he nearly killed in the process. Ron's last memory is the image of Harry holding him, the big silver bird turned into an invisible dot, and then landing on his shoulder. It shed tears. Is it sad for me? Ron stood up and moved his arms and legs, which were actually intact. He took out Lockhart's wand and prepared to move forward, but the scene of him being swept by the basilisk appeared before his eyes, and great fear gripped his heart. I'll die. He stared at the field, Harry holding an unfamiliar silver sword, brought by Hermione. But where are the professors? Where is Dumbledore? He looked around, no sign of the professors. Also, what were those things that looked like devil's snare branches? Ron felt that he woke up, and the situation has been completely unreadable. At the moment, the basilisk has already broken free of the third devil's snare control, it becomes angrier and angrier, hissing, and showing the long poisonous teeth that looked like a row of sharp daggers. It coiled its body in a circle, the tail crack-slapped the stone pillar, rolling up a piece of debris. Harry scrambled up the toe of the Slytherin statue, the basilisk lunged forward, the huge head of the snake smashed out a half-meter-deep crater. Hermione's beaded pouch has lost its effect, she rushed out to send out a few red magic spells, but the basilisk's scales easily bounced it off. What should I do? Ron is trembling, and his heart is at war with the world. Snape's mouth hooked a silent mocking smile, he raised his hand and raised his wand. However, the next moment, Ron Weasley rushed out, he picked up a stone and smashed it on the head of the basilisk. Hey! I'm here! He waved his arms exaggeratedly to attract the basilisk's attention. The basilisk's black eye sockets turned toward Ron, causing him to gag. Under the disillusionment charm, a few professors had different thoughts. Stupid lion! This is Snape's opinion. Brave Gryffindor! Dumbledore's eyes moistened. Commendable courage, Felix said, but that would never be his choice. Ron paid the price for his recklessness, rolling and crawling to avoid the sweeping snake's tail, painfully hurt by the stones on the ground, and he broke a gash in his finger. The basilisk opened its mouth wide, its ghastly white fangs reflecting the green light hanging down from the ceiling, looking very scary. In a panic, Ron threw the wand in his hand, which belonged to Lockhart's in the air across an arc, coincidentally fell into the mouth of the basilisk but did not do anything. And with this effort, Harry has climbed up the huge statue, his feet is under the giant head of Slytherin. Harry stood high above the basilisk, looking down at the frantic attack, clutching the gleaming Gryffindor sword in his hand. The basilisk in the center, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exactly in 3 different locations. As if a telepath, their eyes crossed the basilisk, as they saw each other. Ron suddenly ran in Harry's direction, his mouth hissing, the only Parseltongue he had ever learned from Harry, the one he intended to use to scold Malfoy. Stupid! This word instantly attracted the basilisk's full attention, plus Ron stumbled all the way down and made a sound that allowed it to quickly lock onto its target. The basilisk twisted its snake body, scraping its scales against the ground, and swam quickly towards Ron. Hermione followed, but she got a bit far away and could only see the basilisk's back. Ron ran under the Slytherin statue, he shouted, Harry! At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The basilisk raised its head high, ready to attack, Hermione's mouth opened wide, eyes full of surprise. And Harry, he raised the Gryffindor sword, leaping from the Slytherin statue. The 3 professors outside the field with their wand held high at the same time, clenching it in their hands, Snape took a deep breath of cold air. Time seems to have slowed down, Harry felt the whistling wind from his ears, the basilisk in his eyes as slow as a snail, he even in midair especially have the strength to adjust his falling posture. It's like playing a different kind of Quidditch game. Snib! The surface of the silver Gryffindor sword blossomed like a watery glow, piercing through the head of the snake monster like a thunderbolt, and Harry, with the speed of his descent and his own weight, slammed the sword completely into it, leaving only a hilt. The basilisk felt the threat of death and pain, it completely frenzied, desperately flinging head, tail like a long whip sweeping the ground debris. Harry's death grip on the hilt of the sword, his leg got nicked, but he was completely unaware of it. Instead, he is desperately turning the hilt, so that the Gryffindor sword in the head of the basilisk would open a bloody hole. And the basilisk's body became rigid all of a sudden, and Felix stared at the scene with dead eyes, not letting go of any detail. In his field of vision, the basilisk is imprisoned by the huge magic power below it. It is Dumbledore. Everything flashed like lightning. 5 or 6 seconds later, Harry is flung out of the way, Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione arrived, she waved her wand and used a standard floating spell to catch Harry. The basilisk is extremely resilient and wriggled for almost a minute after its head was pierced before collapsing with a crash. Ron limped over to the two. He is bruised and battered, but he smiled brightly. We won, it's incredible, isn't it? Harry also laughed out. He suffered badly, multiple cuts on his arm, a long gash on his thigh, that is the basilisk's dying counterattack. He is about to say something, but his vision blurred in front of him for a moment. Harry! Harry! Ron's voice and Hermione's voice as if a layer between. Harry heard with some difficulty. He faintly heard Hermione saying a basilisk venom. Basilisk's venom is highly toxic. Am I going to die? Harry asked himself. His lips opened and closed, but he is not sure if he has spoken. Harry! Ron shouted. Hermione shouted towards where Felix and the others were. Professor, Headmaster. The disillusionment charm lifted and Dumbledore came striding out. Headmaster, Harry is going to die, Ron said sadly, too late to think about why Dumbledore had arrived so coincidentally. He's not going to die. Dumbledore's firm tone brought great comfort to Ron and Hermione. Dumbledore waved his hand and Phoenix Fox let out a chirp and flew down. It landed next to Harry and big drops of tears fell on his wounds. The wound quickly stopped bleeding, shrunk, and healed completely. Headmaster? Professor? Harry opened his eyes. He looked at the phoenix in front of him and then at his own wound. What's going on? I'm not. Harry, the tears of the phoenix can detoxify poisons and heal wounds. Harry looked curiously at the fox in front of him. This is Phoenix? But it's too fugly, right, and too small, only palm-sized. What is its name? Fox. Harry looked at the phoenix and said gratefully, Thank you, Fox, it's nice to meet you, I'm Harry, Harry Potter. The phoenix's tiny head jumped onto his shoulder and nuzzled Harry's face affectionately. Dumbledore introduced, the phoenix is a quite fascinating creature. Unfortunately, Fox has just undergone a nirvana. In a little while it will be covered in marvelous red and golden feathers. They can carry heavy things, their tears can cure poison, and they are an exceptionally loyal companion. They then returned to the castle, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sent to the school clinic. Among them, Ron and Hermione were both bruised, Ron somewhat more badly, while Harry had just been healed by the tears of the phoenix and apart from the dirty spots, there is nothing wrong with his body at all. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 64, Chapter 64 Storytelling. The school nurse, Madame Pomfrey, took care of these wounds with just a few simple minor magic spells, and then she poured a vial of potion for the three of them to cheer up. It's good for you all. Harry choked and rolled his eyes. Madame Pomfrey, please give us a few more minutes, Dumbledore said gently. Madame Pomfrey turned and left. It's just the trio, Dumbledore and Felix at the scene. Snape had been sent away by the headmaster to find Professor McGonagall and later they would have to make another trip to the Chamber of Secrets to get rid of the basilisk's body. I'm sure you all have a lot to say. Dumbledore's eyes fell on a sideways looking at the table where the sorting hat, a silver sword inlaid with rubies, laid. Harry began to tell them the story as it happened. He told them that he heard a wandering spirit-like voice without a form for the first time when he was detained in Professor Lockhart's office. Combined with the information Hermione got from Professor Hap, he confirmed that he is a Parseltongue. But because of the bad reputation of the Parseltongue, I concealed it, and besides, there were no attacks at the time, Harry said with some shame. Everyone has their own secrets that they don't want to be pried into, Dumbledore said kindly, which made Harry feel a little better. He also told that after the first attack, they discovered the spiders in the castle escaping and learned from Myrtle that she was the victim of the Chamber of Secrets opening 50 years ago. Harry specifically mentioned the point that the day of the attack on Myrtle, she heard a boy's voice, which is the greatest evidence that they judge the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Hermione deduced it, Harry did not take the credit, Hermione waved her hand sheepishly. After that came the second attack, and speaking of which, Harry had a strong urge in his heart to voice their suspicions about Malfoy. Dumbledore must be able to find out something, right? However, just as he gathered enough courage, Snape and Professor McGonagall pushed the door in. Professor McGonagall saw the three of them in a mess, could not help but hold her chest. Oh my god, what have you all been through? Professor Snape said you guys recklessly challenged the monster in the chamber. If this is true, I'll definitely detain you. Minerva, Dumbledore interrupted, and Severus, you are just in time, let us hear their adventures before we make our final judgment. So, there were two more people listening to the story. Harry opened his mouth and finally swallowed his suspicions about Malfoy as he began to recount the key information he had learned from Hermione that the Parseltongue could manipulate snakes as Slytherin did and then from Hagrid about the existence of the eight-eyed giant spider Acromantula and its fearful attitude towards the monster. And those dead chickens. Ron reminded him. That's right, Hagrid kept a lot of dead chickens, and he thought the foxes were responsible. Harry added, that's pretty much the information we're relying on to piece together the truth about the Chamber of Secrets. I'm more interested in understanding how this series of events happened tonight. Dumbledore nodded approvingly at first, then he asked. Harry then continued with the story of how they slipped out of the Great Hall to meet Professor Hap to explain the situation. Snape made a snort and halfway through heard the sound of the basilisk again, so they saved Justin, and Harry sent the others to seek help from the professor, while he went to keep an eye on the monster to prevent it from attacking others. That was a noble act, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. But what I saw was just a reckless and arrogant venture. Headmaster Dumbledore, you've given them too much leeway. Snape played the role of splashing cold water with a stern face. Felix watched with interest. Snape's distaste for Harry Potter was really unconcealed, but then he was the first to stand up for Harry when he was in danger. Associated with what he had investigated, the corners of his mouth could not help but hook up. We can't rush to judgment, Severus. Ron and Hermione then told their part of the experience separately. Hermione had nothing to say, she merely circled the empty castle for a few minutes and ran into Professor Hap. Ron's story, on the other hand, is much more exciting. Not only did he attack the professor, Lockhart, he also snatched his wand, and in a panic Ron tries to gloss over the story to make him look in bright light. He went to the lavatory and realized that Harry wasn't carrying his powerful golem, so he simply jumped down and did a delivery job for the hero. By the way, Headmaster, Ron said apprehensively, Professor Lockhart's wand was swallowed by the basilisk, do I have to pay for it? His own wand is still half broken. That's really is a problem, Gilderoy has had some bad luck lately. I'll talk to him. Dumbledore said in a light-hearted tone, if we're lucky, his wand is still lying intact in the basilisk's stomach. After all three young wizards had told their part of the story, Professor McGonagall said feebly, what you have done tonight goes far beyond your duties, and I might add, you have broken at least 100 school rules along the way. But how did you defeat the basilisk? Harry recounted how he and Ron met near the snake mold, they went into the chamber together, and then encountered the basilisk. Speaking of this, Harry suddenly realized that he should have stopped near the snake mold, but he had not thought of this at all at the time. Am I really a reckless, stupid lion, as Snape said? As the story continues, the two's unexpected visit offends the basilisk's psychological bottom line. It attacks Harry and Ron frantically until Fawkes pecks the snake's eyes, and they barely have the strength to face the basilisk. Professor Hap's golem helped a lot. Harry glanced gratefully at Felix, the professor just smiled and did not say anything, his gaze kept pausing on the tattered and dirty sorting hat. As Harry continued speaking, during which he glanced oddly at Hermione, who he didn't know when she arrived. Finally, he recounted the process of taking out the basilisk with the ultimate leap of his own, with the three of them working with each other. At this point, finally ended the whole story. Felix clapped his hands, a wonderful adventure, I think, your story, enough to make a book. Felix, Snape bracketed a long voice, in his characteristic, without a trace of emotion, perhaps, you see yourself in them. No, Professor Snape, Felix said light-heartedly, I'm nothing like them. They're both good Gryffindor, and you and me, he glanced at Snape, we're standard Slytherin, aren't we? As the sorting hat can testify. He reached out, extremely naturally, picked up the sorting hat, and put it on his head. 65, Chapter 65 Dumbledore's Heir? When the trio came out of the school clinic, they had warm smiles on their faces just now. Dumbledore, in recognition of their outstanding courage, gave them 200 points each, but also a collective contribution award. Of course, some digits need to be deducted from the extra points. Any past violations of school orders will be left alone, but some of today's actions 20 points each for the trio going out in violation of the ban, and 50 points for Ron's misconduct towards Professor Lockhart, plus a month of detention. Even so, they earned 490 points for their house at once. This means that Gryffindor had secured the house cup in advance. I think it's worth it. Even Ron, who had to spend a month in solitary detention, had no problem with it. If they won the Quidditch championship once more, this year would be perfect. Harry thought a little greedily, but there is still time. At the end of the conversation, Harry and Dumbledore had communicated alone, and in this private conversation, he gathered the courage to voice his long-standing doubts about whether he had been sorted into the wrong house. After all, the sorting hat strongly implied that he would achieve great things if he remained in Slytherin. And he was completely reassured by Dumbledore's words, pointing to the Gryffindor sword on the table and telling him, only a true Gryffindor can pull it out of the hat. He also figured out the reason he could do the Parseltongue, which, according to the headmaster, is because Voldemort had transferred some of his powers into his body that night. This left Harry dumbfounded. It makes more sense to live the way you want to live than to dwell on a past you can't change, Dumbledore said to him. It is completely dark, but the shadow that has enveloped Hogwarts for 2 whole months has finally dissipated. Ron suddenly spoke up, you guys, What did Professor Hap just mean by what he said? It's Gryffindor, Slytherin, whatever. Harry thought about his behavior tonight and said with feeling, I guess, maybe it's the traits that different houses cherish? Like courage, which Gryffindor respects, and calm self-control, which Slytherin esteems. I almost forgot Professor Hap is a Slytherin until you said it. Ron cooed in a small voice. Hermione did not say anything. She remembered her first private rune lesson. Professor Hap was particularly interested in the sorting hat. His original words were, maybe I should reintroduce myself to it sometime. The little witch felt this just seemed like an excuse for the professor to reintroduce himself to the sorting hat. When they returned to the common room, the trio hid in a corner and exchanged detailed information. Hermione's words surprised them the most. The three professors were standing on the sidelines from the beginning to the end. How could they do that? Ron said indignantly, but he felt like he was going to die several times. With them in, our lives are not in danger. Hermione sensibly said. I just want to know why we desperately have to kill the basilisk, and they are watching from the sidelines. Ron is still full of complaints. I think Headmaster Dumbledore might be trying to test us, remember last year? Harry said thoughtfully, Voldemort is not dead, this is what Dumbledore told that time, he said, Voldemort will return one day. Could it be that Dumbledore wants to train us as the heirs to resist Voldemort? Ron said with a red face as if the mere utterance of this inference is enough to excite him, Dumbledore is not young, I mean, it is time for him to consider this issue, right? Dumbledore's heir sounds so much more perfect than Slytherin's heir. The trio couldn't help but breathe hard at the same time. The Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore, Snape, Felix, and Professor McGonagall stood by the corpse of the basilisk. Professor McGonagall came here for the first time, she could not help but survey the place. It's like a lair of darkness and terror. She whispered. Felix touched his finger across the pupil of the basilisk. Most of it had been destroyed by Fawkes, black blood had contaminated most of the snake's face, and he had managed to gather a bit of clean material. He is very interested in the basilisk gift of death to all who stare, which is what he is extremely wary of the basilisk but only wary, he has too many ways to avoid it. However, he is curious, if Dumbledore and the basilisk look at each other, what will happen? Will Dumbledore get killed by the basilisk's gaze? When Felix saw the headmaster's magic power source, which is so vast that it can be considered terrifying, his heart swayed. In front of this class of wizards, is the basilisk's death stare really useful? Just like he can resist a stupefy spell or a couple of them. Felix analyzed Dumbledore's strength while collecting various materials from the basilisk. Professor Snape, who did the same. Whether it is basilisk venom, basilisk teeth, blood, scales, he will never refuse any of them. On the other end, Dumbledore is talking in a low voice with Professor McGonagall. Albus, I think, we should publicize it well, so the outside world can see that we solved the trouble of the Chamber of Secrets so that they won't talk about it casually. Naturally, Professor McGonagall had read the previous coverage and felt angry in her heart. Minerva, I don't object to this, but it would have to wait for a few days. Why? Lucius Malfoy has been very active on the school board lately, and he seems to think that this is a good opportunity to get me out of the school, Dumbledore said non-committally. How dare he? Professor McGonagall yelled angrily. From what I understand, Lucius has threatened several school board members, and it might be within the next few days that he will make a move on me. Dumbledore, so what should we do? Just wait. Dumbledore's gaze seemed to penetrate the ceiling above the chamber and saw the landscape further away. Felix and Snape also exchanged a series of words in the process of drafting the initial plan for the distribution of the basilisk material. He also found Lockhart's wand. With the Augmenti spell he rinsed it several times, in addition to the lingering strong odor. From the exterior alone you cannot see what it has gone through. I hope Lockhart will not mind. Afterward, they moved the basilisk's body to an abandoned classroom and locked the door with magic. They would split the basilisk when the school announced the information. When Felix returned to his office, he realized it is nearly 9 o'clock. Hogwarts still has a curfew and the corridors are sparsely populated, but it won't be long before the usual buzz will return. Sitting on the sofa, Felix is still thinking about the chamber. The chamber was found, and the basilisk was dead, but there is still a Slytherin heir within the castle. Or simply, in Felix's mind, a certain little wizard who had been manipulated by Voldemort's Horcrux. How to pull her/him out? If you really cause a major mess, not to mention the other, Hogwarts closed for 2 months for a thorough inspection, so you can make him unable to cope up. Felix pondered his strategy when there came a sudden, sharp knock at the door. He pushed the door open and saw a young wizard who surprised him quite a bit, Draco Malfoy. Strangely enough, Malfoy's face is very pale, and the tip of his nose holds a fine bead of sweat. He was also clutching a long, dark green striped long scarf at the other end of the scarf, about 2 meters from him, dragging a plain black book. You could tell that Malfoy is trying his best to keep himself away from that item. Come in, Mr. Malfoy, Felix said, his instincts telling him that he would get something big for himself tonight. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 66, Chapter 66 Night Talk. Malfoy sat restlessly on the couch. Felix sat across him and first beckoned a cup of hot cocoa and handed it to him. Sweets will make you feel happier. He then waved his wand, causing the black book to float up and land on the small, low table between them. Bam! Malfoy, unable to suppress a shudder from his body. It seems that you had an extraordinary encounter, would you like to talk about it? Felix said in an encouraging tone. The diary. Professor, Malfoy spoke, his voice very hoarse, I have to ask for forgiveness. I think that I, unintentionally, made a mistake. Felix's light blue eyes looked at him, go on. Yes, it was Potter and the others. Malfoy's breath quickened, a few weeks ago, I found them breaking the ban, more than once. So I sneaked up behind them and found them hiding in Myrtle's place, which is a girl's lavatory. Myrtle's place, Felix repeated his words. That's right, Professor. Felix's response gave Malfoy confidence and the tip of his nose reddened slightly, they must be plotting something. The Potter's always doing this, repeatedly breaking school rules without getting any punishment. I can see that he is quite resentful about this, and kept trolling Potter. Everyone is responsible for their own actions, Felix said, echoing his words. Yes, Professor Hap, you are being so unbiased, if you ask me, few people recognize him for what he is. Potter is reckless and arrogant, and that Weasley is inseparable from him like a... Mr. Malfoy, Felix interrupted, let's continue what we were just talking about. Okay, Professor. Potter found me, I panicked and ran away, and when I went back later they had cleaned up all the traces, but I found this. His eyes fell on the black book. This is a diary, and a very scary dark magic artifact. Malfoy said quickly, with a look of half disgust and half awe on his face. I thought at the time that it was left by Potter and the others, probably someone's diary. But I found out that it belonged to a man named Tom Riddle, a former head of Slytherin. I can still talk to him, he taught me quite a lot. Tom Riddle, the name. Felix's eyes became deep. So, you hid its existence? I think the professors stressed more than once not to trust these things that keep their mind hidden. Malfoy lowered his head, and Felix could easily see his platinum blonde hair. And then what, Malfoy? According to you, it counts as a mentor to you, and what caused your attitude to change? Malfoy showed a reminiscent look, for the first few days, everything was normal. But after that, things changed. I find that I sometimes appear somewhere inexplicable, and when I try to think about it, I always subconsciously forget it. Also, my robe, my school bag, my collar, somehow covered with chicken feathers, and I never touch those things. Later today, I somehow appeared in an isolated corridor on the 4th floor of the castle, and when I realized it, saw Harry running away from me. I think, Malfoy lowered his voice, as if his previous words were all in preparation for this moment, that this is a trap, targeting me. A quiet silence fell over the office. Felix played with his wand, seems to be thinking about something. After a while, he leaned over, using his empty hand to pick up the diary. He flipped through it, except for the first page with the name Tom Riddle written in ink, the other pages were blank. Turning over to the back cover, the name of a press agent in London's Vauxhall Road was printed on it. Mr. Malfoy, said Felix, do you mean to say that all this was done by the Potter? It's possible, Professor, he said slowly. What about their purpose in doing this? Have you thought of another possibility, like, for example, that this diary has something to do with the recent attack on the Chamber of Secrets? Malfoy's pale cheeks turned even whiter as he stammered, and Professor Hap's light blue eyes looked at him, which made Malfoy feel that those little thoughts of his were being seen through. Subconsciously, he was thinking that this diary had something to do with the Chamber of Secrets. He wanted to give this thing to a reliable hand, and didn't want to invite trouble. God knows what he did when he was unconscious, this thing he must not let his father know, so he deliberately avoided Professor Snape, whom he trusted more, and who had a closer relationship with his family. As for whether it was related to Potter, he couldn't be sure, but isn't it normal to give Potter a little trouble? Professor. I'm not sure, I have no memory of that. He said wryly. In any case, Felix gave him a look, you made a wise choice. Slytherin plus 50 points, that's as far as I can do, maybe we can go to Headmaster Dumbledore together. No, that's not necessary, Professor. Malfoy said busily as he stood up, I just have one request, can you help me keep it a secret? Confidentiality. I mean, until we find out the truth, it's best not to mention my existence or tell my family, it will have an effect on the Malfoy family's reputation. Felix looked at him, yes. As he said. Thank you, Professor, if there is nothing else, I will leave now. After getting Felix's permission, he quickly left. In the office, Felix quietly looked at the diary and tapped his fingers on the arm of his chair. Ta. His perspective changed, and in a black and white world, in front of him was a cloud of darkness thicker and deeper than ink, and he examined it carefully, but he could find nothing but the darkness itself. Felix came to the workbench, thought about it, he took out the quill and dropped a drop of ink on the diary. A stain appeared on the page. He waited quietly, and yet nothing happened. Felix. Am I not doing it right, or did Malfoy not make it clear? He pulled out his wand and gestured at the diary's open page. Show secrets. Emergency active. Magic track. Status feedback. After a series of attempts, the diary did not respond and lay there peacefully. This item in front of him definitely utilized incredibly secretive means of production. Even he could not find out the error for now. Does the 16 or 17-year-old Voldemort has this ability? If we talk about the category of dark magic, he did not dare to judge, but the magical creation. What made him surpass me? Felix fell into deep thought, fingers tapping the tabletop. The silent office issued a da sound. I don't know how long it took, but he finally stopped. Felix's light blue eyes became extraordinarily bright. He thought of a possibility that made his body tremble. Voldemort is the heir of the Chamber of Secrets left behind by Slytherin, the probability being that he is one of his descendants, so Voldemort could be able to open the Chamber of Secrets with his Parseltongue while attending Hogwarts. What will be in that Chamber of Secrets? Just a basilisk that has survived for 1,000 years? This is too wasteful, but another way of thinking, perhaps it is guarding something. For example, Slytherin's top secret research materials. 67, Chapter 67 Bewitched. Felix tried to project a scenario from 50 years ago. A bright, cautious, ambitious young wizard, who stumbled upon Slytherin lore after entering Hogwarts, would have been clever enough to discover that the two shared the same magical gift, the Parseltongue, which pretty much meant there would be a de facto bloodline relationship between the two. He must have been thrilled to have the same blood flowing through his veins as the noble Slytherin. No doubt he will try to find the Chamber of Secrets left by his ancestors, which may take years, but with his wisdom and perhaps with the help of some snakes. In short, he succeeded. As a descendant of Slytherin, he became the new master of the basilisk. He rightfully inherited everything there. For example, a deeper hidden room filled with all sorts of forbidden Slytherin knowledge. Slytherin especially good at bloodline research, but also hold a number of powerful ancient magic. The key thing is that in those days, dark magic was on the rise, and Slytherin never shied away from studying and using that dark magic. The young wizard received the gift of his ancestors, and he secretly digested it all, growing deeper and deeper in the field of magic, and his ambition swelled. Until after being rejected by Dumbledore, he formed an army of Death Eaters and became the Dark Lord, the talk of the town. Can all this be true? Maybe it's just my speculation. Felix's gaze seemed to penetrate through time and saw the rise of the second-generation Dark Lord. He stared motionlessly at the diary, like a quiet painting in the quiet night. Who wouldn't want the research material of a legendary wizard who had passed through the Grandmaster class? The mere possibility is worth trying. I am afraid that Voldemort took them away or destroyed them, then it would be bad. Felix already had a plan in mind. The first step of the goal is to start an exchange, but the Horcrux is surprisingly playing dead. After some thought, Felix quickly constructed a small section of memories and emotions in his mind. In the new memory, he is still a genius wizard who has achieved outstanding success at a young age, but the difference is that he is extremely conceited and arrogant, and has no doubt that he can control this mysterious diary. The art of lying is 9 truths and 1 lie, I just need to make him misjudge my character and make him think I can be useful to him. Felix thought to himself. He opened the diary, picked up a quill dripping with ink, and wrote an impassioned line on it. Evil dark magic artifacts, reveal your secrets, or I will destroy you completely. After a moment of mental speculation, the mood fell in line, but the message revealed was not appealing enough, so he added another paragraph imitating Lockhart's tone. I, Felix Happ, the best graduate of Hogwarts in 100 years, published 3 books related to magic and kept in correspondence with hundreds of famous wizards, but I don't hang on that. I didn't get Dumbledore's offer of employment on the basis of my strong connections. He stopped his pen for a second, 2 seconds. An extremely subtle regal powerful thoughts swept through. This consciousness did not force through his memory, recklessly read the false information inside, but simply wandered around the periphery, capturing his emotions. This is something that impressed Felix. This is what many masters of the legilimency do, they rarely enter someone's mind crudely to check their memories, rather they perceive the other person's emotions at the moment, supplemented it with their own rich experience so that they can unknowingly get the information they want. Under Felix's watchful eye, the ink on the diary is absorbed into it. He waited patiently, and sure enough, a line of text emerged from the diary. Hello, Felix Happ. The line lingered for a few seconds and quickly disappeared, and a new line of writing appeared. I am not some dark magic artifact, that little wizard misunderstood me, someone else actually opened the Chamber of Secrets. Felix hooked the corners of his mouth as he simply wrote, "Who is it? I can show you." A dazzling white light poured out of the diary, and Felix felt his body being pulled as if he was going to fall in the next second. He quickly closed the diary. Bang! After a few seconds of pause, he opened the diary again. The soul in the diary froze a little, and he slowly typed a question mark. Felix wrote on it, "Don't think I'm one of those unreliable little wizards, I'm a genius Slytherin and won't fall for your tricks easily." There's a full pause of more than 10 seconds before another line of text appeared on the diary. "You are indeed cautious enough, Felix Happ, but I am really not a dark magic artifact, I graduated from Slytherin like you, and in a way, I am your senior. 50 years ago, I was the one who caught the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets." Felix smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly the impression he wanted to give the Horcrux, an arrogant and self-absorbed, but at the same time shrewd Slytherin image at the same time. So, don't try to fool him with some cheap stuff. Next, the diary took nearly half an hour, painstakingly writing thousands of words to make clear the events of 50 years ago. Seeing the handwriting on the diary getting lighter and lighter, Felix thoughtfully put a few drops of ink. The murderer who opened the Chamber of Secrets was Rubeus Hagrid. Finally, the diary concluded. "And how do you explain taking control of the little wizard in the school?" Felix asked a sharp question. A large paragraph quickly emerged from the pages of the diary. The Chamber of Secrets was reopened. Rubeus Hagrid was not imprisoned in Azkaban, he remained at the school as a Forbidden Forest guard. The danger never went away, and as I expected, this year something finally went wrong. I tried to give a warning, but the little wizard named Draco Malfoy wasn't interested in it, instead, he was more interested in watching the fun. I had to control him to try and find out what Hagrid had been doing to commit the crime. The diary wrote in an emotionally filled tone, "Even though I am only a memory, the determination to safeguard Hogwarts has not changed. I am still a member of Hogwarts and have an obligation to stop this from happening." Felix wrote in his diary, "Is everything you said true? Of course, I was raised in a Muggle orphanage, unlike those pure-blood families whose arrogance is practically soaked to the bone. You can check out the prize showroom at Hogwarts, there should still be my trophy there." "Sounds like it's true." Felix wrote, but under the acculamancy, he couldn't help but a curse, "You have scanned me 17 times, really believe I won't notice it? Because all this originally is genuine, you can investigate as much as you can, but time is short, the next attack could happen at any time. My suggestion is to write to the Ministry of Magic in secret and ask them to take Rubeus Hagrid away temporarily." "You want me to snitch?" Felix wrote angrily. "No, it's just a test. Believe me, if you take him away, the attack will stop immediately." A seductive line appeared in the diary, "When this is over, you will come forward and enjoy the honor you deserve, I think, a medal of the Order of Merlin in the name of the brave man who ended the attack of the Chamber of Secrets. But please also keep me a secret for the time being, there is someone at the school who shelters Hagrid, and if he were to discover my presence, he would not hesitate to use me as a scapegoat. This is my only request until everything comes to light, you can do whatever you want." Felix paused for a moment and wrote on it, "I'll think about it." He then took out an exquisite box from the suitcase in the corner of the office and put the diary inside. A complex rune pattern flickered away. After completely isolating the diary from the outside world, Felix looked back on the exchange of words he had just had in the silent office and sincerely exclaimed with admiration. Spoken as if it were true. 68, Chapter 68 Lockhart's Trouble. The following few days passed calmly around campus, but secretly there were undercurrents. Rita Skeeter's firepower is all focused on Lockhart, and after many years, the two were once again sparring across the newspaper. They are both writers of great repute, each with their own huge readership, and as a result, the news about them is the hottest of the moment. And in the newspaper margins of the word block, began to appear sporadically on Dumbledore's inability to respond to the attack on the Chamber of Secrets question, Felix smelled the smell of conspiracy. Thinking about the conversation between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall in the chamber, he almost realized what is going on. Nothing more than some pure-blood family launched a public opinion campaign, trying to use it to bring down Dumbledore. But everything could have been a futile effort, the basilisk has died, only not disclosed. Dumbledore wanted to fish, once and for all to solve the problem, then so be it, Felix is not interested. In the last class before the holidays, he took the parchment given by Professor McGonagall and explained some precautions as written. "Don't cast spells outside of school, and don't take teaching aids home, you know what I mean." The young wizards at the back laughed. At noon, when Felix walked into the Great Hall, he unexpectedly saw Lockhart standing in the doorway. He is just about to pretend he didn't notice when Lockhart tugged on his hand. "Professor Lockhart." He had to stop in his tracks. Lockhart said to him with a troubled look, "Professor Happ, we need to talk." The two men walked into the shadowy corner in front of the foyer. "Professor Happ, for the sake of us being colleagues, you have to help me, that Skeeter woman is driving me crazy." Felix asked, somewhat curiously, what's going on? That woman is making wild rumors in the newspaper, trying desperately to discredit me. She went so far as to slander me, saying that my adventures were all fake, for God's sake. What a ridiculous statement. Felix looked at him with a bizarre expression. Yeah, you think it's outrageous as well, right? You can't doubt me just because I have an outstanding appearance, and of course, I can't exorcise the female ghost by smiling. He cleared his throat in annoyance. Professor Lockhart, Felix interrupted, please state your reason directly. Oh, well, it's like this. His tone became stammering. I think that this quarrel between me and that woman, there's no need to occupy public resources. Perhaps in private we can communicate, negotiate a settlement. But what does that have to do with me? Come on, Professor Hap, I know who that woman is, she won't let you off lightly, and in her mind, you're a perfect news material. Lockhart said with a shrewd face, if you ask me, you've said hello to her through some big shot. Felix said to himself, you're a real talent, you can even make a connection like this. He excused himself and said, I'm not familiar with her, but I happened to hear from Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that around the holidays, the school will announce a big news, when some journalists will be invited to attend, perhaps she will also be here. Really? Lockhart's eyes lit up, I need to talk to Dumbledore. Thank you very much, Professor Hap, if you need anything in the future, just come to me, I heard that you have studied ancient magic, and it so happens that I know something about it. Let's talk about it, Felix said with disinterest. Lockhart did not pay attention to his attitude, he cheerfully proposed to leave, it looks like he is going to go directly to Dumbledore. By the way, Professor Lockhart, I heard that your wand. He wanted to find out if Dumbledore had cleaned the smell off it by the way when he handed it over. He is very curious about it. Gee, you know about it too, don't you? Horrible behavior, if you ask me, 3 weeks of detention is light for him, that reckless Weasley. At the other end, Ron returned to the common room in a huff. You shouldn't stop me, Harry, said Ron, who had just had another fight with Percy. Harry didn't feel good inside, they had originally solved the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, but at Dumbledore's request, they had to hold back for a few days and postpone the announcement of this honor until the new school term started. Which makes his situation not much better, and even, Ron is suffering from a ban on his back. But Harry still advised Ron that, think positive, if everything goes well, after Christmas, we can let Malfoy get the punishment he deserves, and then all the troubles will be solved together. His words made Ron's heart feel better, that's right, I wish Christmas would come sooner. Then he said with a raised eyebrow, Harry, that is a special contribution award, no one in my family has ever won, not even Bill. When I get the trophy, I'm going to smash it in Percy's face. On the other side of the table, Hermione had been writing and drawing on parchment, not participating in their discussion. Hermione, what are you doing? Hermione looked up from her parchment and she sighed, I'm planning a makeover for the beaded pouch, ew, it's just too hard. Harry asked her with interest, is it that little bag that releases the devil's snare? Yes, the basilisk did some damage to it in the chamber, and I requested permission from Professor Hap to do the restoration work independently. But it is much more trouble than I thought, even though I watched Professor make it from start to finish. Harry couldn't resist asking more questions, the little witch excitedly gave the two of them the basic concepts of ancient runes, which made Harry and Ron dizzy, and the two of them tacitly diverted the topic. In the evening, Felix took out the diary and once again wrote and scribbled in it. Hagrid was taken away, and I don't know if I did the right thing. Felix wrote, which of course is a snub, he also cleaned up the prepared Christmas gifts this afternoon, including Hagrid's. A string of letters emerged from the diary, you've done the right thing, and believe me, the attacks will stop, and you're the biggest contributor. Felix said unmoved, I won't take your word to heart, I'll always be on my guard. Of course, if the attack happens again, you can absolutely hand me over. The diary stated. Felix penned, I'm curious, how were you made? You know, you simply had an ordinary book as a medium, but it carried a memory over half a century. The diary is not repulsed by this question, on the contrary, he welcomes it very much. Talk, open your heart to me. A fluent string of words danced across the page, that involves very deep mystery in magic, and if you're interested, I'll tell you everything I know. Thus, one person and one diary began to communicate in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. At first, they discussed the relatively superficial scope, but after Felix pointed out his mistakes several times, the diary had to come up with more profound content, but he also rather cunning, a lot of key points are brushed off as he did not inject this part of information back then. That night, Felix gained some tips on storing memories on regular items and some knowledge of bloodline research. At the end of the exchange, the journal strongly recommended him a relaxation technique, which he swore had a magical effect. Felix locked the diary away, but he couldn't help but think, I believe in you, you bastard. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 69, Chapter 69 Memory. Finally, the semester was over, and the young wizards lined up to board the train home, leaving Hogwarts mostly empty for a while. The usual silence of the morning after a heavy snowfall completely enveloped the entire castle. Felix walked through the castle, only occasionally encountering a young wizard, but he did not feel the least bit stuffy, but rather peaceful. He picked a remote place near the frozen black lake, used magic to turn the rock into a chair, comfortably lying on it. He lightly snapped his fingers, a bright blue flame floating above his head. Felix took a book out of his ring and read it with interest. What he had in his hand is Ravenclaw Manuscript, Volume 2, where the descendants have compiled the information left by Rowena Ravenclaw and divided the contents into 12 whole volumes according to different categories. The second volume consisted of Ravenclaw's daily entourage, which did not involve specific wizarding knowledge, and to his eyes, it's filled with large paragraphs of cloudy, poetry-like mumblings. A random quote. The stone became a bird, chirping, and chirping. Across mountains and lakes, it brought back daisy flowers from the red plains. Felix. It is difficult to understand the state of mind of Lady Ravenclaw at that time. Felix also assumed that Ravenclaw had been educated as a noble lady in her youth, and had a special preference for poetry because of her family's education. But were there any famous poets at that time? Felix scratched his head a bit. With his not very good historical knowledge, he only knew the 4 founders of Hogwarts active in the Middle Ages, but it seems that the poetry of that period is inseparable from the category of religious hymns. He read on. The river said to me, O Creator, you gave me thought, but never gave me form. One day, I will merge into the ocean. Felix. When you think about it, it's still quite meaningful, or at least it reads lofty and mysterious. He also did not consume his mind to ponder the subtle meaning of the words, but lapped up the words and quickly schemed through them. In less than half an hour, he turned to the end. Tisk. Felix smacked his lips, do not know what to say. Without a little literary appreciation, he didn't deserve to study magic? He simply lay down on the chair, looking at the distant lake covered with ice and snow, recalling the knowledge he had gained from the diary in the past few days. With his vision, he was able to tell which part would be more useful to him, even though the diary had covered up everything for him and even tried to pass on the wrong information, but then again, he was only dealing with the young Dark Lord, who had yet to graduate from school and who was still very young in every way. In this point, Voldemort and Once himself are somewhat alike. They are with the external force to force a single branch of study to improve the ability to achieve far beyond the level of their peers. But when it comes to understanding and perception of magic, they are still too shallow. If you don't reach a certain level, you won't be able to experience it. Felix had a feeling that most wizards spent their lives learning other people's magic without ever improving it. It's not that they don't want to, but they can't. Wait, I seem to have thought of something. Felix sat up sharply. Little bird, river, creator, magic, consciousness. Felix quickly opened the Ravenclaw Manuscript, Volume 2, and turned to one of the pages. He looked at the familiar words on it. Stones became little birds, chirping and chirping. Across mountains and lakes, it brought back the daisy flowers of the red plains. Would it be possible to see this little poem as a true account of Ravenclaw's own experience? The first line is undoubtedly about transfiguration. Perhaps Lady Rowena Ravenclaw turned a rock into a beautiful bird on a whim one day. So what does the second sentence say? That Ravenclaw used magic to manipulate it to make a sound? Felix shook his head and connected to the next 2 sentences, the legendary bird that had apparently leaped a short distance and brought back a daisy flower. This is not something that transfiguration can do. Perhaps Ravenclaw had given it some kind of trait, like life, soul, or something like that, so that it could maintain a certain degree of autonomy even after it was out of the spell-casting range. He suddenly remembered part of the conversation he had had with the Sorting Hat that day. Sorting Hat, do you remember how you were born? Felix asked it in his mind. Of course, oh, I vividly remember that. It said wisely, and then the dirty, ragged hat sang in his consciousness. It was over 1,000 years ago. I had just been woven into shape. There were 4 great and famous wizards that vowed to nurture the young wizards into being. These 4 great wizards. Each had a different view of the talent they valued. It was Gryffindor who came up with the idea. He lifted me from his head. All 4 great wizards infused me with their thoughts. From then on it was up to me to pick and evaluate. The Sorting Hat almost became an independent living entity after acquiring the thoughts of the 4 greats on it. How alike to that little bird that leaps over mountains and lakes and brings back a daisy flower. What is the key here? It is autonomy. They both exhibit extreme autonomy, just like real beings, and can still make self-decisions and complete complex behaviors when they are out of the magical range. How can this autonomy be achieved in a miraculous way? Excluding the fields of life and soul, which he could not touch anywhere, Felix quickly thought of a way he could achieve it, injecting memories. He happened to get this part of knowledge from the diary. He waved his wand so that a palm-sized pebble flew to him, and then he lightly points his wand on the stone quickly turned into a delicate, small rain swallow. But if you distinguish carefully, you will find that the eyes of this rain swallow is very dull, like a puppet, every move needs guidance with the wand. Felix constructed a small memory in his mind, he touched his forehead with his wand, pulling out a silver, shimmering thin wire. He incorporated this false memory into Rainbird's body and relied on the knowledge that Diary had given him to bring the pieces together. He simplified this step as much as possible, just to verify what he had in mind. Under his watchful eye, the rain swallow's eyes became animated, and without his control, it swung its wings and stumbled to take flight. Then it plunged headlong into the snow, leaving only 2 legs twitching continuously. Felix yanked it out, and the rainbird bounced and trudged through the snow, watching it walk rather not like a sparrow. This is because he had constructed a memory so poorly. But he stared unblinkingly at the little guy in front of him. After almost 2 or 3 minutes, wisps of silvery mist spilled out of this rainbird's body, and the fictitious memory dissipated. It returned to its dull state. Felix waved his wand and made it turn into a pebble again. 70, Chapter 70 Christmas Present. This thought is feasible. Felix saw more possibilities in this simple attempt, and he felt he could do something like Sleeping Gargoyle in the castle if he tried hard enough. However, he did not think he could accomplish a magical creation similar to the Sorting Hat or the Diary. The latter is fine, after all, it is a Horcrux, which hides a piece of Voldemort's soul, but the Sorting Hat? Its originally was merely a Gryffindor's hat, not something built specifically for the sorting. According to Felix's visualization, the 4 founders may have shared an afternoon tea and questioned each other's talent selection plan, and in order to resolve their differences, they decided to use wise magical creation to carry out the sorting. Thus, the birth of the Sorting Hat occurred. And the Sorting Hat has been around for thousands of years. It can communicate with people, which means that it has its own memory and nature, and in a sense, it is not too much to say that it is real life. It reminded him of a portrait that could also communicate with people in a sense. In some simple portraits, such as Sir Cadogan in the castle, his intelligence is extremely simple, unable to carry on a complex and structured dialogue. The result of Felix's probing during school was that the bragging Sir could only engage in 7 effective feedbacks, such as bragging about his glorious battles or extending an invitation to a duel. And some portraits behaved miraculously enough they were able to interact with the outside world in complex ways and retained a considerable amount of memory themselves. As far as he knows, the portraits of past heads of Hogwarts in the headmaster's office, as well as the portraits of the ancestors of some pure-blood families, are in this category. This is a result of the owners of the portraits injecting a lot of memory and magic for this purpose, thus making the portraits they left behind still maintain a similar personality to the original owners, but they are only similar to the extent, but they are not a real being. The biggest difference is that the character of the portraits will not change with the passage of time, always fixed at the moment they were made, like a complex set of interactive programs. This is fundamentally different from the Sorting Hat. The Sorting Hat absolutely hides a bigger secret. The dawn of Christmas came, and Felix emerged from his bedroom fully dressed. Under the small Christmas tree in one corner of the office, numerous Christmas gifts of various shapes and sizes were piled up. Roughly counted, almost hundreds of pieces. Moreover, there were quite a few more packages on their way, and in the time it took him to make tea, 3 owls flew into the room through the window he had deliberately left open last night. One of them had obviously flown a significant distance, with a palm-sized delicate gift box in its beak, and collapsed in exhaustion on the table in front of him. Felix had to feed it a few drops of potion, it is in a far better state now. The brown owl ate a few small cookies before jumping in front of him and pecking his fingers with its pointed beak. "Are you asking me to open the package?" The owl looked at him, cocked its head, and held out a talon to him where a small metal cylinder was tied. Felix opened the cylinder and pulled out a rolled-up letter from inside. "Dear Mr. Felix Happ, my Wolfsbane potion has been finalized. Just as the white fresh flew to you, I have submitted the official formula to the Ministry of Magic. If there are no surprises, I will soon be awarded a Medal of the Order of Merlin at least 2nd class. I hope you will be able to come and observe the ceremony at that time. Enclosed with this letter is a bottle of the latest Wolfsbane potion, so please taste it. It's addressed and signed by Damocles Belbom." Felix quickly wrote on it, "I am honored, please let me know as soon as the date is set, and I will attend on time. Also, your Merlin medal is well deserved." He placed the note back in the metal cylinder. "Good work, White Fresh." The owl drank some water and spread its wings and left. Felix opened the delicate gift box, that contained a bottle of potion. He opened the lid and sniffed it gently. Well, it smells as bad as ever. Couldn't he ever consider adding some sugar? Or is it a quirk of all master wizards to make their potions so awful? He placed the potion in the ring with emeralds on his left hand, and then began to open the gifts with great interest. A good portion of them came from his book fans and pen pals, mainly greeting cards. Felix sorted through them and set them aside for now. The rest were gifts from Hogwarts professors and students. Dumbledore gave a private alchemy manuscript, his personal insights on alchemy. And Felix gave the principal a muggle book called 99 Inventions That Changed the World, paired with a pair of long wool socks embroidered with red lions. Professor McGonagall gave a book called Quidditch Teams in Great Britain and Ireland, which is an introduction to the Quidditch teams in Britain and the various honours they have won, and it contains a lot of illustrations of Quidditch technical moves. It seemed as if she wanted to draw Felix into the circle of fellow Quidditch enthusiasts. Hagrid gave him a short homemade dagger, rather crudely made, albeit out of a very unusual material, the horn of a unicorn. TCH. Felix smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Professor Flitwick sent him a copy of Ancient Magic and invited him to discuss the contents with him sometime, and Felix gladly responded. Professor Snape's gift is a thumb-sized clear bottle containing about a milliliter of clear unknown liquid. It's a strong spiteful agent. How very kind of you, Professor. He said cheerfully, I hope you'll like my gift too. What he gave Snape was a set of experimental equipment for Muggle school children, including measuring cups, scales, and droppers. He also thoughtfully put together a code of conduct for chemical experiments, children's edition, which had plenty of accompanying pictures, so he wasn't afraid that the professor wouldn't be able to understand it. A number of young wizards at Hogwarts also gave him gifts. His assistant Miss Granger gave him a dark green knitted scarf, Potter gave him a large box of chocolates, and Ron Weasley gave him a box of Zizzy Bee candy. The most interesting gift came from the twins' collaboration, which was two wooden couple dolls hugging each other, looking rougher than Hagrid's short dagger. The features on the face were painted in. Felix knocked the male doll's head according to the instructions, which caused it to scream in pain, and then the two dolls shuddered and did a zombie dance. Although the twins said that this is a small African country's dance track, but Felix directly ignored it. In addition, some little wizards who he hasn't met a few times also sent gifts, such as Justin Finch Fletchley, who sent a luxurious quill with a variety of functions. It took Felix an hour to finish writing the letters and returning gifts. He entered the Great Hall, where 4 long tables were occupied by a few scattered little wizards. A dozen Christmas trees covered with silver frost were hung with all sorts of new and interesting trinkets, ribbons of sprinkles of mistletoe and holly were draped from the ceiling, and enchanted snow was sprinkling down. Professor McGonagall and several professors were busy decorating the Great Hall. Do you need some help? He asked. Professor McGonagall straightened up. Oh, no, it's almost done. She waved her wand, hung a long colored ribbon on the Christmas tree, as she turned to him, and said, I really like your gift, Felix. Felix flashed a smile as he gave Professor McGonagall a half-human-sized golem with a dozen or so complex circuits built in it, which enabled it to take 2 forms in addition to the human form itself. It could transfigure into a majestic lion. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 71, Chapter 71 Luna Lovegood. Felix ate his breakfast leisurely, and one by one the young wizards arrived, their faces beaming with smiles, laughing and joking with each other. The whole Great Hall filled with a lively air. From the Great Hall, Felix walked towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest, and on the way, he met Hagrid, who is coming towards the castle. Hello, Professor Hap. Hagrid greeted warmly. Hello, Hagrid. I received your gift, and I like it very much. Felix said, especially the material it's made of. Haha, it's good that you like it. By the way, the automatic wipe you gave me works quite well, it cleans the house now. Hagrid said gruffly, no need for me to worry about it entirely, and it even gets itself clean. After exchanging pleasantries, Felix went to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He is going to snap some chestnut branches, his stock is running low. But halfway through, he frowned. On the snow-covered ground were footprints in a straight line toward the Forbidden Forest. Felix measured the size of the footprints, which belonged to some little wizard who had violated the ban, so he followed the footprints. Felix walked along with the snow, except for the constant crisp sound of snow and broken leaves under his feet, no other sound was heard. Unknowingly, he has come to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. But this place is quite remote, in the northwest corner of the Forbidden Forest, is already quite close to the main gate of Hogwarts. This is where the young wizards go on weekends to Hogsmeade Village. Felix stopped in his tracks, and the surroundings formed an ambience of silence. White snowflakes fell from high from the sky, and he looked up as if countless ice crystals were swooping towards him. Everything is silent, and heaven and earth seem to be so empty that he feels like he is all alone. Hissing Tum Thum. A black creature that looked very much like a horse poked its head out of the Forbidden Forest. It gave Felix a look with its silver-white eyes, sneezed, and then flapped a pair of large, black, bat-like wings and receded back into the forest. Surprisingly, it is a night Thestrals. Felix became somewhat surprised. This kind of magical creature is quite rare, and there are many wizards who categorize them as special invisible beasts. They can only be seen by people who have experienced death, witnessed it, and understand it. This trait has given them a not-so-good reputation, and night Thestrals were once considered a symbol of bad luck, a harbinger of death comparable to a wizard running into a large black dog. But they are in fact rather docile creatures. Felix became even more curious, and he went deeper into the forbidden forest, and after about 2 minutes of walking, came to a clearing. In the snowy sky, a little girl stood in the midst of a dozen skinny, bony night thestrals, and she grabbed a handful of hay in her hand and held it in front of the mouth of the closest one. He also heard her humming softly, looking very cheerful. Felix waited for her to feed all the dry grass in her hand before walking over. His footsteps alerted the little witch. The girl lifted her head. She had long, tousled, waist-length blonde hair and very light-colored eyebrows and eyes. When he got close enough, he realized that the little witch had her wand behind her left ear. She is wearing a pair of toadstool glasses, and around her neck hung a necklace strung with a cork of butterbeer. At that moment, her eyes stared dead at the person who suddenly appeared. Felix's heart welled up with an odd emotion. An odd little wizard, could it be Ravenclaw? What's your name and which house are you from, little miss? Felix asked. Luna, she said in a voice that sounded as if she is singing. Luna Lovegood, is my name. I've seen you in public class, and you are a professor. Yes, obviously. What house are you from, Miss Lovegood? Ravenclaw with saying wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Felix got it, unsurprisingly, then he said with a reprimanding tone, why are you alone deep in the forbidden forest? Don't you know it's dangerous here? They are not dangerous. Luna said in a trance, Night Thestrals is very friendly. Do you want to feed them together? She suddenly knelt down, pushed aside the snow, and grabbed a handful of half-green, half-yellow hay in her hand. She turned her light-colored eyes toward him, and Felix noticed that her voice had almost no highs or lows when she spoke, but paired with an ethereal voice, it gave the impression that she is singing. No. He said. With that, Luna made a turn and fed hay to a small Night Thestrals as if no one else is around. And it seemed to be just learning to walk, crouching low on its somewhat stiff limbs and sticking out its tongue to lick Luna's fingers. She hummed a strange little tune softly, and snowflakes fell on her clothes, accumulating a thin layer. Felix's mood became calmer, and he did not try to break the atmosphere. You're in a better mood. Luna said. What? You just got caught in the middle of a harassing rack-spurt, Luna said sympathetically. What did you say? Harassing rack-spurt, they sometimes drift into your ears and mess with your head. She said, I think I just heard one buzzing around here. Felix never thought such creatures existed, but he asked her with interest, can you be specific, about the harassing rack-spurt? Luna gave a surprised expression as she held her toadstool glasses in one hand and looked behind him. Harassing rack-spurt? Well, they're usually invisible, but when they want to do something to your brain, they glow red with excitement. So, you saw that? That's right. She said with great certainty as if she were speaking some kind of truth. Felix became suspicious at first, he scanned around but found nothing. After a while, the two returned to the castle together. On the way, he asked Luna, didn't you go home for Christmas? She said calmly, Father had a manuscript to catch up with, the Christmas issue, but we made an appointment to look for the crumpled horn Snorkack over the summer. Another name I hadn't heard, your father is Xenophilius Lovegood, he's the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler. Felix said nothing more, he knew the name of this newspaper. Standing in front of the castle, Felix said to her, I will not deduct any points this time, go, find your friends and enjoy a pleasant Christmas. I'm having a good time right now. Luna said with a happy smile, then she gave a thoughtful look, you do remind me, I met a Gryffindor freshman before, she seemed friendly, maybe we could be friends. Yeah? You could try. Felix encouraged casually. As I recall, she was carrying a rooster in her hand. Luna said lightly, but who doesn't have some strange fetishes? What did you say? Felix raised his voice, but he quickly softened his tone again, do you know her name? Luna shook her head, 2 strands of hair fluttering on her forehead, but she has beautiful hair, like a puff of dancing fire. 72, Chapter 72 Christmas Dinner. Felix hadn't expected an unexpected gain. Combined with Malfoy's words, he realized that the diary had not been brought to the school by Malfoy. He was just an unlucky man who had picked it up after the second attack had taken place. Now, he can finally confirm the truth. Felix nodded and turned to leave when he suddenly heard Luna's ethereal voice from behind him. Christmas present? He turned to look at her, what? Luna said with a straight face, I suddenly realized that I haven't prepared a Christmas present for you, so rushed in my introduction. She unhurriedly rummaged through her coat pocket and, to Felix's slightly odd gaze, pulled out an odd-looking bracelet. She said rather sadly, I made them myself, I was going to make a pair. She held out her hand and handed it to Felix. Felix didn't know why he reached out and took it, but he did. Luna bounced away. When Felix returned to his office, with the bracelet still in his hand, he slumped back in his chair and thought very carefully about how he should return the gift. It seems that the usual gift is not very appropriate according to her temperament. Finally, he fished out a book from his own collection, A selection of world jokes, which he somehow felt went well with the little witch named Luna. Watching the owl's distant figure, he refocused his attention upon the new information. Gryffindor, flaming hair, first-year freshman, these few traits combined, he almost concluded it had to be a Weasley kid, their family quite famous for their redhead. Moreover, he even heard his assistant mention a mouthful that the youngest member of the Weasley family, Ron's sister, enrolled this year. So how did this go round and linked back to the trio? He recalled that he had indeed encountered this little red-haired witch a few times in his early days, in rather sensitive locations either near Hagrid's hut or in the abandoned girls' lavatory. Felix thought about this, which is another direction of an investigation. He was curious to know who had brought the diary, and whether he had any more similar, extra one in stock. The young version of the Dark Lord is cautious, and he was silent about his relationship with Slytherin, which put some of his questions in jeopardy. It became dark and Felix made his way to the Great Hall. A short distance away, he saw a colorful, beautifully decorated venue. In addition to those seen in the morning, near the ceiling there were a dozen constantly wandering lanterns, continuously throwing colored fireworks from what looked like the mouth of the fissure. He saw the trio, where Ron waved excitedly at him. Felix guessed it may be due to the gift he gave, but he couldn't think much about it. Dumbledore waving at him, and he walked over. The headmaster wore something formal and interesting tonight. His long beard was tied up with purple and red ribbons, like the shape of a gourd. Felix, happy holidays. You too, Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore winked and whispered, I got your gift, it's lovely. I didn't get a chance to read that book yet, but I know it's worth reading just from the name. I'm glad you like it. With a popping Ferris Bueller fireworks that went through the Great Hall, the party officially began. Dumbledore, as the headmaster, led the crowd in singing a few cheerful Christmas carols, then smilingly announced, eat to your heart's content, fill your bellies. Various types of food appeared out of nowhere, including perfect roast turkey, mini sausages, meatloaf, pork chops, stuffed pork loin pie, mushy peas, baked pastries, and more, which were exceptionally plentiful. The young wizards huddled together, forks slashing across the table with a trail of shadows. Felix also put aside all his worries and ate a lot. Hagrid recommended a special Hogwarts drinking custard to him. Felix tasted it. It is sweet and sour, and the alcohol taste in it's not very strong. He drank a few more glasses. On one side, Lockhart shook his head, his wavy curls shaking. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore whispered, from time to time, with giggling bursts out. Finally, everyone had time to chat until they were 7 times full, and a buzzing sound echoed over the Great Hall. Felix stuck his fork into a piece of grape jelly and stuffed it into his mouth, and then he saw his assistant tiptoeing out of the Great Hall with 2 young wizards in tow. Interesting, were they going to do something again? At the other end, Hermione, holding 2 pieces of chocolate cake up, announced her plan. I've put a normal sleeping draft in this, you just make sure Crabbe and Goyle can find them, they'll eat it for sure, and when they fall asleep, you pull a few hairs out of both of them and hide them in the broom closet. Ron and Harry looked at each other, and they felt that there were all sorts of holes in the plan. Ron asked her, what about you, Hermione? I already got mine. Remember the dueling club? Millicent wrestled with me and I fought back. Anyway, I got her hair. Hermione went away to see the status of the polyjuice potion, leaving Harry and Ron alone to finish the job. Honestly, I don't think it's that easy, Ron said with a sad face. Harry also did not hold much hope. But they could only shrink into the shadows and stare unblinkingly at the door of the Great Hall. Halfway through the day, a somewhat bored Harry whispered to Ron, when are you going to take leave permission from Professor McGonagall? The sooner, the better, Ron said without thinking, I can't wait to have a new wand, Professor Hap is just too sweet. Felix simply and brutally sent him 7 golden galleons and a note, which briefly stated, noticed your wand is damaged, suggest you buy a new one, otherwise you will not be able to participate in next semester's dueling class. Also, count it as a reward for your courage. Harry received a copy of Dueling Codex, one of Felix's reference books for writing dueling class materials. Therefore, the two were also aware that Professor Hap had taken over the dueling club from Lockhart, and they had discussed it privately and were looking forward to his classes. I just hope the new dueling class doesn't have Snape in it, Harry said hopefully. The dinner had been going on for over an hour and one by one the young wizards were leaving, Felix still talking to Professor Flitwick about the grimoire he got, that ancient magic is interesting, sort of some combination of a reductio and an engorgio. Professor Flitwick said, it is said these 2 magic spells evolved from it, I do see some similarities, but it could be a coincidence. The 2 of them fixed a time and prepared to discuss it in detail academically after Felix had studied it for a while. In the lively and noisy atmosphere, Felix's first Christmas dinner as a professor at Hogwarts ended. 73, Chapter 73 Persecution. On Christmas night, the hustle and bustle returned to silence, and the night enveloped Hogwarts Castle like a curtain. In the ancient Rune's office, Felix habitually opened the diary and talked to the young Dark Lord inside. For the past 2 days, he had been trying to guide him to talk about Salazar Slytherin, but had been tugged away from the subject. Tonight, Felix decided to take a different tactic. He needed to carefully lay a trap for the young Dark Lord to step in himself. To do this, he reread a lot of psychological books. Something rather sensational happened today. Felix wrote. What is it? Diary asked with interest. He had been rather distressed lately with how this shrewd professor would lock him up after every exchange, which had left him completely out of touch with outside information. The attack on the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets has been reported, there is a lot of buzz, and there are proposals to disband Slytherin House and strip Salazar Slytherin of all honor. Felix felt like a large spider, carefully weaving a cobweb. Immediately a string of long, flying scribbles surfaced on the diary, ridiculous statements, simply ridiculous. Who is it? Is it Dumbledore? He has always had a prejudice against wizards from Slytherin. Felix hooked the corners of his mouth as he wrote, full of mischief, not him, but a woman named Rita Skeeter, who has always been known for making up rumors about famous people. The name Rita Skeeter flashed on the diary, looking messy and hideous, a name that he seemed to be trying to hold on to. Inside the diary, the young Tom Riddle is indeed furious, and he can't help but wonder, has the current state of the wizarding world reached this level of filth? After a long time, the diary followed up, and then what? The Ministry of Magic will certainly not agree to such an absurd proposal. Of course not, but this incident has caused widespread discussion at Hogwarts, and quite a few minor wizards have commented on Salazar Slytherin, well, one could say extremely negatively. The diary couldn't help but write, Salazar Slytherin is the greatest of the Big Four. Yet later generations have only shallowly judged him by his appearance, desperately trying to discredit him. Felix thought of the huge face in the Chamber of Secrets, an old, monkey-like face with a long, sparse beard that trailed almost all the way down to the hem of his robes. You know that is a Slytherin statue carved out by himself, do not exclude the possibility of self-glorification. He could not imagine what the real Slytherin looked like, especially when he was always surrounded by a variety of snakes spitting long creepy noises. Felix said relatively objectively, this is very illustrative. You know, people always reject things they don't understand in their hearts, like the Slytherin Parseltongue. I couldn't agree more, Felix Happ, your opinion is quite insightful. The diary quipped. Felix humbly explained, I've read part of the Ravenclaw manuscript, and I can imagine the rippling times just through the mere descriptions. He wrote emotionally, 4 of the most gifted male and female wizards came together to usher in a new era of magic. The diary echoed him, that is indeed a history to remember. His wording regained its calmness. But then, Felix deliberately commented, I just don't understand why Salazar Slytherin suddenly fell out with the other 3, is it really a difference of philosophy? You know, at that time, pure blood ideology are not popular. And he also secretly built the Chamber of Secrets, leaving horrible monsters in it. I think, Felix wrote verbatim, he is personally destroying his own heart and soul, which is typical of the Dark Wizard's way of doing things. Tom the diary couldn't resist countering him, maybe his chamber wasn't used to remove Muggle wizards. Or else how, Tom? I should remind you that many of the Slytherin researches were bloody and brutal, and it affected his character. Tom Riddle continued to refute, but he also uncovered the fog of truth for those who came after him. Just look at his objects of research, goblins, giants, dwarves, horsemen. His findings were enough to propel the wizard as a group to supremacy. At a mere, insignificant price. Tom, you're a crazy admirer of his. Felix wrote. No, of course not, merely partially identified, wizards and humanoid creatures are different concepts, aren't they? The diary tried its best to sound more objective, besides any judgment out of context of that era is hypocritical and silly, the moral standards of wizards in that era were completely different from now. You have a point. Felix wrote, but it is my understanding that these precious magical resources have not been passed down, and it is unknown whether they are great or not. That is indeed the greatest result. Diary, the young Dark Lord, is clearly on top of his game as he tried to convince Felix. How do you know? Felix gave a winning smile. I'm just guessing. Don't lie to me, Tom. You know more about Salazar Slytherin than I thought, and you're being overly defensive about him. Felix began to close the net. It makes me wonder if you were the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Are you the true Slytherin heir? He wrote word by word, with a force that seemed to cut through the paper, I need an explanation, or I'll just have to hand you over to Dumbledore. In the diary, Tom Riddle felt tense, he hated the feeling of being seen through. After a long silence, a line of text appeared on the diary, you think so? Do you think I lied to you? I thought we had a solid friendship. Felix wrote calmly, that's why I gave you the chance to explain. From the perspective of the Dark Lord, as long as he didn't reveal the truth about the Horcrux, everything is up for discussion. The diary replied quickly and scribbled, of course it's not me, I'm a Muggleborn, remember? I have nothing to do with Slytherin. Felix remained silent as he did not reply with any text, applying a little pressure. Tom Riddle in the diary couldn't hold it any longer, he wrote again, but I have to admit that I did come across a strange encounter while I was at school, and yes, I got part of the advanced knowledge of magic. It was from Salazar Slytherin. Felix asked, holding his breath. I guess so, diary replied briefly. Tell me, Tom, where did you put it? The diary fell silent, and the young Dark Lord became quite torn. He had a mind to refuse, but this professor is too perceptive, and he got cornered, and if he denied it, he would surely be taken as the murderer who opened the secret room though he was. He hated his powerlessness more and more, and tried desperately to get out of this predicament, which drove the proud man to the verge of madness. But soon he replied in a courteous, calm tone, there's a rather magical room on the 7th floor of the castle. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 74, Chapter 74 Liar. It took about 20 minutes for the diary to tell the story of a young boy who had a chance encounter. While he was at school, he mistakenly entered a room on the 7th floor of the castle. It's a huge storage room filled with the treasures of Hogwarts young wizards over the centuries. I inquired about it later, and rumor has it that they call this mysterious fleeting room, or the Room of Requirement. The diary wrote, this is where I got that part of the information probably hidden away by one of the little wizards before me. Felix curled the corners of his mouth as he wrote in his diary, so, you didn't find the Slytherin chamber, but another hidden room? You found Slytherin's research materials from the hidden room, the Room of Requirement. A few words quickly surfaced in the diary, that's it. Felix tapped his fingers on the table and thought for a moment as he wrote in his diary, those research materials are still in the Room of Requirement? You didn't take them with you. I thought it's a property that belongs to Hogwarts. Before I graduated, I put them in the back of a large cabinet with a blistered surface that looked like it had been splashed with a strong acid. It is easy to find, and I remember there is a foul-smelling 5-legged monster inside the cabinet. Next to it, there was also an ugly-looking statue of a male wizard. The diary wrote. Felix pursed his lips and did his best not to laugh out loud. Interesting, just too interesting. The conversation between the two of them is like a complex game, full of lies and misdirection, all depending on who is more clever. Before that, Felix did not even hope to get the secret of Slytherin from the mouth of the diary, which is too unrealistic, completely equivalent to the identity of the heir to the chamber. His purpose today, in fact, is to try and get 1 or 2 off-campus research data stashes, which is one of the possibilities he speculated, but the greater possibility is that Tom Riddle has destroyed all the materials, which is the last thing he wants to see. Luckily, the diary told him directly about the room on the 7th floor. It isn't in vain that he put so much effort into it. But Felix also had a hunch that since the diary chose to tell him, it meant that it isn't any important information, at least not to the Dark Lord. But he still happily replied on the diary saying, thanks, Tom, I'll verify it. If I misunderstood you, I'll apologize. I hope so. The diary replied calmly. Felix wrote with a bit of regret, people didn't know how brilliant Slytherin's research would usher in his era, that's why he's always been the evil figure of the Dark Wizard. Tom, you did the right thing. The diary didn't reply, the soul inside it that belonged to Tom Riddle is about to explode with anger. And Felix added, Slytherin and Gryffindor are simply two extremes, Godric Gryffindor himself has a much more positive assessment, fair, brave, and righteous. The diary poured down a line of text in a dismissive tone, that's just an illusion. He asked a pointed question, Felix Hap, guess, did Slytherin cause more killings, or did more lives fall under the Gryffindor's wands and sword? Felix's expression flinched. The diary seemed to anticipate his reaction as a line of deliberately bolded sentences surfaced on the page, and just reading the words on it showed his mocking scowl, yet, history has never been distorted. Gryffindor is a butcher, and more wizards have died at his hands than the other 3 founders combined. At the end of this conversation, the diary did not hide its malice towards Gryffindor, sword in one hand, wand in the other, stepping over corpses everywhere, achieving the name of the best duelist of that era, that's Godric Gryffindor. Felix closed his diary, his expression became elusive. Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor. He read the names of the once close friends softly. Felix certainly did not think that the diary was telling the whole truth, but neither did he think that he would be full of lies, and from his tone and wording, there's some credibility to it. I need a guide, preferably someone who witnessed that time. A name suddenly came to Felix. Ms. Grey. The beautiful-looking, yet plainly seemingly very arrogant Ravenclaw house ghost had another name, Helena Ravenclaw. She is the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Despite being a generation younger, she counts as part of the same era as the 4 giants of Hogwarts, and she must have known many of the hidden secrets of the early days of Hogwarts' establishment. At the other end, Harry is tossing and turning in his dorm bed. Whether it's the news from Malfoy's mouth, or Hermione mistakenly took the polyjuice with cat hair, he could not sleep. The time passed 0 o'clock and Harry drifted off to sleep, but he suddenly felt something pressing against his stomach, making him gasp a little. He opened his eyes and his vision showed a house elf with 2 large bat-like ears and its pair of protruding green eyes as large as tennis balls. Dobby! Harry screeched in a small voice as he glanced around, his other roommates still sleeping soundly and peacefully. The next day, Harry and Ron arrived early to visit Hermione at the school clinic. Just last night, they took a polyjuice potion to set Malfoy up. They always suspected that Draco Malfoy is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. But something went wrong halfway through. Hermione's metamorphosis object, Millicent has a cat, and she mistook the cat hair for Millicent's hair and threw it into the potion, resulting in a serious consequence. Her face is full of black hair, eyes turned yellow, 2 long pointed ears from her hair branched out. When Harry and Ron walked into the wing, she is begging Madame Pomfrey to add a cloth curtain around her bed. "Did you get any clues last night?" she asked, lowering her voice, so Madame Pomfrey couldn't hear. "No," Harry said dejectedly. "I would say it was Malfoy for sure." Ron said, "He's not telling the truth, he snapped at us when we asked him about the Chamber of Secrets, didn't he, Harry?" "What happened?" Hermione asked with interest. Ron explained, "We acted like we admired him. It's hard to realize that, Crabbe and Goyle are usually dull and silly. We asked him if he knew something. But he jumped up at once and warned us to keep our mouths shut, or he'd give us hell. I'm actually curious about that." Hermione sighed, the long ears on her head drooped down. Harry glanced around and whispered, "I did get something on my end. Last night about midnight, that house elf named Dobby came to see me again." "Last night?" Ron asked. "Yeah, you were asleep." Harry shrugged. "Harry," Ron said with a frown of foresight, "I should remind you that house elves are extremely loyal servants, and their obedience to their masters is almost engraved into their bones. I've never seen anything like what you're talking about, this kind of..." He could not think of an appropriate description. Harry said, "He is indeed very odd, but I think he respects me, yes, respect. He told me that danger's still looming over Hogwarts." And Ron got a glimmer of interest. "And then he banged his head against the bar, desperately," Harry said rather breathlessly. 75, Chapter 75 The Next Legend. Early in the next morning, Felix got the research materials in the room of requirement. He easily found the large cabinet with a blistered surface, as if it had been poured with strong acid, as Tom put it. After using the levitation charm to move the cabinet away, he found a dusty wooden box hidden in the back. He carefully waved his wand, his body flashed with layer after layer of protective magic, and he opened the dusty chest with the unlocking charm, and a thick stack of neatly cropped parchment was inside. No curses, no dark magic, no traps. This left the heavily armed and cautious Felix a bit disappointed. Except for the strong stench emanating from the half-hidden cabinet, which forced him to put a bubble head charm on himself, the whole process was easy beyond imagination. Back in his office, Felix couldn't wait to look over the material. Frankly, this process is a bit messy. The information contains many anatomical drawings of magical creatures and Slytherin's own label. When Felix brushed his hand across the surface of the sheet, he seemed to hear this creature dying wail. It reminded him of his own experience of studying dark magic, where his mind seemed to be soaked in foul-smelling black water, invisible arms desperately dragging him downward. Felix quickly closed his mind with an occlumency, and he forced through the discomfort to read over the information on the parchment. Almost an hour later. Whew! Felix exhaled a long breath. He felt very complicated at this moment. It would be difficult to understand the weight of the name Salazar Slytherin simply from the mere words of the latter. In a way, Felix even some understanding of the 16 or 17-year-old Tom Riddle, why he was so fanatical and reverent of Slytherin. It's never because of being a Slytherin's descendant. He looked at the parchments in front of him. They are not only carriers of knowledge. Each parchment contains the thought and will of Salazar Slytherin himself when writing the information. It is a calm to cold rationality. In his eyes all kinds of magical creatures are just materials that need to be studied. You can't feel half compassion for them, and you can't feel any sympathy or pity for them. But it was this absolute calmness that made Slytherin's research process extremely organized. Each line of text, each composition contains the ultimate charm of magic. Even under the protection of occlumency, Felix could not help but be fascinated, and the thought of following Slytherin's footsteps welled up inside him. This is not the influence of magic, but the powerful personal charm of a legendary wizard in the pursuit of magic. Felix held back his reluctance to seal the material completely. That is not my path. He admonished himself. There were only 3 parchments left in front of him, and they were all knowledge that he had picked out as most suitable for him. But Felix did not immediately begin to study. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out over the distant landscape of Hogwarts. His mind went haywire. Hey! Tom, is this your calculation? Under extreme disadvantage, you can find the means to fight back. Felix murmured under his breath. Many books in the magic world are potentially dangerous, and not everyone is qualified to read them. Like the forbidden section at Hogwarts, which has numerous dangerous books locked away, not just the knowledge recorded in them, but many of them, which require a terrible price to pay just for reading it. And Tom Riddle's purpose would be obvious, to borrow the allure of Salazar Slytherin's own wizarding path to influence and assimilate Felix's mind. I can't beat you, and I can't influence you, but I can find a being stronger than me and let his mind transform you. The winter sun is warm but not glaring, the snow in the courtyard is white but not shiny, and the cold wind blowing through the tower is chilly but not biting. He looked away and said softly, Salazar Slytherin. In a sense, we are on the same path, both in pursuit of the ultimate magic. But I have my path, and will not jump into your domain just because you have gone further. People all start out weak. Thousands of years ago, were you not as confused about your path as I am today? Now you are a high mountain that is deep and dangerous in my eyes, a legend that is out of reach, but time is on my side, the future is on my side. One day, I will walk side by side with you until I surpass you. Felix had been standing in front of the window, watching the sunrise until the middle of the day, and as its rays spread over every corner of Hogwarts, his heart became firm again. This morning, Felix did not think about any magic, but he felt that his understanding of magic itself had advanced a great deal, and this progress is comprehensive. It could not be reflected in a specific spell, but it allowed him to see through the fog. He knew for a long time that had been stagnant. He knew that the bottleneck of his magic theory, which had been stagnant for a long time, had finally loosened. The accumulation of several years in the past had qualified for a qualitative change at this moment. Felix waved his wand, and the milky white light centered around him, illuminating the courtyard below, the greenhouse in the distance, the snow on the ground, and the frozen black lake. The swaying dead branches mottled, the shadows of the black stones by the lake disappeared at this moment. The bearded Dumbledore, holding a piece of ZZB candy in his hand, looked up from the headmaster's office next to the main castle building, his blue eyes reflecting brightly through half-moon-shaped lenses. It's remarkable. He said softly, right, Fox? A palm-sized phoenix, grooming its feathers by itself. Inside the Hogwarts school, the life and times of the world played out. Gilderoy Lockhart huffing and puffing in his bed, enjoying the leisure of Christmas break. Professor McGonagall, making a cup of coffee and flipped through the students' reports. Professor Flitwick waved his wand and savored the spell book. Professor Sprout, tending to the mischievous mandrake in the warmth of the greenhouse. Professor Snape, fiddling with a measuring cup with a disgusted look on his face and an illustrated booklet in his hand. Hermione Granger, looking in the mirror and tugging at the cat's ear on top of her head in distress. Luna Lovegood sitting in the Ravenclaw common room, shaking her head and reading a joke book. On the snow, the two young wizards made their way through the snow. Harry suddenly felt a white light flash before his eyes, and he looked around but found nothing. Did you notice that? He said to his companion. What? Ron looked up and said distractedly. It seems like a light just flashed. Where? Ron looked east and west and found nothing. The two continued to trample through the snow in the courtyard and walked in the direction of Professor McGonagall's office. A gust of wind blew up, bringing up a few fallen leaves, and carried their faint voices. Harry, do you think Professor McGonagall will give me permission to leave? Sure will, you're doing the serious thing. You're long due for a new wand. And in front of a window in the castle tower, Felix looked calmly and put away his wand, no longer a trace of confusion in his eyes. In the next millennium, I will be a legend. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 76, Chapter 76 New Magic Wand. Bam bam bam. Professor McGonagall pushed the door open and saw Harry and Ron, who were tightly wrapped up. She welcomed the two in, and Harry and Ron sat down in the chairs next to the fireplace. Potter, Weasley, what can I do for you? Professor McGonagall asked. Ron pulled a miserable wand out of his robes, it's broken in half down the middle, connected only by a unicorn tail hair between them. Ron said, Professor McGonagall, I would like to ask you for permission to buy a new wand. Oh. Professor McGonagall lowered her head and looked at the broken ashwood wand, and her hair meticulously combed. Weasley, you should have got a new wand a long time ago, when I said how you repeatedly had accidents in class. Ron lowered his head and didn't say anything. Harry chimed in and said, Professor, we need to use your fireplace for a trip to Diagon Alley, please. Professor McGonagall looked back at them, that's certainly not a problem. She waved her wand, and out of the tip jumped a silver cat with the same pattern around its eyes as Professor McGonagall. Weasley, come to my office. She said. The silver cat leaped out of the window and quickly disappeared from Harry and Ron's sight. Harry is still staring at the window when Ron stammered, Professor McGonagall, we can go, ourselves. In response, Professor McGonagall looked with a stern gaze. Don't be stupid, I won't let two young second-year wizards go to Diagon Alley alone. The Professor of Transfiguration class said so. Ron grimaced bitterly, even though Professor McGonagall hadn't mentioned the name, he knew with his not very bright brain that it couldn't be twins she is looking for. Harry couldn't help but gave Ron a sympathetic look. The brothers were now in a frosty relationship. Professor, what was that magic just now? He said, changing the subject. The Patronus charm, Potter. You will have access to this spell when you are in your senior year. After waiting quietly for a while, Percy Weasley's figure appeared in the office. He is visibly taken aback at the sight of his brother, Professor McGonagall. Did Ron do something wrong? No, Percy. Professor McGonagall said, Ron is going to Diagon Alley to buy a new wand and I need a senior to tag along, and there's no one better than you. The look on Percy's face grew even more surprised as he looked at Ron and couldn't help but ask him, where did you get the money? None of your business. Ron said angrily. I'm your brother. I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything. Percy. Harry interjected, it's from Professor Hap. He turned his head to Professor McGonagall and said to her vaguely, for that feat of bravery the other night. Professor McGonagall gave a dawning look of realization, but Percy Weasley became even more baffled. Ron Weasley, I'm proud of you. You too, Potter. She said with rare emotion. Percy went to ask something else, but Professor McGonagall said, go on, come back early. So the three stood in the fireplace, and in a flurry of greenish flames, their figures disappeared. After half an hour, the three returned. Ron carefully held a 14-inch wand in his hand, with a happy expression on his face. Percy's arm rested on his shoulder, and it looked like the two had improved their relationship. As they walked out of the office, Ron chattered on about his new wand, Willow Wood Wand Base, Unicorn Tail Hair Wand Core. It's the perfect combination. Harry, look at the shape of its curves. Back in the common room, Harry got pulled aside by Percy, who whispered, Harry, can you tell me exactly what you guys did? On the way, Ron couldn't resist letting slip that he, Harry, and Hermione had jointly received the school's Special Contribution Award, but when Percy pressed, the two kept their mouths tightly shut. Harry said vaguely, you'll find out when the new term starts, it will blow your mind. On the other hand, Ron couldn't resist showing off his new wand to the twins, so he got dragged by them to play a dueling game. Fred said with a smile, Ron, you need to get familiar with the new wand as soon as possible. Yes, that's right. We'd like to be at your service. George patted him on the shoulder. Hearing the twins' offer, Harry instantly had his heart set on a few simple spells he'd seen in the dueling codex that Professor Hap had given him for Christmas. He eagerly wanted to try out the effect. Let's go, Ron. He said. But Percy wasn't interested, so Harry, Ron, and the twins walked out of the castle and into a clearing by the Black Lake. The four of them took turns being partners and casting spells on each other. After getting a new wand, Ron's spell casting did become much more fluid, but he is still at the bottom of the pack in this game. He got knocked down 3 times in a row. Harry, on the other hand, first defeated Ron and then narrowly defeated George, but he tripped over his feet and got held in place by a full-body bind curse when he was fighting Fred. Ron grinned broadly, so that's what it felt like when Hermione cast her spell on Neville in the first year. He kept poking Harry with his finger. When the spell got undone, Harry immediately fought back. He grabbed a big ball of snow from the ground and smashed it on Ron. The dueling game then changed to a snowball fight in the middle of the day by force of nature, and they rolled around in the snow happily. After completing a successful sneak attack with his quick dexterity, Harry encountered a siege of the twins, and he ran in a panic for some distance until he saw the figure of Professor Hap. It is a rather bizarre image. Outside the cold castle, Professor Hap lay in a rocking chair, relaxing and reading a book. The rocking chair made a creaking sound, swaying back and forth. His head is like a ribbon like free-spreading blue flame. Hello, Professor Hap. Harry greeted. Felix closed his book and sat up from the rocking chair, with a pleasant expression on his face. Hello, Potter. At this point, Harry noticed that the book Professor Hap had been reading turned out to be a selection of world jokes, which did not look like a book from the wizarding world. Harry! Don't run! Ron and the twins caught up with him, and they saw Professor Hap as well. You guys are having a snowball fight? Felix asked. We're practicing dueling, and it's half-time now. Fred said, Professor, can you guide us? You were so good in the dueling club. Not today. I've decided not to think about anything related to magic today. Felix winked, but don't worry guys, I'll resume dueling classes when school starts. By the way, Felix looked around the room, how come I don't see Granger? Isn't she with you all? Professor, Harry stammered, Hermione, she's sick. 77, Chapter 77 Visit. School Infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, I've come to visit Miss Hermione Granger, Felix said. Oh, her. Madame Pomfrey grumbled at him, little wizards are so capable of getting into trouble these days, abusing potions without a shred of fear. The way she's behaving, she'll be in the hospital for at least 3 weeks. Felix asked with interest, can you identify what kind of potion caused this effect? It should be a polyjuice potion mixed with cat hair, it's ridiculous, and I don't know where they found the recipe of the potion from. Madame Pomfrey said as she poured half a cup of potion from the large bottle, it startled me when those two little wizards brought her over Christmas night, I almost thought it's irreversible enchanted damage. Polyjuice po. Felix chewed on the word, and after a few seconds he said gently to Madame Pomfrey, Madam, let me bring her the potion on my way. Felix pushed open the door and walked into the ward. The room contained 7 or 8 beds, but only one covered with a white curtain. As Felix approached, the curtain opened from the inside. Madame Pomfrey? You've come to deliver the remedy. A furry head poked out, hearing the voice none other than his own assistant. Hermione and Felix's eyes met, and she froze for a moment. Ah! The little witch let out a scream and immediately shrank back, pulling the curtain to shut so hard that the whole infirmary bed shook violently. But just a hurried glance, he had seen his assistant's current appearance. Her face is covered with brown cat fur, which is mixed with her own hair, a few cat whiskers are scattered on either side of her face, her eyes have turned to ginger color, and on her head, there are 2 erect pointed ears. Miss Hermione Granger, I heard about your ordeal from Potter and Weasley and came to visit you, Felix said with a stifled smile as he spoke in an undertone. He waited quietly for a few seconds, and from the curtain came Hermione's shaky voice, Hello, Professor. I brought your potion, and said Felix, if you don't mind, I can take a look and try to see if I can be of a little help. Professor, are you saying, you can fix my problem? Hermione said in an expectant tone as she hid in the curtain. Felix mentally still reproduced her look, he tried his best to maintain his cool and said, all I can say is, I will try, your situation is quite rare. Hermione opened the curtain a little, she looked up quickly at him, and then buried her face in her hands. Felix placed the potion on a side table and carefully examined the young witch's appearance at the moment. This is truly pretty rare, polyjuice potions are inherently difficult to brew cause of ingredients, and even master potionists don't have much stock of it, much less use it lightly, and the chances of something going wrong like this are even lower. Hermione caught his probing look, and she asked in a whisper, Professor, do you have a solution? Madame Pomfrey says that cases like mine are very troublesome and will take at least 3 weeks to heal. Well, it is a mistake in polyjuice, isn't it? Felix thought seriously, this situation is indeed difficult to solve. He extended his wand and gently tapped it on Hermione's forehead, the tip emitting a ring of golden light. The little witch's face did not change. Well, human transfiguration doesn't work, it may conflict with the effect of the potion, fascinating, I mean, really troublesome. Well, let's try a few spells to see if the old ones work. In Hermione's eyes, Professor Hap excitedly cast a spell, he also pulled out a parchment, in which the effects of various magic spells were recorded. This does not work. This is somewhat useful, but it's not obvious. How about trying this one? Hermione looked at Felix with a dull look on her face, are you doing this to help me? I've seen right through you, Professor. Finally, a rather out-of-the-ordinary magic spell worked. The brown hair on her face quickly shed and disappeared, and her skin became fair and clean again. Hermione felt the change and touched her face, then grabbed a small mirror from under her pillow to examine it closely. Oh, my God! Hermione covered her mouth. At the moment, her appearance has been greatly improved, the original face thick, lush brown hair disappeared most of it, but the cat whiskers, a pair of pointed ears on the head still stubbornly remained. But this effect alone can make the heartbroken Hermione amazed. Professor, what kind of magic is this? A kind of minor metamorphosis can fix some small imperfections on the body, of course, it is temporary, the magic effect can last about 2 hours or so, Felix explained. Is it body transfiguration? Hermione thoughtfully exclaimed, she had planned to learn this spell, but at the moment she couldn't help but be a little disappointed, because body transfiguration is an extremely dangerous magic. That most of the adult wizards won't even try to do it. You could say that, but it might not work as well as you think. It's rather limited in what it can fix, and keep in mind that this spell was invented by a vampire, and was originally used to simply cover up their fangs. Vampire? Hermione asked with interest, her attitude livened up by the fact that a large part of the trouble plaguing her is resolved. Yes, in the Middle Age, vampires are literally hunted by everyone. And to hide in the crowd, they developed this magic. But if you ask me, it's simply not as effective as body transfiguration or metamorphmagus. Basically, no one uses it now. Professor, I've heard that metamorphmagus can change one's appearance at will. Yet, Felix gave her a look, so you don't have to risk taking a polyjuice potion. Hermione lowered her head, and her pointed ears dropped over her head. Professor, you guys brewed the polyjuice potion in private, right? I mean you, Potter, and Weasley. Hermione looked up at Professor Hap with a surprised look on her face. Yeah, Felix said absently, playing with his wand, That's easy to guess, especially when I associate it with the fact that you once asked me specifically for information on particular potions, and I introduced a total of 6 types of potent potions, but you were obviously more interested in Polyjuice Potion. Polyjuice Potion can change a person's appearance, and it is indeed possible to unwittingly siphon off information. So, what you guys trying to figure out is who is the heir, who is the target of your suspicions. Felix looked at Hermione. Malfoy, Hermione whispered. We suspect him of being the heir to Slytherin. 78, Chapter 78 New Ideas for Learning Magic. Well. Did they have a crackling feeling that Malfoy had opened the chamber? He did open it. As far as he knew, the Chamber of Secrets had been opened 4 times this term. The first time was when Harry was detained in Lockhart's office and heard the eerie sound on the ceiling, the second and third times caused the petrification of Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey respectively, and as for the 4th time, it was the time when Harry saved Justin. Malfoy took the diary only after Colin Creevey was attacked. From this point of view, it is not wrong to accuse him. But he is not the heir of Slytherin, the real culprit is at this moment he is suppressed in the box. Granger, I had a more in-depth conversation with Malfoy, and I can confirm that he is not the heir of Slytherin. But, Professor. The young witch is somewhat reluctant. Felix said, the location of the Chamber of Secrets has been found, the monsters inside have been cleared, the only thing to worry about is the so-called Slytherin heir, but he can't make any big ripples. Please also convey this to Potter and Weasley, as a professor, I think you'd better put your mind on your studies. However, Hermione sensed something keenly, and she couldn't help but ask, Professor, did you find some clues? Felix just said vaguely, I've been keeping an eye on it. So the danger is over for you and the little wizards in the castle, and it's time for your adventure to end. Hermione took the professor's words to heart as she turned to ask another question, Professor, what you just said about light body metamorphosis, can I learn it? Of course, I know it will be hard. You want to learn this spell? Yes, Professor, Hermione said with a serious look on her face, there are just a few days left before the holidays end, and I don't want to miss class. If she didn't know about the existence of the spell, Hermione would have to resign herself to 3 weeks' stay in the school clinic, after all, she couldn't go to class with a cat face, which would make her die of shame. But after seeing Professor Happ's light body metamorphosis, her mind came alive. As long as she learned this spell, she could wear thick clothes and a hat to class, and as for the cat whiskers on her face, she could just pull them off. The pain is nothing compared to the heartache of missing 2 or 3 weeks of school. However, Professor Happ shook his head, Miss Granger, light metamorphosis is not as difficult as human transfiguration, but it is not something that a young second-year wizard can master. But, Professor, Hermione fought hard, we've already learned animal transfiguration, and I mastered it very well, even Professor McGonagall seemed very satisfied. Those are 2 different concepts, the difficulty of performing transfiguration on a normal animal is completely different from performing it on a wizard. Do you know why? Felix asked kindly. Is it because of the magic? Hermione said after thinking about it. Yes, magic can interfere with your spell casting, Felix explained, and it's similar with the transfiguration of magical creatures, which is also very difficult. That's a shame. Hermione sighed lamenting. Felix said gently, Miss Granger, you are already one of the few talented and hard-working young wizards I've ever met, magic may seem teleological, but it actually has a strict logic that needs to be climbed step by step, so. He stopped abruptly, his gaze shifting as he drew small circles with his wand in his hand. Hermione looked at Felix, she knew it is Professor Happ's habit when thinking, she could not help but feel a wave of hope rise in her heart. Perhaps, the professor can come up with a solution? Felix ignored Hermione, he took out a parchment from the ring and quickly wrote his thoughts on it. Hermione leaned forward, eyes wide, to see the words. Professor Happ wrote down light metamorphosis in the center of the parchment, and then drew a dozen lines from these words, each line corresponding to a word that she either knew or was unfamiliar with. She carefully counted 17 words and phrases, spellcasting action, incantation, gesture, spell understanding, magic mobilization and molding skills, magic theory level, etc. After seeing this, Hermione understood somewhat, these are the factors that affect the magic spell to be divided. But what's the point? Felix paused briefly, and then added a few lines of small print below the spellcasting action entry, need to flick, wand flicking skills, see the 1st and 2nd year magic spell textbook, need to wield the wand, another perspective diagram. Hermione looked at these contents, more or less similar to what Professor Flitwick taught in class, the only difference is that Professor Happ mentioned too many influencing factors. There are many she had not even heard of. Moreover, he also listed out the necessary theoretical knowledge. For example, under the phrase levels of magic theory, it was written pre-theory, basics of transfiguration, biological transfiguration, partial theory of human transfiguration, attached separately, and a series of other complicated things. Each entry was expanded in detail on another piece of parchment. He spent almost half an hour completing this process. Soon, 2 sheets of parchment were completely insufficient, and the professor took out a third and fourth. Until Professor Hap put down the quill, in front of her, there are already 9 parchments laid out in dense detail. Hermione's face is incredulous. A single spell, the professor wrote something longer than her own published thesis. And Felix, still reminiscing about the process just now. Simply put, he took all the theoretical knowledge and spell-casting skills needed for a spell and broke it down into as many layers as possible, and listed the specific requirements and judgment criteria that needed to be met for each one of them. In fact, that is, a total goal, broken down into hundreds of small goals that can be ranged. Once this step is completed, the rest of the problem is simple. Let the little wizards practice individually until all the small goals are reached. Finally, combine them together. Thus mastering the complete magic in one fell swoop. In this process, the young wizards will not encounter any obstacles. They can follow the map, find their own omissions, and then make up for them. They can find their own omissions and then make up for them. Like some of the more well-grounded wizards, such as Hermione, she already accomplished part of her goal ahead of schedule. 9 pages of parchment, but it reveals all the secrets of this spell. Of course, his method is not suitable for the intuitive wizard many times. They do not know how they learned a spell. Felix nodded contentedly, except for his own upgrade experience, counted through the current British wizarding world, and how many people can master a specific magic spell like a treasure, divided it like a butcher? He could not forget the scene when he advanced his spell after practicing the same spell 1,000 times. He finally reached a certain limit, and all the memories of his past practice of this spell came to his mind. Every time he waved his wand, every time he mobilized his magic power, every time he tested his power, every time he tested his guesses. These originally insignificant understandings burst out in his mind in an instant, and countless sparks of inspiration like star points shone at the same time, and together they formed a step, pushing his magic spell to a whole new level. Felix looked at Hermione. "Miss Granger, I think that I have found a way," he said gently and calmly. If his own assistant could learn light body metamorphosis through this method, then he would have full control over the teaching of the next dueling class. Felix couldn't wait to verify this. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 79, Chapter 79 Conversation. The next day, when Harry and Ron came to visit Hermione at the school clinic, they found that instead of the sullenness of the previous days, they found her with a bright furry face, waving her wand excitedly, and occasionally looking over the parchment on the table. "Hermione, what are you doing?" "Practicing spell, of course. If nothing else, I might be able to learn them in time before school starts." "Why before school starts?" Ron wondered. "Because it'll help me out a bit," Hermione said with narrowed eyes and a grin. So, during the half-hour Harry and Ron stayed in the ward, they watched Hermione repeat the same action hundreds of times, stopping occasionally to make notes on a sheet. Felix closed the office door and walked out fully dressed. Along the way, he sighed a little. After he revealed that he had successfully obtained the research materials and once again resisted the fascination of the diary, Tom the diary had finally shut himself off, and he completely blocked his communication to the outside world. No matter how Felix tried, the opposite side seemed to have made up his mind to be at his disposal. Even when he placed a cluster of morbidly white relentless fire in front of the diary, he got no feedback. "Tom, I don't believe you are going to give up on yourself." Felix's mind whirled with thoughts, and he even thought he was waiting for an opportunity. So he sealed the diary more cautiously and even carved another warning rune on the box. Before going out, he set up his purse, the bound vine version, at the door in case some unreliable little wizard broke in and took the diary with him. "Perhaps it's time to find a chance to finish your final curtain call, Tom." In the corridor of the castle, Felix encountered Peeves the ghost, who is playing a prank. Peeves holding a tin bucket in his arms, filled with mud, and at the moment he is applying layer after layer of thick mud and water on the armor. "Peeves, have you seen Ms. Grey?" Felix asked him. Peeves looked at him and seemed taken aback, then let out a giggle. "Oh, Professor, I didn't see. I don't care about that snooty woman. I think there's someone who would know, that disgusting stalker," he said, floating in midair with his mouth open. "Be polite, Peeves," Felix said calmly, "or, would you like to try my spell again?" "No, Felix Hap. You can't." Peeves had a scared look on his face as he hurried away through the wall. Clang! The tin bucket in Peeves' hand smashed on the ground with a loud clang, and the mud inside splashed in all directions. Felix waved his wand, and an invisible barrier kept the mud and water 3 feet away from him. "Humph, Peeves, you again. I will definitely file an application to Headmaster Dumbledore to kick you out of the castle." A panting, red-faced man rushed from the corridor, waving his fist and venting his anger, hysterically. "It is Hogwarts castle keeper, Filch." "Oh, ah. Professor Hap, Have you seen Peeves? The furious Filch did not see the expected archenemy, but instead saw the well-dressed Felix. Hello, Filch, Peeves just left. Felix waved his wand, and the mud on the ground and on the armor disappeared. By the way, did you see Lady Grey today? Is that the Ravenclaw ghost? Filch huffed, let's see, I think I saw, a tall ghost, the one that hardly paid any attention to people? I saw that one in the courtyard, not sure if it is her. Thank you, Filch. Felix came into the courtyard, scanned the area, and right at the end of the courtyard railing, saw a slender ghost floating in midair. She noticed Felix watching her and raised her eyebrows in surprise before turning and floating away through the wall. Wait, Ms. Grey. Felix crossed the railing and chased her through to a secluded corridor. She finally stopped, hovering a few inches above the ground. She looked beautiful, with waist-length hair and a silver robe that trailed to the floor. But at the same time, she held her head high, looking arrogant and uncaring. He had bumped into this ghost a few times when he was at school, but not once had he spoken to her. If he hadn't stumbled upon a private conversation between Bloody Baron and her, he wouldn't even have realized that this Ravenclaw ghost, who had such a low presence, had such a big background. Ms. Grey, I'm Felix Happ. She nodded, not speaking. There is no hint of enthusiasm in her eyes. I'd like to know about the founding days of the school, the story of the 4 founders, there are too many ambiguities in the existing records. I'm sorry, she said, turning to leave, I can't help you. Wait, ma'am, Felix called out as he watched her drift further and further away, I know you're Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. She stopped and turned to look at him. You are aware of my origins? You came here specifically for me. Yes, I had another one. She hovered in midair, her lips twisting into a sneer. Another what? Felix trailed off, but he quickly realized that he shouldn't be the first person to ask her about the hidden secrets of Hogwarts. Another ambitious one. She said rather sharply, every 10 years or so I come across one, asking and tricking me in every possible way. You mean Voldemort? Felix asked. She suddenly stopped talking and had a surprised expression on her face. Then she felt offended and floated upward 2 or 3 feet to look at him condescendingly. Yeah, I guessed it, the Ravenclaw diadem. Voldemort has always coveted the relics of the 4 founders, but I don't care about that, I'm more interested in knowing. Felix's words were interrupted as the ghost stated with anger and stuttering, the diadem of Ravenclaw brings wisdom, and you do not understand its power. Countless people dream of it. Gryffindor and Slytherin's past. Felix also finished the sentence just now at the same time. The 2 people's words intertwined, and a faint echo came from the empty corridor. Do not understand its power. Gryffindor, Slytherin's past. Ms. Grey froze, you want to know about that? Of course. Ah, well, she floated in midair, seeming a bit overwhelmed, Gryffindor. Slytherin, you want to know something about them? She asked at last, somewhat stiffly. 80, chapter 80,000 years passed. A lot of them. Felix said, a fair number of books I've read mentioned the 4 founders, but they were either ambiguous, contradictory, or left with only a few words with absolutely no reference value. He gives an example, for example, Salazar Slytherin, many people fear him and dread him, calling him a dark wizard, but what is the truth of the matter? The truth? Lady Grey asked rhetorically, what truth do you want? The truth as you see it, of course, Felix said as he looked at her. The ghost seemed to fall into memory, she thought for a long time, and commented slightly solemnly, Salazar Slytherin is a very good wizard, he and his wife are very affectionate. Felix. This is obviously not what he wanted to know, but after all, it is a good start, so he went along with her. There is indeed very little information about his wife, however, there are many references to Slytherin being ugly and looking like a monkey. The lady gave him a slightly condescending look, that's a side effect of his magic research. Slytherin's original appearance was extremely outstanding, but as he delved deeper and deeper into those terrifying realms, his appearance became more and more intimidating. Felix's thoughts dawned, so it was, and he had the pleasure of solving a 1000-year-old mystery. And Ms. Grey continued to recall, he was always surrounded by snakes, always cloaked in black or dark green robes, a lingering smell of blood, and his eyes became scarier and scarier. Felix speculated that Slytherin might have transplanted some magical creature's bloodline. His personality became more and more eccentric, and his disagreements with the others became more and more, erupted into more than one quarrel, and even his best friend Gryffindor could not tolerate him. But I must make it clear there was no fight that broke out between them, he just left quietly, one quiet morning, taking everything he had with him. And he also left the Chamber of Secrets behind. Felix reminded her. Probably, but I've heard something about that. Slytherin is not afraid of teaching all kinds of brutal dark magic, but the other 3 strongly opposed this, so there were rumors that he quietly took his good students and taught these kinds of horrors in secluded places. So the Chamber of Secrets was originally used for teaching? Felix thought to himself, unlocking another mystery. However, according to his speculation, later as the conflict intensified, Slytherin may have transferred some of his special gory research to the Chamber of Secrets as well. Speaking of which, Felix had secretly visited the Chamber of Secrets, using Harry's Parcel tongue pronunciation scrolls, and examined it carefully, but found nothing but the pit where the basilisk usually rests. Ms. Grey concluded, but at least during that time at Hogwarts, he still fulfilled his original promise to guard the entire school with his life against all kinds of attacks. Unlike the last few centuries, Slytherin House has completely changed. What do you mean by attacks? Felix caught the point. She floated around lightly, seemingly contemptuous of Felix's ignorance, but with a bit of instructional excitement, she asked rhetorically, "You honestly thought that Hogwarts was built in peace, didn't you?" Felix did not react, he just made a continue gesture. Ms. Grey said, "By today's standards, the majority of wizards at the time were dark wizards. They used a mentor-apprentice system, with one older one leading 3 or 5 younger ones, who traveled from village to village, finding newcomers with potential and bringing them along to train and serve as their own lackeys. And with the founding of Hogwarts, especially after the 4 founders covered the British Isles with the magic of the Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance, these wizards were dealt a fatal blow. They were lost their source of servants permanently and completely. The Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance." Felix chewed on these 2 words. He had heard rumors of these 2 magical creations. It's said that the name of every young wizard who enrolled in the school could be found in the Book of Admittance. When a child first revealed a magical talent, the Quill of Acceptance would attempt to write down their name, but the Book of Admittance had somewhat harsher standards. Only when these children had fully demonstrated proof that they possessed magical powers would their names be included in the Book of Admittance. The sensitivity of the Quill of Acceptance, paired with the strictness of the Book of Admittance, has allowed them to select eligible students for Hogwarts, and no mistakes have been made in 1,000 years. The establishment of a new order is bound to be accompanied by a backlash from the old one, Felix said with a sigh. He now understood almost where Tom's vicious comments about Gryffindor in the diary had come from. The story from 1,000 years ago continued. Some wizards recognized the efforts of the 4 founders, and they took it upon themselves to send their children to Hogwarts, but others, those extraordinarily paranoid dark wizards, who hid in the shadows, while they were away, or on holiday, sneaked up on the professors and students of Hogwarts time after time, and dropped their bodies in front of Hogwarts Castle. She winced. This naturally drew a counterattack from Hogwarts, with Gryffindor being the most aggressive, carrying his sword and wand and defeating one dark wizard after another who was extremely famous at the time. He even publicly declared that he was willing to accept challenges from anyone, whether it be in the Muggle way or the Wizard way. Felix listened with amazement. How could the record on the piece of paper depict that dramatic history? What about the other 3? They were doing the same thing, only Gryffindor had the most fame. When some years went by and some students graduated successfully, they spread their footprints in all directions, spreading the prestige of Hogwarts to the whole world, and not many people dared to come and provoke them. Ms. Grey finished the whole story with pride and reminiscence. Felix also benefited greatly, and he expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Thank you, Ms. Helena Ravenclaw. Don't call me by this name." The ghost in front of him suddenly said agitatedly, and her transparent cheeks seemed less transparent, and without waiting for him to say anything, she disappeared through the wall. "Felix." At the same time, a low, husky voice suddenly appeared, and he said, "Do not mention that name, it is forbidden to her." Felix turned around, and before him stood a withered, very pale ghost, this one wearing an ancient wizard's robe covered in silvery blood and a huge pair of shackles. "It's been a long time, Baron. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 81, Chapter 81. Returning from holiday. Bloody Baron is the ghost of Slytherin. At the same time, the young wizards of the house have a respectful attitude towards him. His appearance is terrifying, and Peeves is most afraid of him. "Long time no see, Baron." Felix greeted. Bloody Baron floated fixedly in place, stared with dull eyes, and his gaze stayed on the direction Ms. Grey left. It took a few moments before he said in a hoarse voice, "Hello, Hap." Felix looked at him. During a night out at school, he had accidentally stumbled into a conversation between Bloody Baron and Ms. Grey, and he was begging for her forgiveness, while Ms. Grey cursed him to never be redeemed. It was also on that night that he learned the identity of Helena Ravenclaw. He also roughly sorted out the entanglement between the two. Helena had taken the Ravenclaw diadem and dared not go home. And as her admirer, Bloody Baron was entrusted by Rowena Ravenclaw to bring her daughter back. There was a heated argument between the two, and the end result was that Bloody Baron killed Helena by mistake, and in remorse, he too killed himself with the weapon that killed Helena. "Baron, what do you mean when you say that names is forbidden to her?" Felix asked. Bloody Baron didn't answer, he just said dryly, "Finding out that you're not trapped in dark magic, you are better than me at this point." Felix's face turned serious as he whispered, "You're the one who reminded me. You could have broken free on your own without me. I saw what you recorded on the sheet. Oh, Felix thought of the happy part too, that was a psychological measurement form from the Muggle world, a backhand I prepared in advance to prevent myself from falling deeper and deeper, but I still have to say, without you, I might have to delay the realization of the seriousness of the problem for a month or two. The erosion of the mind by dark magic is insidious, and the data on the measurement table is always lagging behind. By the time the abnormality was discovered, the danger might have already been incurred by then. Bloody Baron floated away in silence. Felix's gaze stared blankly at his bony back, and finally shook his head. The matter between the two ghosts, he could not participate, and cannot mediate. The ghost's heart knot is not so easy to untie. The ghosts are the product of a reluctant heart at the time of death, with a strong obsession to stay in reality. Obsession is the basis of their existence, and that is why their perception is forever stopped at the time they were alive. This is somewhat similar to the portrait in the headmaster's office, but ghosts can eventually do change. Only once they changed, the result is not necessarily good. According to Felix's speculation, if Hogwarts publicly dismissed Professor Binns, he might disappear on the spot because Professor Binns' obsession is teaching. But given the dilemma of whether such an approach would be humane and how to find another old school teacher to take his place, the suggestion was never made. He returned to his office, opened the 3 pieces of manuscript selected from the Slytherin material, and studied them carefully. This material was also very characteristic of Slytherin himself. He proposed speculation whether the unique characteristics of a magical creature could be converted into a wizard's spell. This kind of thinking has been around for ages, such as chameleons and disillusionment charm, invisible beasts and invisibility spell, but in fact, they have little to do with each other, and the development of magical spells has a great deal of randomness. It is only in retrospect that later generations look back and realize that some of the wizard's spells and the magical creature's own natural talents have great similarities. And Slytherin tried to find a way to stably convert the natural talents of foreign magical creatures into wizard magic spells, though apparently he later abandoned this line of thought. Slytherin chose to give up, so young Tom did not pay attention to this, from the fact that he hid this part of the material in the room of requirement and used it to pit people. But Felix is very interested in this. He will keep this scraped research in mind. Perhaps at some point in the future, he would use them. In the next few days, Felix flipped through the book, watched the film, A Very Leisurely and Comfortable Life. When there is nothing else to do, check the progress of his assistant's study, and give appropriate advice. The time passed in this manner. Finally, the Christmas holidays were over and the new Hogwarts term began. That evening, the Hogwarts train sent the students back. Everyone gathered in the Great Hall. The school burst into life again. After the Christmas break, they seemed to forget about the attack that happened last semester and gleefully shared their experiences with each other. Mom took me abroad to visit my family, and I never thought I'd have a cousin who goes to Ilvermorny. A young wizard spoke gleefully as the people next to him asked for specifics. What's Ilvermorny? A school of wizardry, similar to Hogwarts, but in America. Really? I thought there is only one wizarding school in the whole world. A young wizard said with a sigh. On the Gryffindor table, Hermione dressed in a large thick dress, with a knitted hat on her head and a huge mask covering her face. Hermione, what's wrong with you? Hannah Abbott, who is in the same class as her, asked suspiciously. I have flu, cough. Hermione said briefly. But I noticed that the color of your eyes has changed too. The young witch looked at her carefully. It might be magic. Hermione sheepishly changed the subject. Hannah, how did you spend your holiday? Hannah indeed got diverted away. She shrugged. Stay at home, except for the security point, simply bored to death. Do you think the attack will happen again? I've read a lot in the last few days. Don't worry, Hannah. There won't be an attack anymore. Hermione said very confidently. How do you know? Ahem, you'll know in a while, Hermione said, and on the other side, Harry tugged on her sleeve. He whispered inquiringly, Hermione, is that spell of yours not finished yet? Honestly, you're a bit weird in that costume. She sighed bitterly. No, I can barely use it, but it works pretty badly, and there's still a light layer of hair on my face. At least in another day or two, Professor Happ said I'm getting there pretty soon. Ron tapped his fork against his empty goblet, but how are you going to eat afterward? Not a bite. Hermione said angrily. Dang. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore knocked a glass in front of him. The Great Hall gradually quieted down. Dumbledore turned and said with a beaming face, Welcome back, little wizards. 82, Chapter 82 Honor. Before you can enjoy the culinary delights, you have to listen to the chatter of this old man. Dumbledore cleared his throat. First of all, it's good to see you all back lively around the school, happily sharing your experiences with your peers. But it must be mentioned that we have just had a tough time during the last term. The young wizard stared at Dumbledore's face, trying to see what he had to say. There were 2 attacks, and a little wizard is still in a clinic bed, right now, in the special ward. Dumbledore paused and suddenly raised the tone of his voice, but thanks to the efforts of few people, who found out what happened with their own efforts, and also very bravely, tackled the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. Yet, we shouldn't forget their names: Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. Everyone's blazing eyes turned towards Gryffindor's table as they looked at the trio incredulously. You're kidding, right? One of the twins shouted, his voice echoing through the Great Hall and bringing the solemn atmosphere to life. Dumbledore laughed, and he said amiably, of course not, Weasley. But speaking of jokes, I'm reminded of a very funny troll and dwarf joke. Ahem. Professor McGonagall next to him coughed heavily. Ah well, let's get back to the point. They have received unanimous praise from several professors for their courage, and for that, I'm going to award them each 200 points. Dumbledore said. Snape couldn't help but grunt. The Gryffindor house table already boiled over as they applauded violently. The Weasley twins rushed over to hug Harry and Ron, and Percy exclaimed from one corner, that's my brother. My brother. And they also share the school's special contribution trophy. Hermione looked at a dumbfounded Hannah Abbott and said cheerfully, see, I told you there wouldn't be any danger, right? There was a lot of noise in the Great Hall for a few minutes before the noise died down. However, half of the eyes were still on Harry and Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table, clacking his plate with a silver fork. Potter. It's Potter again, everything is Potter. I also contributed to the... He looked at Harry indignantly. Headmaster Dumbledore, a 7th-year Gryffindor student stood up, can you be specific? Did Salazar Slytherin really put a monster in the Chamber of Secrets to purge all those he deemed unworthy of learning magic? The accusation of these words was extremely clear, and the eyes of the wizards at the Slytherin table glared at him in unison, eager to inflict a vicious jinx on him. However, the expressions of the young wizards from the other 3 houses looking towards the Slytherin house became quiet and complicated. I don't think so, Mr. Xavier. Dumbledore's expression looked very serious as he glanced at the young wizards present to calm the commotion before saying calmly, the monster in the chamber, the basilisk, has been around for 1,000 years, but there have only been 2 recorded attacks, which this year and one from 50 years ago. Before that, it had been quietly dormant for nearly 1,000 years. It is reasonable to assume that it was not Salazar Slytherin's intention to launch an attack. Dumbledore quickly leaped ahead, I will place the basilisk in the yard of the school castle tomorrow, and some journalists will also be invited into the school at that time. Please also regulate your words and actions, you can observe, but do not try to touch it, the professors will also cast special wards on it. Now, let's enjoy the meal. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, he waved his wand, and various foods began to appear on the table. However, the young wizards' minds were not here. Dumbledore's speech was so informative that they were all buzzing about everything from the good and bad aspects of Salazar Slytherin himself, to the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, to discussing how the trio had defeated it. How did Basilisk look like? A young Gryffindor wizard asked Harry. A giant snake that has eyes that can kill people. Cool. How big is it? Is it bigger than the one Professor Lockhart conjured up that time in Dueling Club? Ron interjected with his mouth full and slurred, hey man, it's a lot bigger than that. The young wizard looked at Ron skeptically, you actually helped with that. Dion, I played a much more important role than you can imagine. Despite the fact that Ron's mouth is stuffed to the point of explosion, he still can't help but justify himself. On the other side, Hermione Granger sat quietly and did not say anything. Hermione, aren't you hungry? Hannah Abbott looked at the little witch with the mask and asked her curiously. Not hungry, Hermione said stiffly, but she quickly pulled out 2 sheets of parchment from her pocket and wrapped the beef pie on the plate in front of her. Hannah Abbott stared at her blankly, the fork in her hand stopped in midair. The student table was buzzing, and the faculty table was not quiet either, as some uninformed professors poked around for specifics. Felix finished dealing with Lockhart, who kept asking questions, and went past Professor Flitwick to inquire with Dumbledore. Headmaster, about the pressure from some pure-blood families. Do you mean this? Dumbledore put down his knife and fork and said with great interest, I have been in contact within the last few days with most of the board members, and they agreed that it would be better for me to sit in this position. What about the Malfoy? Lucius, unfortunately, he is now facing no less trouble, as the other school board members are unhappy with his previous threats and want to kick him out of the board. I heard that he has now approached Fudge. That Minister of Magic. Yes, and if nothing else, you will see him tomorrow, Dumbledore said sagely. Felix nodded knowingly. The dinner was soon over, and the young Gryffindor wizards flocked the trio at the common room, eager to ask exactly what had happened. This was something Ron excelled at, and he began to describe it in graphic detail. As far as Harry could see, except for the parts that he was asked to keep secret, like the existence of the professor, like the Gryffindor sword, the rest of the story was exaggerated to the extreme by Ron. Hermione quietly returned to the dormitory, sneakily finished 2 pies, and returned satisfied. So that's why I was punished with detention before. I actually didn't expect Lockhart to fall with just a nudge, Ron said with a spiteful and regretful face. Hermione hid in the crowd, just in time to hear a small wizard ask Ron, so, there is no need for you to be detained. Ron opened his mouth, like a deflated ball, became sad all of a sudden. It was true that he had won honor for the house, but he couldn't escape the punishment of attacking an innocent professor. In fact, Professor McGonagall has told him the details of the detention and the time, in a circle, he had the misfortune to fall into the hands of Lockhart. He had heard Harry describe the details of the detention writing replies to Lockhart's fans as seemingly easy, but the length of the tasks, 4 hours each session, is enough to make one wonder about life. 83, Chapter 83 Professor Snake. On the first class of the new semester, Felix sensed the restlessness within the young wizards, who were waiting for class to end to see the basilisk in the yard. He cleared his throat, and after attracting the attention of the young wizards, he gently waved his wand, Serpent Sortia. With a cloud of black air, a small snake surrounded by dark marks landed on the desk. It made a hissing sound, and its slender body kept wriggling. The young wizards raised their heads and stretched their necks to get a better look. Felix's wand ran along with its scales, and the black-spotted snake's appearance immediately underwent a radical change. Its smooth scales became thick and solid, giving it a metallic feel. Its color also became green and glowing, with the characteristic brightness of a poisonous snake. Even its body swelled up quite a bit, and it raised its smooth snake head, with a pair of yellow eyes that looked icy and hideous. Professor, is this the basilisk? A student asked. That's right. So, it was this little guy that Potter and the rest defeated. The young wizard on the stage said with some disappointment, this is too small, almost just 3 or 4 feet. Especially when the little basilisk shrunk on the podium, it looked even more inconspicuous. Many of the young wizards suddenly had the illusion in their hearts, I can do this too. But the basilisk's appearance is very scary, especially the pair of yellow eyes, looking really penetrating. Felix did not deny their stance and continued to explain, the biggest threat of the basilisk is its eyes, they are extremely lethal. In other words, by the time you see it, you may have lost the power to fight back forever. The murmur from the stage lessened. And he waved his wand and the small basilisk that had been cowering on the podium sprang up from the table, startling the small wizards in the front row, whose bodies leaned back in unison. And when it crossed an arc in mid-air and landed right in the middle of the classroom, the little snake's body suddenly expanded rapidly. It enlarged more than a dozen times in an instant and filled up half of the classroom without waiting for them to react. Ah! Many little wizards let out screams and scrambled to avoid the huge basilisk pressing them down, but soon they realized that the body of the basilisk had turned from solid to black mist-like. A small wizard sitting on the ground gathered the courage to reach out and touch it, and his hand went straight through the black fog. He looked up and saw a number of people with half their bodies peeking into the black mist, and at the moment they were moving out of the room in fear. Felix said, full of mischief, well, this is the original size of the basilisk. After a while, the young wizards calmed down after realizing that the thing didn't hurt them in any way. A few of them got up from the ground in embarrassment, and one of them, a young witch named Campbell Jean King, stirred her wand around the black mist like snake, reshaping the scales near her into a black mist. Many of the young witches curiously imitated the process, and in the process, the black mist-like snake kept swimming and twisting its body in the tiny classroom, its huge snake body passing through desks, chairs, books, boys, and girls. But most of the young wizards weren't afraid at this point, and they were excited enough to poke it with their wands, with sparks of various colors flashing from time to time in the murky black mist. After a few minutes, the basilisk shrunk back to 3 to 4 feet, and its body changed from a black mist to a greenish solid. Professor, this is the real appearance of the basilisk in the chamber. A young wizard asked in a tone of awe. You can interpret it that way. Felix conjured up a chair and sat on it. Since you are curious about the basilisk, let it give you a lecture today. The young wizards looked unsurely and looked at each other. However, just then, from the basilisk's mouth came a voice very similar to Professor Happ's. Now open the book at page 79, and we will study a selection of manuscripts translated from 1842 by Carlyle Matthew, an expert in ancient runes, a manuscript from approximately 700 years ago. Many of the young wizards were startled, but with their previous experience, they were not so embarrassed that they fell out of their seats again, but stared with wide eyes, staring dead at the small basilisk in front of the podium, with its upper body held high. They blinked in confusion and looked toward Professor Happ, who is sitting peacefully in the corner of the podium, with countless complicated thoughts rushing through their minds. And the small basilisk opened its maw, revealing thin, dagger-like teeth. Yes, it's me, your ancient runes professor. So, what are you waiting for? The basilisk suddenly approached the young witch in the front row, scaring her so much that she dropped her quill. Campbell, tell me, what did I just say? Teach, Professor, you just talked about the rune EOH, for you tree, symbolizing death and regeneration, which can also mean continuity and sustainment. The young witch named Campbell Jean King stood up and stammered. Good point, Ravenclaw plus 10 points. The basilisk spat. Campbell sat down with a long sigh of relief and patted herself on the chest. So, why don't you guys write it down? The rest of the young wizards began to scribble away. For the rest of the lesson, the young wizards gradually accepted this somewhat bizarre snake professor, who wandered up and down the aisles on both sides, occasionally coming up to the inattentive young wizards and saying loudly with a pair of yellow eyes, "Don't look at me, read the book." And Professor Hap, sitting in the corner, had a smiling expression on his face from the beginning to the end, and he appeared to be in a very happy mood. Near the end of the class, Felix stood up, waved his wand, and turned their snake professor back into a black mist amidst the reluctant expressions of the young wizards. Today's assignment, which is to review the contents of this particular manuscript, consists of a single parchment and must use knowledge learned in the 3rd or 4th year. As soon as the bell rang, the hallway resounded with the sound of footsteps and noise. The young wizards were already eager to rush out and head straight for the yard. In the 5th year Ancient Runes classroom, the young wizards gathered their things in a trance and walked slowly out of the classroom. Hey! Campbell, come on, let's go together and see the basilisk. Her friend called her, saying gleefully, I've been looking forward to this during my last transfiguration class. Campbell said with a blank face, you go ahead. What about you? I've suddenly lost interest in basilisk, Campbell said. The young wizards who walked out of the Ancient Runes classroom with her nodded in agreement. Not only had they spent a period with basilisk, but they had also been lectured about ancient runes by it. In the yard, there were already many little wizards gathered around, and they were huddled together under shadows. In the middle of the little wizards, is a full 40 feet long huge basilisk. Its body is as thick as the trunk of an oak tree, a scale as big as a palm, looks very rough, glowing in cold green color. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 84, Chapter 84 Cornelius Oswald Fudge. And on the basilisk's flattened snake head, a large hole ran through its head to its upper jaw, and both eyes were left with only 2 blackened, empty hollows. From time to time, a few exclamations accompanied by fear were heard from the crowd. These wizards ranged from the first 4 years younger ones to the last 3 years older ones, but they still couldn't help but gulp while facing the dead basilisk. One of the young wizards asked what everyone wanted, is this behemoth what Potter and the rest fought? How did they do it? No one answered his question. One Slytherin student couldn't resist trying to get closer. He reached out his hand, but an invisible barrier bounced him away. You know what Dumbledore said, Flint? A shrill voice appeared, and the crowd moved aside to make way for Professor Filius. He looked short, but the young wizards at Hogwarts respected him because he always lectured with passion and would treat the young wizards of all 4 houses equally. He came to the front and walked around the basilisk. What a rare magic creature, I think Hagrid would have liked it. Felix thought about it at the end of the lesson and decided to go to the yard. Dumbledore had said last night at the dinner that the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, would be here today, and he intended to get a closer look at this man. Rumor had it that he is Dumbledore's echoing dog and has absolutely no opinion of his own. But Felix didn't think so. A man who is playing politics can be the best licker and more unprincipled than the rest when you're vulnerable. He walked down the stairs and prepared to cross the Great Hall. Just then, from the distance, there came a clamor, and 7 or 8 figures approached from afar. Minister Fudge, this way, please. Professor McGonagall walked in front. Behind her came a stout, small, middle-aged man, short, chubby, and solid-looking, with a scraggly head of grey hair and an anxious scowl on his face. His clothes were a strange mishmash, pinstriped suit, bright red tie, long black cloak, and purple-pointed boots. He also had a dark green bowler hat under his arm. Felix recognized him at once as Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic. Following him closely is a tall man, in an aura outfit, who looks like Fudge's subordinate. After this is a middle-aged man with platinum blonde hair. His whole body is tightly wrapped in a long black travel cloak, his face carries a cold, rejecting expression of indifference, and his hand carries a wand that looks very much like a cane. Felix looked at his trademark hair color and had a few guesses in his mind. Perhaps it is that rather famous pure-blood family head of Malfoy? After Malfoy came a woman, with whom Felix happened to mingle, Rita Skeeter. Her face heavily coated with makeup, she's energetically instructing her 2 assistants, seize the moment, the moment. Got it? Take lots of pictures. 2 young men with enchanted cameras coyly agreed. Felix could not help but smile. It seems that this newspaper celebrity has a good psychological quality. Rita Skeeter carried a purse in her hand, and as she walked through the Great Hall, her eyes began to look around cautiously for something. Her pupils suddenly tightened, and her steps became hesitant and indecisive as she met Felix's gaze. Behind her is a slow walking. In the last place is Dumbledore. His size is the tallest among the crowd, at the moment, his blue eyes watching all this. Professor McGonagall saw Felix in front of her. She paused. Oh, Felix. Let me introduce you, this is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. She then grunted softly and reluctantly, these two are Lucius Malfoy and Rita Skeeter. Fudge showed enough enthusiasm as he walked up briskly and held out his hands. Felix Happ, I've really heard a lot about you, I've heard your name mentioned more than once by the French Minister of Magic. Felix drew his hand back without a trace, just writing a few books. He stared into Fudge's eyes the entire time, and in those eyes, he didn't see much enthusiasm present. He looked again at Rita Skeeter and whispered, it's Rita. The woman with the exaggerated curls greeted awkwardly, hello, Mr. Happ. She wondered if she should pretend she didn't know him, and if she would get into any trouble if she revealed the man's hidden face. But if Felix saw correctly, this instant, Fudge and Malfoy's eyes changed at the same time. What a keen, should I say, worthy of a figure in the world of prestige. Felix nodded at Malfoy, and the two did not cross paths. But Lucius Malfoy looked at him quietly for 2 seconds with his grey eyes, and then tugged out a reserved smile as he extended his right hand, hello, Mr. Happ. Felix, surprised in his heart, similarly extended his hand, hello, Mr. Malfoy. After a short exchange of pleasantries, Professor McGonagall continued to lead the way. Felix has quietly followed the pace to the end of the line and walked alongside Dumbledore. The two men adorned the group from afar, whispering to each other. Felix, it's not right to abuse the legilimency. Dumbledore winked, that will take a lot of the fun out of it and make you more likely to get bored with the world. Is that your experience? Anyone has to be young at some point. Dumbledore did not answer directly, but Felix has heard the underlying meaning young people are always prone to make mistakes. So he said, I'm young now, Headmaster Dumbledore. Besides, I only slightly perceived his true emotions, it helps to understand each other better, doesn't it? Dumbledore did not insist on the topic, he asked with interest, what did you perceive? Could it be that you are interested in what the Minister of Magic is thinking? Felix asked rhetorically. No, Felix, I don't need to use legilimency to see through him, it is perhaps the only thing I mastered without active learning after living for 100 years. Felix is somewhat surprised, Dumbledore should not talk to him about these, right? When did their relationship become so close? The two of them remained silent for the next few minutes. When they walked to the yard, Professor McGonagall had led Fudge and the others to stand in front of the basilisk. Felix and Dumbledore did not push forward either, and stood on the periphery of the crowd. Hagrid stood awkwardly in the corner. Felix listened to a few words of chatter from the young wizards and figured out what is going on. Just now, Hagrid kept pleading Professor Filius to unlock the ward around the basilisk. He wanted to feel the charm of a creature like a basilisk up close. Is this how all wizards who study magical creatures think about things? So, how many seconds before Professor Kettleben would reach the battlefield? Felix thought out of tune in his mind. 85, Chapter 85 Accident. Somehow, Harry, Ron, and Hermione also arrived. Hermione still wore the huge mask and knitted hat, but her eyes had reverted to brown. This meant that she had become more proficient in her light morphing or, of course, it could be the effect of Madame Pomfrey's potion. Ron pulled Harry and Hermione as they hid behind a pillar. He leered, Cornelius Fudge, Lucius Malfoy, and Rita Skeeter. What a day, 3 nasties all at once. Harry asked, who's Cornelius Fudge? He's the Minister of Magic and my dad's boss. But he's a big shot, so he looks down on my father's line of work, you know, dealing with muggle stuff and such, and my father has been underappreciated. Ron muttered. Hermione's eyes were fixed on the woman, Rita Skeeter, and she carefully sized her up in the back. That woman is Rita Skeeter? She looks like she has rather bad taste. Hermione spat at her outfit. I agree with you, if you ask me, even Lockhart is superior to her in that regard, it's not like she doesn't have any money. Oh, Merlin! Ron suddenly wailed. What's wrong? There, look over there, Ron pointed in the other direction, here comes Lockhart as well, the 4 nasties are gathered together. Sure enough, Harry found Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in a magnificent robe, with a charming smile on his face, passing the young wizard to meet Fudge and Lucius. He's like a peacock with an open dress. Ron's expression wore a very resistant one as he is going to report to Lockhart's office tonight. Lockhart gave a graceful salute with a very wide smile, Minister Fudge, Mr. Malfoy, it's an honor to meet you. Fudge froze for a moment, then extended his hands with a big smile, hello Mr. Lockhart, I have read your entire book, and I must admit, it's a big harvest. Lockhart said modestly, I just did what I had to do, Minister, I can't always turn a blind eye to the pitiful people who get into trouble. Fudge had an expression of sentiment, there are not many adventurers like you who have a sense of responsibility. Lockhart wanted to say something else, but Dumbledore stepped forward and said with a smile, Fudge, let's take a look at the basilisk first. He waved his wand and made the invisible protective barrier around the basilisk disappear. Oh, Dumbledore, yes, that's right. Fudge's fingers squeezed the bowler hat in his hand as he turned to the tall, dark-skinned man next to him and gave the order, Kingsley, you go check it out. The man named Kingsley took a few steps over the barrier and walked over to the basilisk, wearing a pair of gargoyle gloves as he carefully examined the remains of the basilisk. Felix didn't step forward when he saw a familiar figure, the Ravenclaw witch named Luna. He paced over and stood next to her. Luna. I love the gift you sent me, Professor Hap. Her eyes fixed dead on Rita Skeeter's jeweled glasses, and she said in a singing voice, I don't think she has a good recollection. Why do you say that? She forgets something important at home, she is regretting that, Luna said. Felix looked at Rita Skeeter, who kept directing her assistant to take pictures, and he dismissed it. Did you become friend with that little girl with the flaming hair? Luna gave him a surprised look, we're already friends. She said thoughtfully, I think the rooster doll I gave her played a small part. Yeah, I guess it did. Felix smacked his lips. Not long after, Kingsley reported to Fudge, Minister, it's confirmed that it's a basilisk, and there's no more danger. Very good, Kingsley. Fudge prepared to get a closer look at the basilisk, and before he could take a second step, he stopped by Rita Skeeter's voice. Minister Fudge, I think we should take a picture together for tomorrow's front page, Skeeter said with a heaping smile. Oh, sure, no problem. Several adults in the room stood in a row as Rita Skeeter rushed over and yanked Lockhart, who had seized the center spot, aside. That's your spot. Lockhart reluctantly stood at the edge. Professor Flitwick. Flitwick waved his hand and stepped back. Click. A shudder sounded, and the picture frozen. Fudge, Dumbledore, Malfoy, Professor McGonagall, and Kingsley stood together, with the giant basilisk in the background. Having completed the day's task, the few stood next to the basilisk. Fudge took a few steps forward, holding his belly, and looked closely at the basilisk. This is the thing that has been at Hogwarts for thousands of years, how does it hide from being discovered? Professor McGonagall explained, through the pipes all over Hogwarts the school has experienced several transformations, the interior is densely packed with pipes, not many people can get the full picture, and never thoroughly checked out. Fudge did not speak, and Lucius on the side whispered in the discussion. Lockhart also came over, he surveyed the basilisk, looks like it's not that hard to deal with, I once encountered a water monster, it can cover half of the lake. He tapped the basilisk's fangs with his wand and was about to make a playful remark, but his wand immediately made a zipping sound, oh, my. He waved his wand frantically. The young wizards who were watching had the foresight to quickly retreat a dozen meters or so as if fleeing the famine. But the Minister of Magic, who was looking down at the head of the basilisk, suffered when a drop of something mixed with saliva and venom flung across his face, causing him to let out a terrifying scream. Lucius Malfoy quickly put up a magical barrier and watched the drama with cold eyes. He maintained his magic and stepped back, but just 2 steps back, he got blocked by a ring of golden light. Felix raised his wand at some point, little wizards, back off. Several professors were doing the same, and the protective magic of Flitwick, McGonagall, and Dumbledore mirrored the center of the yard in colorful splendor. Hagrid stretched out his big futon-like hands, lifting the fallen young wizards up in one hand and pushing them far away. But Lucius, like Fudge and Lockhart, standing closer, so he's separated by layer after layer of magic, and a drop of saliva mixed with venom is thrown on his protective spell with a zippy sound. He shouted with a pale face, "Stop, you fool!" Lockhart flung his wand a few more times before he realized what he had done, and stood in front of Fudge in a panic, trying to do something. "Oh, Minister Fudge, I'm sorry." But Fudge's screams grew louder and louder, and his face became pitch black, and the range expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene is like a mess. Silence! Dumbledore shouted. He dispelled the magic in front of him, a few steps forward, with the wand against Fudge's face. From the tip of the wand spread layer after layer of golden light, the expansion of the black trail stopped. Dumbledore took a closer look. "Further treatment is needed, Fudge, I'm going to send you to the school clinic." "No, send me to St. Mungo's. My face is ruined." "Gilderoy Lockhart, I'm going to put you in Azkaban $% and, number Fudge spewed a string of profanities out of his mouth. "Oh, God!" Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and glared at the frenzied Fudge, resisting the urge to bestow a stupefy on him. Finally, the Transfiguration Professor yelled at the young wizards around her, "You, all little wizards! Get out of here and go to your classes!" The little wizards scattered like flies. Rita Skeeter excitedly grabbed the camera and kept pressing the shutter like crazy, her mouth open wide and her 2 huge gold teeth glistening in the sunlight. "Look at that woman, I can see her back teeth." Ron, who was hiding by a pillar in the yard, pointed at Rita Skeeter and said, "She's got the big news today. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 86, Chapter 86. Is it a curse? It's just so exciting. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think this kind of drama would happen." Fred and George muttered. They took a little detour to hide in the grass, peering through the cracks at the side of the commotion. Dumbledore held Fudge's hand. Don't worry, Fudge, you'll be fine. Do you guarantee? Dumbledore. Half of his face turned black. I promise you, Fudge. Fudge's expression became placid and he fell asleep. Dumbledore withdrew his glowing fingers and turned to look at Kingsley. We need to get him to the school clinic. But, Minister Fudge, he said. The basilisk's venom needs to be resolved as soon as possible, Dumbledore said. The man named Kingsley quickly compromised. Everything is at your disposal. Dumbledore turned to Flitwick and McGonagall and said, Flitwick, Minerva, you stay here, maintain order, and get rid of that basilisk. The two professors nodded their heads. Hagrid volunteered to pick up Fudge and stride in the direction of the school clinic with Dumbledore and Kingsley. Lucius took advantage of the chaos to leave, and he found his son, Draco Malfoy. What is the truth behind the Chamber of Secrets? Lucius questioned him. Potter and the gang did it. Dad, Potter is a Parseltongue, that's why he found the Chamber of Secrets. Draco said with an irritated look on his face. A Parseltongue? Lucius truly felt surprised. He thought that it was the diary he had thrown at the Weasleys' youngest daughter that had been discovered. Did you find out who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Lucius asked vaguely. No, not yet. Draco stammered as he gave his father a wary look. He didn't spill the beans on the fact that he had briefly been controlled by a dark magic item. Is that so? Lucius didn't notice this little gesture, and his expression turned condescending. Rita Skeeter wanted to follow up and film the Minister of Magic's misery, but then she looked at the Lockhart, and after some weighing, she quickly settled upon her real target. Fellow peers are enemies, she must screw him. Click. 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 Ka-chow. Lockhart, overwhelmed, blocked his face. Hey, stop it. Stop it now. Rita Skeeter, however, shooting more vigorously, her desire is now simply bursting with creativity, but unfortunately, because of some scruples, she did not bring automatic quill and parchment. She stole a glance at Felix, who watched all this in silence. This lets Rita Skeeter put her heart down. It seems that this one does not care about others. The next time she had the chance to come to Hogwarts, she must be well prepared. Oh my, Professor McGonagall must be furious. Hermione, who is hiding behind a huge pillar, said as Harry and Ron looked over at their Transfiguration class professor, whose face is about to twist into distortion. The situation had developed into something where Lockhart rushed forward to grab the camera with Skeeter, but it seemed that on physical strength alone, Lockhart is no match for her, and Skeeter's 2-inch-long nails made a dozen cuts on his face. My handsome face! Lockhart went mad. Professor McGonagall had to step forward to separate the two, her lips quivering with anger. Professor Lockhart, please leave at once. As for you. She looked at Rita Skeeter with disgust. Oh, you needn't mind me, Professor McGonagall. Rita Skeeter said cheekily, I'll just wander around, it's been years since I've been back to school and I really miss it. Suit yourself. McGonagall couldn't care less about her at the moment as she and Professor Flitwick worked together to drag the basilisk away. Felix looked around. Lockhart looked like an angry bull, and he didn't want to get involved. He turned around and walked in the direction of the school clinic. After a while, Lockhart completely calmed down. He suddenly realized he is facing an unprecedented crisis. He straightened his messy hair and said to Rita Skeeter, Skeeter, we need to talk, man to man. The woman gave him a condescending look as she took the magic camera, her biggest catch this time, and handed it to her two assistants. Keep an eye on it, and stay away. The two assistants left, and at this moment, the empty space remained with only two of them, Lockhart and Skeeter, on the bright side. In the dark, the twins and the trio were on one side each, holding their breath. Rita Skeeter glanced disdainfully at Lockhart. She grinned, a victorious posture. What do you want to talk to me? I guess there is no more need for that. The famous best-selling author. Lockhart's handsome face became contorted, but he looked around and whispered, we don't have to get to this point, and I can give you golden galleons as compensation, as long as you don't say a word about this. Rita Skeeter glanced at him. 2,000 galleons. Lockhart said groggily. There is no response. 4,000. 10,000 golden galleons. You greedy woman. Rita Skeeter gave a stiff smile, but she still didn't relent as she leaned closer and said, Lockhart, you can go back and think about it for a while, figure out what a great writer's reputation is really worth. And, she fiddled with her nails, first think about how to clear your name for attacking the Minister of Magic. That was just an accident. Lockhart gritted his teeth and looked at her, but the woman had left satisfied. He gripped the wand in his hand and tried to do something several times, but finally gave up. He returned to his office in dismay. The lively yard, once again restored calm. The twins looked at each other and quietly left in silence. Behind a pillar, the trio looked at each other. Dirty money deal. Hermione got righteously indignant. Ron shrugged, it's normal, when my father went to check Malfoy Manor, Malfoy got informed in advance. Why do you think it because? Harry looked in the direction that Lockhart left and couldn't help but ask, do you guys think that Lockhart will be put in jail? Ron said without thinking, it's hard to say, but if I am Fudge, I mean, as Minister of Magic, I couldn't afford to be disgraced like that. Don't you think it's too coincidence? What? Everything that happened today was an accident, wasn't it? You know the basilisk was already taken care of, and he could have muddled through the whole year unscathed, then written a book like My Year at Hogwarts and earned a large amount of golden galleons. You mean, the Dark Lord's curse? Ron responded. Hermione blinked as she said with great interest, quite an interesting thought, Harry, perhaps the true nature of the curse is to amplify the probability of various accidents. We could look into that. Ron grimaced, Hermione, don't you think you've been too busy lately? For you, let me do the maths, classes, homework, weekend runes guidance, grading papers, learning special transfiguration techniques, and now you have to study the curse. Hermione grunted as she asked rhetorically, don't you think that solving one puzzle after another is a great accomplishment? On the other hand, Rita Skeeter, who had been looking at the landscape slowly, suddenly turned back the way she came after turning around the yard. Her eyes kept searching, and Lockhart is so fast that she had lost sight of him. But she soon spotted the trio. Hey, you three! Little wizards, stop! 87, Chapter 87A Obliviate. Rita Skeeter hastily called out to the trio of probing young wizards, do you know where Professor Lockhart's office is? I need to see him. She flashed them a stiff smile, but her mind had already flown far away. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at her a little dazed, why this woman is back again? Hermione didn't answer, just looked angrily at Rita Skeeter. But when Ron saw her gaze turn to Harry, he quickly spoke up and said, it's in the basement next to classroom number 2. Satisfied, Rita Skeeter left, walking away with a slight oddity in her mind, that girl wasn't exactly looking at her in a friendly way. But what the hell? It's not like she's a celebrity anyway, or she could totally write her up in an article herself. Ron. Hermione looked puffed up. Listen to me, don't let Harry get involved with that woman, she'll turn Harry's ancestors inside out, Ron explained. The little witch somewhat relieved, Harry then realized that he seemed to have just taken a trip through the whirlpool and is still safe and sound. In a shadowy underground corridor, the figure of Rita Skeeter disappeared for a few seconds, then out of the darkness flew a beetle, which flapped its wings and flew expertly next to classroom number 2 in the basement. The beetle hovered in midair for a few seconds, staring anthropomorphically at the Defense Against Dark Arts class Gilderoy Lockhart sign, and silently slipped through the doorway. Lockhart walking in his office in circles, his expression is a little angry. Even a row of portraits hanging on the wall also became sad-looking as well. The beetle landed on the edge of one of the portraits and looked down at him from a high position. Damn it %. Lockhart lost his usual poise and kept rubbing his hands through his hair, his golden curls becoming more and more disheveled. Maybe I can do something about this like I used to, I'm very good at this, good enough. Lockhart muttered to himself to an equivocal portrait of himself, which gave him a thumbs up and showed a mouth full of white teeth. But what to do about the charge of attacking the Minister of Magic? God, that's ridiculous, it was just an accident, an accident. I'm not going to let someone just falsely accuse me, even if he is the Minister of Magic. I'm not to be messed with either, I have a huge readership, and they'll all support me. Lockhart thought carefully for some time that he should not be put into Azkaban, which made him feel a little better. But if my readers find out that I'm lying to them? He couldn't help but shiver. Everything seemed to go back to the beginning, how to solve the problem of Rita Skeeter, the woman himself. Lockhart became annoyed all over again, and he felt that he should not have been greedy for new book sales and promised Dumbledore to be a professor of defense against the dark arts class. Old fool. After a while, Lockhart sat down in his chair and took out a piece of parchment to write something quickly. The beetle spread its wings and quietly approached from the other side. It landed near a pile of published books, crawled over a clean white velvet handkerchief, and hid behind a delicate, thin mug. The position is just right to read the text that Lockhart has written. Ms. Rita Skeeter, it is with a sense of calm. Not many words were written before Lockhart suddenly crumpled the parchment into a ball and slammed it hard. The ball of paper knocked over the thin mug on the table, revealing the beetle hiding behind it. For a second or two, Lockhart locked eyes with the beetle's small eyes and a great sense of absurdity welled up in his heart. The lines on its body were identical to that woman Rita Skeeter's jeweled glasses. What's with this disgusting thing in my room? As he watched, the beetle quickly skittered away. But Lockhart didn't think much of it, as he picked up a stack of student assignments in his hand and slapped it down hard. Slap! But the beetle did not even bother but ran more quickly, it climbed to the edge of the table, took off with its wings, and quickly away from Lockhart. Hey, I don't believe it. Lockhart chased the obnoxious beetle and hit it. After dodging several times, the beetle was slapped to the ground by Lockhart, and he stomped on it with one foot. Finally, settled, his depressed mood relieved a lot. Wait, this kind of feeling, on your feet. Lockhart soon found something wrong, the bottom of his feet began to burst out a dazzling light, his feet involuntarily propped up, pushed away, a woman's head appeared, and soon her limbs also stretched out. His jaw dropped as the beetle beneath his feet turned into a woman, an abominable woman named Rita Skeeter. Rita Skeeter. You. Lockhart gasped in shock, his foot still on her shoulder. He backed away with a horrified look on his face and crashed solidly against the table. Rita Skeeter slumped to the floor, an embarrassed expression running across her face. This thing had developed to this point is something she had never expected. What kind of luck it's that this straw man, Lockhart, had a 1 in a million chance of running into her. Over the years, she has peeked into countless hidden secrets, and now she actually has to fall into the hands of a stupid person. Does he have some kind of discrimination against beetles? On the other hand, Lockhart's expression is dubious, his hand fondled behind him, and his wand is on the table. He stalled for time. Rita Skeeter. I didn't think you turned out to be an animagus, for God's sake. I can't believe you're an illegal animagus and sneaking into my room to snoop around. He reeled back and grabbed the wand. With the wand in his hand, he had the victory in hand. But by the time he turned back around, Rita Skeeter had already rushed up with her teeth bared. Dang! Skeeter's fat body slammed into Lockhart, causing him to let out a cry of pain. The two wrestled together, and the portrait of Lockhart on the wall screamed in unison. Scram! Lockhart struggled desperately. Huff, puff, puff. Rita Skeeter got the upper hand with her size. She pinned down Lockhart with one hand and pulled her wand from her coat pocket with the other hand, the tip of her wand pressed hard against the side of his head as she frantically chanted the incantation. Obliviate. A moment later, Lockhart's expression became blank. When he came back to his senses, Lockhart felt his mind was slightly disorganized. Well, what was I thinking about? Oh right, it's about that woman Rita Skeeter. I have to write to her, I have to agree to her request, otherwise my career, my reputation will be all ruined. Merlin one trouble after another, I should not have come to Hogwarts. Lockhart stood up, the office has become neat and tidy again, only the portrait on the wall and the character is sickly, obviously because only little spirit left. On the other hand, Felix chased Dumbledore and a few others to the school clinic. Dumbledore once again summoned Phoenix Fox. The little dot glanced at his master angrily and reluctantly treated Fudge with tears. Finally, there are no after effects. If the Minister of Magic was attacked at Hogwarts and word got out, Madame Pomfrey aside poured out a bottle of black medicinal juice and fed it to Fudge, whose cheeks became rosy. Knowing what I know about the Minister, he won't say anything. Kingsley said, but that Rita Skeeter woman, she's a hidden problem. Don't worry, I'll communicate with her, Felix said calmly. He studied Fudge's face, quietly pulling down a handful of his hair. Not that he wanted to do something, but it's too good timing, the opportunity is too rare. In case you have a chance to use it in the future. 88, Chapter 88 Ideas. Kingsley looked at Felix and said with some hesitation, I know you, Felix Happ, but she's not a person who speaks well. That woman is bold, and even if Fudge himself is there, she might not listen. Felix did not speak. Dumbledore watched all this, he blinked his azure eyes, linked to the attitude of Rita Skeeter before, he almost had some guesses. The old man leaned down and carefully examined Fudge's state, and he said, the basilisk is indeed a terrible creature, even without counting its eyes, and its toxicity is extremely rare. Indeed it is. Kingsley nodded. But no more poisonous than the desire of the human heart, Voldemort is such. Dumbledore said calmly, as his power became stronger, his desires expanded, and he broke through each of his bottom lines until he no longer has anything to care about. Voldemort had glorified his own behavior, he said a phrase, magic is power, Felix, what do you think? Felix said lightly, magic can carry many things, ambition, dreams, strength, power, but these are just scenery on the road, you can stop briefly, but eventually you have to move on. I personally believe magic is magic, there is no need or necessity to add other appendages. He looked up to meet Dumbledore's calm gaze. Kingsley listened in confusion to the conversation between the two. How did it go from the basilisk to the mysterious man? Wasn't he already dead? Knock, knock, knock. Lucius Malfoy knocked on the door of the open ward with his cane, and he looked up slightly, leaving half his face hidden in the shadows. Dumbledore, I need to speak to you alone. Welcome, Lucius, welcome. Dumbledore gladly stood up and walked out with him. Felix also duly offered his farewell. Crossing the corridor connecting the Great Hall, Felix happened to see the figure of Rita Skeeter, who looked very flustered, her makeup all over her face. What is going on here? Rita. Felix stepped out of the shadows, startling her. Felix Happ. You, Rita Skeeter stammered and stuttered. Something is odd. Felix looked her in the eye, his light blue eyes glowing slightly. Flustered, fierce, relieved. What had she done? He had some hesitation to continue probing deeper. It risked discovery, but Rita Skeeter ducked her head to avoid his gaze. I'm sorry, Mr. Happ, I have things to do, I need to catch up. And she hurried away. Rita, Felix called out to her, about Minister Fudge's injury, I hope it won't set off too much of a ripple. Rita Skeeter turned her back on him and said wryly, Mr. Happ, oh, Felix, are you asking me to conceal the truth? You know what my attitude is, as long as you don't exaggerate and twist the truth. When she left, Felix sighed, he should collect his mind and focus on his runes research. However, there is still the matter of the dueling course that needs to be settled. When the new semester started, he had to set the schedule and teaching content of the dueling course. After lunch in the Great Hall, Felix went to the basement of the castle and prepared to finalize the content with Professor Snape. Snape welcomed him in, wearing a black robe and expressionless face. Please sit down, Felix. Snape lifted the hem of his wizard's robe and sat down across from him. He waved his wand and sent several sheets of parchment flying across the table in front of him. Here are some of my— Snape stared into Felix's eyes, insights. Felix picked up the parchments and thumbed through them, snickering at him in passing, Professor, don't you have a cup of tea in here? Snape pulled the corner of his mouth, you've never had anything I've offered you personally. Felix then stopped talking. Snape made him cautious with his unique collection of potions when he was in school, and had given him a small bottle of high-purity babbling beverage for Christmas this year. He really didn't have the courage to try any of the drinks he gave him. He read the contents of the parchment carefully. Professor, you mean, a lesson to learn a spell? Felix looked at Snape with some confusion. Felix, most of the spells related to dueling are somewhat dangerous, and if you don't slow down, they will give you all kinds of unexpected surprises. Snape deliberately emphasized the word surprise. Felix thought for a moment, 1 lesson every 2 weeks, that is, learning 2 spells a month. Snape said indifferently, you can learn a dozen spells in a school year, and with a reasonable mix, you can protect yourself completely. He revealed his usual mocking tone and said, some students can't even cast a standard shield charm until they graduate. This is indeed the reality of Hogwarts. It has been peaceful for so long that the young wizards learn spells solely to cope with the exams. By the time the exams are over, some lukewarm spells are simply shelved. According to the normal teaching order, the young wizards in the 4th year should master the shield charm, but unfortunately, this spell is under defense against the dark arts class, and this course at Hogwarts. It's hard to say. Many young wizards' 5th year spell casting level will become the pinnacle of his life because according to the requirements of OWL's exams, mandatory courses are required to be taken, naturally including the defense against the dark arts class, the charm class, and the transfiguration class, which are more operational than practical. And after the 5th year, young wizards start to choose advanced classes according to their grades and career plans, and some academic scum may only take 1 or 2 classes. If he chooses a class that happens to be mostly theoretical, his spell casting level will plummet like a dive. Probably, when he graduated, all but those most commonly used spells would be returned to the professor. Felix brushed the ring on his left hand and took out a stack of parchment. Professor, this is my teaching layout about the first magic spell, you can make some suggestions. Snape took the parchment and flipped through the pages absently for 2 pages, but then his expression got serious. This is... Snape buried his head in reading the contents of the parchment, immersing himself in the magic skill tree Felix had constructed. Occasionally he took out his wand and waved it in midair. Felix, this is how you understand the spell. Felix said gently, just my personal understanding in the process of learning the magic spell, there may be omissions. Snape's fingers brushed the parchment, in his mind quickly reconstructed the spell. Half an hour later, he waved his wand and sent out a dazzling red light that sent a chair 3 meters away flying, and the poor chair fell apart utterly in midair. Professor Snape, what are you doing? Felix inquired him. The spell just now was not too strong, but too weak. It couldn't even catch up to the strength of the disarming charm he used that time when he defeated Lockhart. Snape, carefully experienced in his mind, slowly opened his eyes. I just blocked my knowledge of the disarming charm, according to your design, reconstructed this spell. Snape, mind drifted off. He is not only a master of potions, but also has an extremely in-depth knowledge of magic spells. He used occlumency to shield his understanding of the disarming charm, and in a very short time, he relearned the disarming charm according to Felix's plan. This is not difficult for Snape, his accumulation of all kinds of spells are there, all the relevant theory, skills, a little experience to re-release the spell. If it is a different little wizard, it wouldn't be possible to do something similar. Snape's approach further verified the feasibility of Felix's theory, and the current success rate still remains at a staggering 100%. However, Felix soon went sideways, and he began to ask Snape for tips on the application of occlumency. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 89, Chapter 89 Classroom Puzzles. Felix stayed at Snape's office until the end of the first class in the afternoon, and then left in a hurry to go to the class for the 7th-year wizards. He stood at the podium and looked at the junior wizards of the grade below him. There were less than 20 combined, tisk. There are really too few. At the beginning of the school year, Felix had communicated with Professor McGonagall that he could appropriately ease the students' grades and let some little wizards with A grades enter his improvement class. He did so with the idea that one more is one more, and that he might be able to use his strong charisma to fool an additional young wizard into joining the family of ancient runes research. But before his arrival, the course had been lukewarm and the response rather lackluster. Except for those wizards who were interested in studying ancient languages, or who wanted to join the Wisengamot and the Ministry of Magic's Senior Citizen Department, there were very few other interested parties. So his 7th grade classroom is either a school tyrant, those who have chosen it by mistake, who try to choose as many as possible, or an academic scum. For example, Marcus Flint is a typical representative of the academic dregs. After entering the 7th grade, he selected a total of 2 courses: Care of Magical Creatures class and Ancient Runes class. For him, it's Felix who gave a word to join, otherwise, he would simply have taken a single class. As far as Felix knew, the 7th grade Care of Magical Creatures class would add a great deal of knowledge about raising and breeding rare magical creatures, requiring a lot of information to be consulted and memorized. With Marcus Flint's troll-like brain, Felix really didn't know how he would pass. On the podium, Felix waved his wand, causing a dozen of parchments to fly in all directions and land in front of the corresponding young wizard. He commented, "In general, your grades are still steadily improving. However, I must remind you that according to the previous NEWT's assessment standards, you must translate a complete ancient rune document. This means that during your exams, there may be ancient runes that are quite out of the box, and you won't be able to find the corresponding knowledge even after going through 5 years of ancient runes textbooks." "Professor, then, how should we respond?" A Ravenclaw witch asked, wearing a pair of extremely recognizable, thick glasses. "Miss Vera, it comes into a bit of exam technique, such as speculating the meaning of words." "Speculating the meaning of words?" Vera asked, pushing up her glasses in disbelief. In the 6th and 7th grade Ancient Runes textbook, a considerable amount of space is devoted to the evolution of ancient runes, such as EO, which has gone through 7 versions, each with slightly different meanings and writing styles. But actually, once you sort out the logic of its evolution, you'll find that its core meaning has never really changed. Vera nodded, this knowledge is obvious to her. And Professor Happ continued, "Therefore, as long as you know one of the versions of the ancient rune, you can make reasonable speculations based on its core meaning in context. Even for those runes that you have never come across, you can make reasonable speculations based on word patterns. This requires the use of the more common 27 evolved forms. Of course, runes with magic power are not in this range and need to be memorized separately, but there are not that many, actually." Next to her, Marcus looked desperate. "What are you talking about? Why does every word I can understand, but together it's like a heavenly text?" "I get it, Professor Happ," Vera said excitedly. "In this class, she is the only one who has a true love for ancient runes and is determined to follow this path, except that her research direction is document translation. This is actually influenced by her family. Her grandfather is a vice president of the Ancient Runes Society." When she returned home for Christmas break and said that the new professor of ancient runes at Hogwarts is Felix Happ, the look on her grandfather's face was amusing. He scolded Felix for being a heretic and going astray, but on the other hand, he shyly admitted that he does have real skills, you can barely learn from him, which made her mentally put Professor Happ on the same level as her grandfather. "Let's move on." After settling the daily questions, Felix's eyes fell on Marcus. "Flint, your grades are always hovering up and down around A, passing, I'm worried about you." Marcus cried. He had really put a lot of effort into ancient runes. Even when he was training on the Quidditch pitch, he kept an ancient runes textbook in his book bag, although he had only opened it once in total. But at least the attitude is there. He hasn't been this dedicated to his other classes. But unfortunately, he really is not that kind of material. Marcus had a mind to quit, but he shivered at the sight of Felix and simply couldn't muster the courage. "Teach, Professor, I will try," Marcus said tremblingly. "Very well, if you have any problems, just find me." Felix started the formal class. In this modest classroom, the academic tyrant and academic scum are clearly separated. The more the academic tyrant listens, the more the dregs become confused, and Marcus is the latter. He is a dreg, but he is bracing himself to show the appearance of the academic tyrant's spirit. A lesson passed in a jiffy. Felix left with a stack of parchments, and in his hand were the assignments of the 7th graders. Today, he received a total of 3 grades worth of holiday assignments. Felix is ready to make full use of his assistant's motivation to learn, so that she can make the most of her talents, by handing over all the assignments of the 3rd and 4th grades to her. In the evening, Felix looked idly at Professor Flitwick's Christmas gift, a manuscript of ancient magic. There were two kinds of writing on the parchment, one of which is an extremely old and ancient rune language, and the other is Professor Flitwick's additions and annotations, containing his thoughts on the study of this magic. It's very enlightening. The only thing is that according to Professor Flitwick, he has no special talent in ancient runes, so this fragmented ancient magic was researched by him in collaboration with the former professor of ancient runes Babbling, and when Professor Babbling left Hogwarts for holiday, the research came to a standstill. The manuscript was given to Felix with the intention of collaborative research. Felix waved his wand, a hazy light blue light like a river of stars, cut through the air and fell on a quill. The brown quill first turned into a toothpick, and then quickly expanded to the size of a cane. As Felix kept injecting magic power, the quill kept growing to about 7 feet, and it stopped dead in its tracks. Well, looking at the effect is similar to combining two magic spells, the shrinking charm and the engorgement charm, together, yet in essence, it doesn't have the high consumption, danger, and intensity of ancient magic. Instead, it's more like modern simplified magic, with a limit to its power and magic consumption. Is it because the part that complements it is the idea of simplified magic? Felix wrote and drew on the parchment, preparing for a prolonged battle. Recovering ancient magic is not an easy task. I wish I had a teacher. Before going to sleep, he thought with some emotion. 90, Chapter 90 Detention and Discovery. A few hours earlier, Ron had experienced a thrilling trip to detention. At 8 p.m., he knocked apprehensively at Professor Lockhart's door, stammering as he came for detention. Is there such a thing? Lockhart looked sickly. Oh, yes, that's right. You little villain. He yanked Ron into the office and shoved him in a chair. Well, what's your punishment? Let's see, how can I get you to sincerely repent and cry out in gratitude at the greatness of Gilderoy Lockhart? Ron stared at him dumbfounded. Lockhart's arrogance aggravated again? I thought of that. Lockhart said with a jolt, clutching a bulging stack of envelopes from a cabinet in the corner. Professor, what is this? Ron swallowed hard. Don't. These are letters from avid fans, part of my collection, my favorites. You need to transcribe them all. Lockhart said with gusto. Things were going in the worst possible direction. The letters, Ron thought, added up to be thicker than the 2 large books Malfoy had transcribed. He opened an envelope and pulled out the contents, which began, Dear Gilderoy, I am your sweetest and most faithful reader Morelia, I sleep with your book in my arms every day because it has your most charming picture on it. Oh Gilderoy, your curls simply tickle my heart and I can't wait to have a great adventure with you in my dreams. Ron almost looked sick. Are you sick? Lockhart asked him. No. Then start copying, it's your punishment for sneaking up on the professor. No, it's a reward, the privilege of feeling my own greatness with my readers. What Lockhart said today was unexpectedly blunt, and Ron had thought he was a peacock or at least would hide his butt when he opened his wings. But he didn't have a choice, and Ron had to force himself not to think about anything, not to wonder what the SHT he was copying really meant. But just 2 lines in, he recoiled once again. So he began to focus on Lockhart, his mind spinning desperately to make himself think about something else. 2 feet away from him, Lockhart likewise unfolded a piece of parchment, picked up a quill drenched in ink, and wrote a line of dragon-flecked fancy writing on it, muttering under his breath, Oh Merlin, I am so unlucky to have to apologize to the stupid fudge. Ron had a gut-wrenching night, because Lockhart seems to have changed for the worse. There is no door in the mouth, spilling a lot of secrets to him. Either complaining that Dumbledore cheated him, or complaining that Professor Hap had stolen his thunder. He also mentioned the day when he was in school, on Valentine's Day, he spent a large sum of money to buy a bunch of cards for himself, but it did not set off any splash. He had to spend 2 months of bitterness over this. The time finally reached midnight. Ron plucked up the courage to raise the request to leave. Lockhart looked at the clock on the wall. The sky is already so dark. Go on, put the letters in the cabinet and continue tomorrow. Ron carried the pile of letters and puffed and panted his way to the big cabinet. He tried to open it, but the door wouldn't budge. Professor Lockhart, the cabinet is locked. Lockhart muttered 2 words, waved his wand, until the 3rd time, the cabinet door popped open with a bang, almost hitting Ron's nose. Ron opened the cabinet. There are a dozen small drawers inside. He did not know where to put, but did not dare to ask, only he opened the drawers one by one to find the appropriate space. When flipping to a certain compartment, he saw a parchment clipped in a binder, and the top line of text made him pause his gaze. Record of a visit to an old wizard in Armenian, note, werewolf adventures, ... He skipped to read it twice more. If you take away the fact that the main character is an ugly, aging Armenian wizard, the story itself is quite good. There is a short paragraph in the middle that seemed like a record of someone's words, yet, it's sad that the people in that village are constantly facing threats from werewolves, initially because they killed a young wolf cub that was actively attacking livestock. It's just sad. Ron's heart thumped, he did not know why, but he quietly drew out the middle pages of this material. The top page he did not dare to take. Lockhart's voice came from afar, "What are you dawdling about?" "Ma, right away, Professor Lockhart." Ron stuffed the few pages of parchment he pulled out into his pocket, then scattered the reader's letters casually into 3 drawers and hastily closed the cabinet. "Professor, I'll leave you to it." Ron quickly ran out of Lockhart's office. On the way, his heart is still beating violently. Back in the common room, which by now is empty, he hides in a corner and carefully reads the 3 parchments he pulled out from his pocket. After reading for a while, he got somewhat confused. Although the content of the story looked a little familiar to him, it is an ordinary interview. Did Lockhart still work as a journalist on the side? When Ron returned to his dorm room and saw Harry, who had already fallen asleep, he stuffed the parchment into a random book and fell back to sleep. For the next week, the atmosphere at Hogwarts is peaceful and tranquil. With no worries about attacks or exams, the young wizards had a fantastic weekend. Hermione finally took off her muzzle. She now only had to wear a hat to cover up her cat ears and usually looked completely indistinguishable from her normal state. Lavender thought I had some kind of terminal illness before. Hermione took a big breath of fresh air, her face frozen red, but she had no idea of putting the scarf on. "Who's Lavender?" Ron asked. "She's my roommate." Ron thought for a moment, and he asked uncertainly, "Is that girl with freckles?" "Not her, Ron, I thought you'd remember a Gryffindor wizard from the same year as you," Hermione said acutely. "I remember, just not the right face." "And do you know Dean Thomas?" Ron asked rhetorically. "Of course. And did you ever speak to him?" Hermione clamped her mouth shut. In the evening of that day, Felix guided Hermione through the upgrade program for the beaded pouch. Felix looked at the parchment in his hand with interest. "You're going to isolate part of the space inside? Are you going to use it for storage?" "Nice try, but the difficulty has increased correspondingly." "Professor, do you think that at my level, I can complete it?" Hermione asked. "Well, if you want to finish it on your own," at least Felix thought about it, "you need to learn 21 practical runes in a targeted way, proficiency in carving some rune circuits, plus some basic theory of alchemy. I can make a list of books for you." Felix in a swish wrote down a series of reference books. Hermione's mouth suddenly became a little bitter. "I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 91, Chapter 91 Discovery." On Monday morning, the little wizards were walking past the bulletin board when they suddenly noticed that it had been updated. A young wizard read out what is pinned on the parchment. "The second dueling class of the current school year is hereby scheduled for this Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Young wizards of all grades are welcome to attend." It's signed with the ethereal moniker, Felix Happ. "Why Professor Happ? Isn't it Lockhart?" Maybe Professor Happ snatched the dueling club from his hands. "That's big news." "Don't be ridiculous, it could be a collaboration, just like Snape in the last class. He is invited by Lockhart to join." The little wizards under the bulletin board were chattering. The trio stood not far away, and Harry's expression showed great excitement. "It's finally happening." Ron also looked with anticipation. "I hope I can learn a few powerful spells. Honestly, I've been nauseous this week." Harry looked at him with a sympathetic look. "He also let you copy fan letters?" "Yeah, endlessly." Ron gave a nasty look. "Especially a woman named Morelia, she wrote the most letters and is favored by Lockhart the most. I can recite some whole snippets." "Don't." Harry stopped in a huff. Ron muttered, "I've heard a lot of hidden secrets from him in the last few days, Hermione, I know him better than you do now." "But he shouldn't, why would he say it?" Hermione asked in disbelief. "I think maybe it's self-loathing? He's writing an apology letter to Fudge every night now." Ron guessed, as Cornelius Fudge never responds to his letters. When the trio reached the classroom of Defense Against Dark Arts, Lockhart stood in the doorway, his expression seemingly thoughtful. As they passed by, he took Ron by the hand. "Do you think that my character has changed a lot lately?" A flash of shock flashed in Ron's eyes as he stammered a reply. "No, I haven't noticed as such, Professor." "Well, why I don't feel well then?" Lockhart loosened his grip suspiciously, and the trio slipped past him into the classroom. In his seat, Harry said, "He's noticed something wrong with himself. There's definitely something wrong here. Maybe he hit by something like Confundu's charm? Many magic spells have similar effects." Hermione analyzed in a serious manner. "Possibly, every time I face him all alone, I want to put a vicious jinx on him." Ron looked resentful. "By the way, those 3 parchments, do you have any clue?" Harry suddenly remembered something. He inquired Ron about it. "No, just an ordinary interview." "What is it?" Hermione asked with interest. Ron explained roughly the origin of these, and she wanted to ask further, but class started in no time. In the Defense Against Dark Arts class, Lockhart is still going through his teaching show. I need to pick a volunteer for the most crucial and exciting part of today's play. The young wizards bowed their heads in succession. Ron Weasley, it's you. Lockhart called Ron to the stage, and thanks to last week's detention, this time, he finally didn't mispronounce his name. That's right, that's it, Ron, you're an innocent villager, troubled by werewolves, and you're begging for my help, yes. The expression is a little more bitter, very good. Ron's bitter face serves as a prop in Lockhart's story. Next is my inner monologue, this part is very important, you all should listen carefully. Lockhart shook his head and assumed a posture of worrying about the world, and said in a prolonged voice, poor folks. They are facing the threat of werewolves all the time, and the cause of this incident was because they killed a young wolf cub, which attacked the livestock. What did they do wrong? It is really sad and tragic, my conscience cannot let me turn a blind eye to this. The show continued, and Lockhart straightened his chest, seemingly facing the villagers' praise. But Ron's face became white all of a sudden. All the way back to his seat, his face had a lost expression. What's wrong with you? Harry nudged him with his arm, is this too much of a blow? It wasn't like it hadn't happened before, and he'd played the vampire for 3 weeks straight. Later. Ron shrunk himself into a ball, avoiding the sight of Lockhart. On the other side, Felix is giving a lesson to the young 4th-year wizards. Today we learn the last set of practical runes, and then, your golems will be able to work at their full capacity. The twins below the podium raised their hands. Professor Happ, is there any advanced knowledge? Felix smiled, what do you want to learn? For example, other useful runes, Fred said. Felix blinked and looked at the twins, they seemed to be good seedlings for ancient runes research. It's evident from the Christmas gift the twins had given him, and of course, it isn't runes they are interested, but alchemical products. If some of you have room to learn, I am certainly willing to teach more. Felix made a promise. After the class ended, Felix called the twins. I would like to know if you have a clear plan for your future. Felix asked. We want to open a Weasley wizard trick shop. The two said in unison. Well, like a Zonko's joke shop kind of one. Felix asked. Pretty much, but Zonko's mind is still stuck in the last century, we want to do something newer and funnier, Fred said. Right. We have a lot of good ideas, but are limited by our ability to build most of the designs. George's expression is rather piteous. Great planning. But I don't suppose you have some professional guidance for this? Felix asked. We got some books from home when we were kids about methods of creating gadgets, trinkets, and jokes, and we checked out the library, which helped a lot, Professor Happ, Fred said with a sly expression. The library? Or the forbidden book section? Felix didn't say anything, the twins' reputation is quite loud in the professor's circle. He simply extended an invitation, next year, I will start my own Ancient Runes Club, are you interested? The twins looked at each other in surprise. Of course, Professor. George suggested, Professor, can't you start your Ancient Runes Club in advance? Felix shook his head regretfully, there are less than 6 months left in this academic year, plus I'm distracted by all sorts of things, so I had to postpone it until next year. But you guys can come to see me if you have any questions, Felix said. 92, Chapter 92 Dual Class. You're saying that Lockhart is taking other people's stories and then pinning them on his head? Hermione asked with a shocked look on her face. Keep your voice down. Ron said. After dinner, the three of them hid in the corner of the common room and murmured about it. Ron rummaged through his book bag and pulled out 3 pieces of parchment. Take a look, Hermione. The little witch immediately took it and buried her head to read. Half a minute later, she looked up and stammered, how can this be, this kind of thing? I mean, how did Lockhart manage to get someone else to sell him his story? Harry suddenly said, it wasn't necessarily sold to him, it could have been robbed by him by force. Ron and Hermione stared at him in disbelief, there is so much hidden behind this speculation. Time turned to Thursday. The Great Hall is redecorated, the central square around the gilded stage, crowded with small wizards. When Felix and Snape appeared in pairs and stood in the center of the stage, the young wizards were in mixed emotions, surprise and regret. Professor Snape. On the stage, Felix glanced at him. Snape shook his head expressionlessly, so Felix took a step forward and nudged himself with his wand. Silence, young wizards. Our lesson will begin shortly. Felix spun in a circle in place, and the crowd became quiet wherever his eyes went. Before we begin, there are a few things that need to be clarified in advance. Felix's gaze remained calm, and his voice rang in the ears of every little wizard. First, Professor Lockhart, who was originally in charge of the dueling program, has graciously entrusted the program to me and put me in full charge because of his busy personal affairs. The young wizards whispered, I don't think so. Dean Thomas turned to Neville, if you ask me, Lockhart is even more confused in the new semester, he can even forget his words in his acting lecture. I think it's because he's been under a lot of stress these past few days, that's how I am sometimes, when I get nervous my mind goes blank, Neville whispered. That said, I was surprised that there were no Aurors to burst in and take him away. After a short pause, Felix continued, Second, Professor Snape will be a special guest professor to provide guidance and advice throughout our dueling sessions. The murmur from the stage got louder. As for the third, it's about the dueling lessons itself. After discussing with Professor Snape, we agreed that the time and format of the lessons should be fixed. So from now on, this course will be held every 2 weeks, and it will be scheduled for the second Thursday of every month at 8 o'clock in the evening. When the young wizards finished digesting this information, Felix waved his wand and the ceiling of the Great Hall became dim, while at the same time, a milky white light like an upside-down bowl enveloped the stage and the figures of the young wizards. Some noisy chatter seemed to blend into the open field, becoming low and inaudible. Now, we are officially going to start the lesson. Felix reached out and extended an invitation to Snape. In solemn silence, Snape said in his characteristic flat tone, the wizard's duel is a time-honored tradition that has evolved over time, and after removing some bloody and barbaric rules, we have tamed it in a cage and made the duel a means to showcase the wizard's own charms. Many of the young wizards noticed that in this setting, Professor Snape's voice had a strange charm added to it. Ron whispered, I've long been aware that Snape has a talent for telling ghost stories. What did you say? Hermione cocked her head. But then, somewhat unexpectedly, she found her voice becoming hazy and low. It's magic, Harry said, but the other two could only see him mouthing his words. But the basis of dueling remained, and there are many people who spend their lives understanding dueling as nothing more than foolishly waving their wands around like trolls, competing for the strength of their magic and the sound of their voices, said Snape, his eyes falling on the Gryffindor house young wizard with mockery. But dueling itself is a sophisticated craft, and if you are willing to spend even a little time, you will realize that the International Wizard Dueling Congress publishes instructional books on the subject every few years. Snape took the rare opportunity today to explain his views on dueling, and although his words left the young wizards in a daze, they could sense Professor Snape's attitude of respect for dueling. Halfway through, Snape couldn't change his habit of secretly connoting a certain professor, saying, although Hogwarts doesn't have the same tradition of focusing on dueling and battle magic as Durmstrang, much of it still has been included in a course. Snape gently lifted his wand in his hand, his eyes stiffening as he gazed ahead and squeezed a few words out of his teeth, yet, defense against the dark arts. But this course has never worked as it should have over the years, which has made, for some students, incapable of judging even the most basic dangers. In a solemn and depressing atmosphere, many young wizards felt as if they were back in the classroom of the potion class. This professor always had the ability to bring the surrounding atmosphere under his control. Next, Felix clapped his hands and let the young wizard's attention be focused on him. Today's lesson is Disarming Charm. We've already seen how it works in the first dueling lesson, a very useful spell. Felix counted some advantages of the Disarming Charm: easy to learn, effective, low danger, no problem to use whether in daily practice or in some formal dueling situations. Has anyone mastered this spell? Sparsely the arms were raised, most of them were senior young wizards. It's quite a lower percentage than I expected. Felix shook his head. He called up a 7th-year Gryffindor student. Professor Happ, my name is Abbott Blake. This pimple-faced student said excitedly, I am going to apply for Aura in the Ministry of Magic, and have been preparing for this for 2 years. Felix's mind became clear. Blake waved his wand at Felix's gesture, and a red magic spell flashed, using a standard disarming charm. Next, he introduced in detail how to learn the disarming charm, and Blake, as a teaching tool, let him repeatedly try to use the spell. Under his demonstration, many young wizards had the most basic understanding of the spell. Next. Felix waved his wand, and hundreds of parchments flew out from the suitcase in the corner, and they flew precisely in front of each of the young wizards. Harry nimbly picked up one, and his scalp exploded a little as he looked at the dense introduction and categorization on it. He looked at the stage as Professor Happ said, on Cloud 9, I don't think you can learn a single spell in these 2 short hours. In fact, it would be beyond my expectation if 10 of you managed to perform it. What is on the parchment is for you to practice after class this way, and later I will explain how to use it. Now, let's have a formal practice. 93, Chapter 93 Dual Class, 2. Little wizards, I need you to stand in the 4 directions of the stage according to your house. Felix waved his hand and lifted the magic that restricted the sound. The students off stage were dumbfounded as Felix walked to one edge of the square gilded stage. Slytherin, gather here. He then walked to the other sideline. Ravenclaw, gather here. Gryffindor, gather here. Hufflepuff, gather here. As Felix walked around the stage, all the young wizards understood what the professor meant, and they quickly moved. Ginny, this way. Ron shouted at his sister, and Harry looked over at the sound to find Ginny holding the hands of a Ravenclaw girl, as they stuck motionlessly in place. The girl had a strange necklace around her neck, seemingly strung with some sort of corks, and her long, light blonde hair disheveled in a mess. She, like Ginny, didn't move at all, and Harry even thought that she didn't seem to be thinking clearly, and at the moment glaring at the young wizards who kept passing her by. Ron squeezed past, with Harry and Hermione close behind. Ginny, come on. This. Ron looked at the Ravenclaw girl in front of him. I'm her new friend. The girl's eyes slid over him, pausing briefly in front of Harry before finally resting on Hermione. I know you, a lot of people say that you should be sorted into Ravenclaw. Her eyes settled on Hermione. Is that so? I think Gryffindor is fine. Hermione replied. Harry and Ron looked at each other and Harry said cautiously, I think we should hurry. Most of the young wizards took up their positions, which made their small group rather conspicuous. Even Professor Hap had looked over. Ron tugged Ginny up to a trot and the other girl suddenly said, Luna Lovegood. My name. Harry, who is running at the end of the line, had to stop and introduce himself to her. I'm Harry Potter. I know you. The girl named Luna said. Harry muttered, really? The scene in front of him is a bit awkward, he hurriedly said, see you later. And with that, he went after his friend. Luna arrived unhurriedly at the Ravenclaw's location, and she waved at Ginny on the other side. Who's that? Ron asked Ginny. My new friend, Ginny said a little sheepishly as she saw Harry staring at her as well. Our two families are actually very close to each other, but separated by a mountain. That hill? Harry asked, intrigued. He had been to Ron's house this year and had learned from the twins that one of their dreams as children, according to Fred, was to fly over the hill on a toy broomstick. Ginny glanced up quickly at Harry and whispered, a little further north, their house is on top of a hill. On stage, Felix withdrew his eyes and muttered, Luna, and the little red-haired witch, is that the youngest daughter of the Weasleys? When the last little witch had taken her place, Felix spoke, next we need to practice in pairs, and you can choose your own pair, preferably in the same year. The young wizards once again moved, and Felix and Snape stepped off the stage, straightening out the disorganized group. Teams of 2, 5 meters apart. Like a gliding bat, Snape floated silently behind Harry and Ron, who were chatting away at the moment. Snape rolled up his sleeves and slapped his hands hard on both heads. Focus, you two. Harry and Ron grimaced as they watched Snape's back as he left, and Ron asked in disbelief, how does he manage to walk without a sound? 5 minutes later, the young wizards were lined up in an orderly fashion. Everyone looks at me and recite the spell with me. Felix, who had re-entered the stage, said, be careful not to point your wand at your partner, the wand should be swung in small swings and then stabbed out quickly, like this. Expelliarmus. On the stage, a dazzling red light like a searing lightning bolt flew out from the wand in Professor Hap's hand. The young wizards in all directions on the stage shouted in unison, Expelliarmus. Very well, continue. Expelliarmus. Watch the angle of your wands, continue. Expelliarmus. Very well, said Felix, next is the theoretical knowledge about magic spells, I will only talk about the most important. After about 20 minutes, the young wizards waved their wands back forth, despite still none of them succeeding. Felix and Snape whispered 2 words, he spoke, little wizards, take out the parchment you were just given. The young wizards took out the parchment in uncertainty. Professor Snape and I exchanged opinions, your questions mainly focus on the following 7, I will go through them all, and you can compare yourselves. Blake, please come up here, I need your cooperation. After 20 minutes of speaking, Felix's mouth got a little dry, but he knew in his heart that his advice could only work for some school tyrant, while most of the young wizards would learn magic mainly by feeling and repetition. So for the next half hour, he and Snape kept walking through the crowd, giving specific pointers. Miss Page, you are not decisive enough in stabbing your wand, think about how I just demonstrated, and look at the 7th article on the parchment. Mr. Warren, your spell pronunciation is not standard. Yes, the incantation is non-essential, but that will guide you to master it. This, 1, your name is Neville Longbottom? You're too nervous, confidence is important. Imagine you successfully performing the spell, yes, I suggest you picture it in your head 20 times. Every 10 minutes, he called up a few wizards with typical errors to the stage to demonstrate, and Felix found that showing mistakes is more effective than showing them correctly at least. A number of the young wizards realized they had made the same mistakes after laughing at them. Thank you, Neville, your issue is very representative. Also, 5 extra points for Gryffindor. And you, Miss Vera, you're so rigid, everyone, don't laugh, if Miss Vera showed a 10th of her talent in ancient runes, she would absolutely amaze you. Ravenclaw plus 5 points. Marcus. Anyway, let's not imitate him, let's thank him for his courage, Slytherin plus 5 points. Felix wiped his sweat, the problem with guidance wasn't terrible, what was terrible was how you could try to preserve the little wizard's self-esteem and compliment them differently. I should prepare compliments and write down all the reasons I can think of. That way I won't have to think of them on the spot. A compliment. Finally, an hour and a half after the dueling session had started, a fifth-year young wizard succeeded. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 94, Chapter 94 Dual Class, 3. Felix breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. At last, one success. Coming up to the stage, praising, adding points, a set of processes went down. Felix felt that even if there is only one successful example, the class is considered a success. But soon, a second, third, and fourth young wizard stepped forward to show the professor their own disarming charm. Very good. Felix complimented against his will as he watched a seventh-year male wizard cast a very slim charm. Felix thought to himself, they need encouragement, they need encouragement. Snape slowly paced over and said in a sarcastic tone, they were able to succeed because they were exposed to similar spell-casting techniques and theories in other classes. In fact, I never expected any student below the fifth-year level to grasp the spell in this class. We'll see, Professor. Snape crooked his lips and said, class is over in a quarter hour. Just then, a disarming charm caught the attention of the two. That's Hufflepuff, who is it? Felix turned around, the four people who had managed to get in front of him, there was no Hufflepuff's little wizard yet, which made him unable to even think about treating them all equally. The little wizards from Hufflepuff House automatically parted a path, and they gleefully shouted a name in unison, Cedric. 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 A tall, thin male wizard stepped forward, his face slightly pale, handsome, and wearing a Hufflepuff House robe. Diggory, please come to the stage, and let's applaud the first fourth year to learn the disarming charm. Hufflepuff plus 20 points. Felix recognized the face Cedric Diggory, the top of the fourth year rank. Katie Bell, next to Hermione, stood on tiptoe, her eyes constantly following his figure. You know him? Hermione asked. Of course. He's the seeker of the Hufflepuff team, and Wood thinks highly of him as having a chance to take over the position of captain next year. And don't you think he's good-looking? Katie Bell said. Is he? Hermione glanced at him. Ron whispered quietly into Harry's ear, so, he's your rival. Harry nodded, a little frustrated as he looked at the red sparks on his wand. That guy is really popular, Ron said with some envy as he looked in the direction of Hufflepuff House, the young wizards hopping up and down and applauding enthusiastically. On the gilded stage, Diggory stood next to Felix, who found him surprisingly only one head shorter than himself, standing nearly 5 feet 6 inches tall. Diggory, you haven't learned the disarming charm before, right? Yes, Professor Hap. Tell me, how did you master this spell? Felix asked encouragingly. Professor, every few minutes I practiced, I looked up my issues with the notes on top of the parchment. The one mentioned above about the spell-casting mindset helped me a lot. Is that the part about confidence? Felix asked. No, it's the phrase aim to disarm, not to harm, Cedric said. Felix got it, understanding the spell intent correctly is very important for us to practice magic spells. At least in the early stages of learning magic, we are bound to mobilize an abundance of emotional power. The rest of the day passed with both Felix and Snape working, but only 7 young wizards had learned the disarming charm until 5 minutes before the end of the class. The young wizards below the 4th year don't bother mentioning them, after all, they still have various shortcomings, and it is difficult to make a leap forward in just 2 hours. But those young wizards who are close to graduation in the 6th or 7th year are also performing very mediocre. Most of them, merely let the tip of their wands shoot out a cluster of red sparks. And this, even some excellent young wizards of lower grades could do. Felix secretly jotted down a list of names, the twins, Cho Chang, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Alicia Spinnet, Draco Malfoy, Eddie Carmichael, Anthony Goldstein, Padma Patil, and Hannah Abbott. These individuals were young wizards in the 2nd to 4th years, yet they showed extraordinary magical gifts and were the best of the different houses. In the last 5 minutes, Felix paused the session and regrouped the young wizards. He waved his wand, causing the ceiling of the Great Hall to return to its original state and the milky white light to turn into stars. Many little wizards felt in a daze that they seemed to have experienced a real dream. At the end of the dueling session, I need to remind you, Felix swept his gaze over, seeming to see each one of them. Time in class is always limited, you must devote more energy to practicing your magic spells, don't complain about your lack of effort once when you are in danger. Felix waved his wand and from the suitcase in the corner once again flew out hundreds of materials, each made up of 4 sheets of parchment glued together. Harry opened the information in front of him, and it was written in dense handwriting. This is the details of the disarming charm, including various casting techniques and dismantling the objectives. You can follow the list of entries in class and compare them one by one, and if you come across any parts that are really difficult to understand, you can seek help from your professors or senior students. There are also some tables in here that are very informative for you to judge your level of spell casting, and I need you to return them to me before the next class. Felix blinked his eyes and stated the key points of his concern. With Felix's character, of course, he had to collect some research data while teaching. Certain data such as how a certain little wizard learned the disarming charm is not really important, as it was not typical in nature. But when the number of little wizards expanded to 100 or 1,000 times, with a large enough sample, the information that the data could give back is highly appealing to him. Professor, is it still necessary to complete this for those who have already learned the disarming charm? A 7th-year male wizard asked reluctantly. Learned? Felix made a puzzled expression. Yes, I have learned the disarming charm, take a look Expelliarmus. He waved his wand, and a slim red light flew out from the tip. Felix and the young wizards watched as the red light flew over a distance of about 10 meters and slowly disappeared in midair. The little wizard looked at him rather smugly. Felix pondered for 2 seconds, since the lesson is over, there is nothing wrong with him hitting the student egos appropriately, right? So he looked back and said calmly, I am going to save this part for the next class, but since I have this opportunity. He waved his arm and his wand stabbed forward like a sharp sword, and a wrist-thick magic spell shot out, spanning half of the Great Hall and hitting the castle wall straight on. 95, Chapter 95 3 Broomsticks. The spell glowed like a red sunset, reflecting on the faces of every young wizard. The spell made a crackling sound, and a dozen twisted, tiny snakes like crimson arcs of lightning emerged from the castle walls. These snakes extended to several nearby armor, and the lances and blades in their hands were released one by one. Snip snip snip. The lance-sharp blades cut an arc in midair and smashed into the open space in front of Felix, puncturing numerous deep craters in the makeshift gilded stage. The male wizard. A confused look appeared on his face, as if he is in a dream. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Why should I see this? Felix put away his wand, facing the silent students below, he said in a relaxed tone, the same magic spell, made by different wizards, the result may be completely different. This truth I am planning to wait for you to have a certain understanding of the dueling, and then find an appropriate time to tell you. However, it doesn't seem too early now. He added. The young wizards were as cold as if they had swallowed a dozen icy candies. This professor, are you seriously not hitting the students' confidence? Look at that male wizard's expression is all silly. Professor, how did you do it, sir? Abbot Blake asked, his heart is now somewhat collapsed, influenced by his family determined to become an auror, he has been working hard in this direction since childhood, mastering a lot of dueling spells. Even his uncle, who works as an auror, praised him for his talent, but now he is in self-doubt. Was his decision too hasty? The world outside might be more dangerous than he had imagined. At least, he and Professor Hap were only 3 or 4 years apart, but he didn't think he could pull off the disarming charm to this extent in 3 or 4 years. Not in his lifetime. What makes him confident that he will become an auror and fight the dark wizards? He wouldn't be hammered by a dark wizard by that time, would he? With all kinds of thoughts spinning in his head, Professor Hap comforted him at the right time by saying, Mr. Blake, you need to switch your thinking. For common magic spells, such as life magic, it is enough to simply know how to use them, but for magic spells that can protect you, you need to put in a lot of time and effort, and you should pay more attention to them than you can. As far as I know, rookie aurors go through rigorous training, such as the shield charm, a charm that they may practice thousands of times over and over again. Felix looked at him, but this is after you became an auror, at your age, your spell is already quite good. Blake fell into deep thought, he thought about how he was always so near victory, when he practiced against his uncle, and how it seemed that he could beat him with a little effort. But for the past 2 years, he had always missed by a little. He suddenly realized that becoming an auror is not as easy as he thought. Thank you, Professor Hap, Blake said to Felix. On the other side, Cedric Diggory raised his arm and asked, Professor, can we also achieve something like this through repeated practice? Many young wizards had a hopeful gleam in their eyes. Professor, if you say we can, we will definitely brush up the EXP. Snape scoffed at the question, but he is equally curious as to how Felix would reply. Well, this question doesn't have a good answer. The power of the magic spell involves a lot of elements. When you go back and carefully read the study materials in hand, you will have some understanding of my words. I found that in fact, most people do not have high requirements for themselves, just barely enough to use. But on top of barely usable, there is the skillful use, the silent casting, the wandless casting of spells, and the tweaking to match personal habits. Felix shook his head. There are too many techniques to figure out. Felix clapped his hands. Well, this part I will expand in detail in the next lesson. That concludes our lesson for today. The young wizards left the Great Hall as if they had lost their souls. The impact of Professor Hap's last spell tonight was too great for them to imagine that the same spell could be done by different people differently. Professor Snape walked over, and he said, slightly surprised and reserved, Felix, I didn't expect you to be so selfless. Felix did not say anything. Was he really being selfless? No. The contents of the parchment were merely the minimum requirements to ensure that they learned the magic spell, and it had absolutely no effect on him. Even if he would later select some elites to teach more advanced knowledge, but how many of them could learn? He did not fear the emergence of geniuses, on the contrary, Felix expected the emergence of such, sufficiently dazzling young wizards. His strength never lies in a single magic spell. So Felix said teasingly, Professor, maybe I'm trying to gain their favor and cultivate my own force. Snape's expression suddenly stiffened, he did not budge to gauge Felix, to judge the truth of these words. Ahem, don't be nervous, I was just kidding. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walking back, Ron holding the disarming charm information in his hand said, this stuff really works. Of course, I learned light metamorphosis in the same way, Hermione said, wearing a knitted hat. Harry asked her, do we have to fill out all kinds of forms as you did then? Hermione had to explain, that is to let us know more accurately our shortcomings, for targeted practice. Harry, I see you're getting closer to success. Just a few sparks released, Harry said with some frustration. Oh Harry, this is a sign that the disarming charm is about to succeed, it's mentioned in the information, maybe you'll succeed next time, Hermione said to him. The little witch's words made Harry feel better, perhaps he should go back and try harder? On Friday morning, the impact of the second dueling lesson is still brewing. But there already were a lot of little wizards saying that Professor Hap blew up a section of the Great Hall wall with a disarming spell, which made Felix notice at lunchtime that some of the little wizards who didn't go to class were looking at him strangely. But luckily, it's soon time for the weekend. Felix accepted an invitation from Professors Flitwick and McGonagall to a small gathering at the Three Broomsticks. When he walked into the bar, he was surprised to find that Snape is also there. Felix, come here. Flitwick stood on a chair and greeted him warmly, we were just discussing Damocles Belby. Felix sat down, and he asked curiously, the news is announced? I mean, about the Wolfsbane potion. Did you know about it, as well? After receiving an affirmative reply, Professor Flitwick said with some emotion. Belby was so outstanding when he was in school that I actually suggested him to go in the direction of spells, although he ended up choosing potions. He was well liked by Professor Slughorn back then. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 96, Chapter 96 Communication. Looking at Felix with a thoughtful expression, Flitwick explained, Slughorn is the former head of Slytherin House, and like Severus, he teaches potions. Felix nodded, he and this master of potions did not cross paths, he had only heard the name, once in a while. Flitwick said, it is said that he is leading a fulfilling retirement life, which is certainly true, he had a very high quality of life during his teaching at Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick. Felix, you can call me just by my name. Professor Flitwick waved his hand, we're already colleagues, right? That's fine, Phileas, Felix said. Same here, Felix, no need to be so polite when we're in private. Professor McGonagall said. So Felix addressed her, Minerva. The Transfiguration Professor smiled at him in a friendly manner. Then he turned his head to look at Snape, who looked back at him with an expressionless face, his eyes like he was looking at a stone. But Felix, who knew him best, trailed off and said, Ah, Severus. Snape's lips quivered with anger. Flitwick, suddenly interested in the view outside the window, Professor McGonagall surveyed the interior decoration with interest. They both had a smile in the corners of their eyes. This awkward atmosphere did not last long when a curvaceous woman with a fine face approached. A small glass of champagne drink. For me. Professor McGonagall's voice came out. A soda of cherry juice with ice and umbrella snails. MMM. Thanks, Rosmerta. Professor Flitwick said, smacking his lips. A glass of water. Snape took it in silence. Ms. Rosmerta looked at the newly added Felix, what would you like, this guest? Oh wait, you're Felix Hap. Felix looked at her suspiciously. He did come to the Three Broomsticks when he was in school, but never spoke to her except to order a drink. Rosmerta looked at him, Mr. Hap, you don't know how famous you were when you were in school. There were a lot of people sitting around discussing your exploits. Felix quipped about himself, not in a good way, I guess. No, there were a lot of people who admired you. She didn't specify, but gave a light laugh, besides, good and bad reputations are a pair of inseparable best friends. Inviting one of them as a guest always inevitably brings the other along with it. What would you like to order? A butterbeer, I'm used to that. Flitwick extended an invitation, you too, ma'am, sit with us. Rosmerta looked at the few scattered tables in the tavern, all right, thank you. In a few moments, she returned and handed Felix a glass of butterbeer. Rosmerta sat in the empty seat next to him, with a glass of gin in front of her. The lady had long fingers and took a few sips, and she gave a reminiscent expression. In all of my years of running the tavern, my greatest pleasure has been observing the conversations of the customers, certainly not eavesdropping. On occasions like this, they would say little in confidence. We understand what you mean. Yes, a generation of young wizards come and go, and only the best ones leave their names to be remembered. Let's see, the most famous one in recent years is definitely Mr. Hap, but there are actually some others. Rosmerta named one, Bill Weasley. He would have been in your class. She looked to Felix. That's right. As I recall, he got 12 distinctions on the Owls, something that was talked about at the time. Rosmerta said, and his brother, who apparently was captain of the Quidditch school team, later ran off to raise dragons. Professor McGonagall scowled. She had always been upset about it. He should have joined the national team. Charlie had the potential. But that's not what he wanted, Minerva, Flitwick said. As professors, we should be proud of him. I do. McGonagall reddened and stammered. I just feel bad that the national team hasn't had any good talent these past few years. She had always been a big fan of Quidditch. There's also a little girl named Tonks who is a pretty good metamorphmagus. Rosmerta said, come to think of it, many of them are little Gryffindor wizards. Flitwick said with some embarrassment, Ravenclaw has a lot of good graduates, too. Rosmerta winked, of course. They are active in a wide range of professions and are well deserved of the best of the best. Snape grunted, Ms. Rosmerta, I should remind you that Slytherin has the lowest number of people, yet has won the most house cups. Severus. Last year's house cup belonged to Gryffindor, and the odds are that this year as well. Professor McGonagall countered him irritably. Snape gave a low snort. Seeing some heads have a tendency of quarreling, Rosmerta hurriedly said, each house has a lot of excellent students, this is true. By the way, what were you guys talking about? Flitwick also played the role as he answered, we were talking about Damocles Belby. Severus, you should have seen the recipe of the Wolfsbane potion, right? I saw it, it's brilliantly composed, but I don't see the use of learning about this type of potion. At least it solves the werewolf problem, doesn't it? From a political standpoint it does, fills a void. Snape gave his usual mocking expression, but unless the price of the potion can be reduced to less than 7 golden galleons, it's not as useful at all as a single lock. In the wizarding world, werewolves are basically synonymous with poverty, and no one wants to hire them. So werewolves either stayed isolated from the pack or kept company with evil. In other words, at the current cost, not many werewolves can afford them. As far as the effect is concerned, the Wolfsbane potion can only ease the pain during the full moon transformation and keep the werewolf sane, but it can't cure the lycanthropy, Felix said. These are what he learned from his correspondence with Damocles Belby. Professor McGonagall smacked her lips, but that's not bad, if back then she glanced at Snape and stopped talking. She thought of her former student, Remus Lupin, who is also a werewolf, only the relationship between Lupin and Snape is not good, one might even say, awful. Rosmerta, though curious, wisely did not pursue the matter. The chat continued, and after a while, she got up to greet other guests. For the next hour, several professors discussed their respective courses of lectures. Felix talked about the dueling course that had just ended, and he expressed his regret at the overall level of the young wizards. He said, the disarming charm is not really difficult, but very few have mastered it. Flitwick, after detailed inquiries, offered a different idea. Felix, they probably just don't understand the whole concept of dueling. If you ask me, pick a senior at random, and the number of little viljinks they know will exceed your expectations. Felix froze for a moment, an observation he hadn't thought of before. When he was in school, he was completely uninterested in the little viljinks that was of little use. You mean, they don't know the disarming charm because they don't understand the need of this spell? Or rather, don't value it. After all, the effect of this spell does not please the little wizards. Flitwick is an experienced professor of charms, and he knows the mentality of little wizards very well. Only those little viljinks with exaggerated and hilarious effects are their favorites. Flitwick snapped his fingers, trip jinx, pimple jinx, stinging jinx, sticking charm, curse of the bogies, too many. Despite the school's explicit prohibition, these spells have been passed down from one term to the next in the hands of young wizards. Felix said knowingly, perhaps I should tell the little wizards the difference between dueling spells and little viljinks. Severus, what do you think? Snape didn't say anything, but that would imply consent. Flitwick then asked Felix if he could be included in the next dueling session. I was a dueling champion when I was younger. He said with some embarrassment, don't worry, it's just one lesson. I just want to share my experience with the young wizards. Felix looked at Flitwick and said pleasantly, of course, Phileas. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but interject as well, if you don't mind, Felix, I would also like to show the young wizards the application of transfiguration in dueling. 97, Chapter 97 Confession and Help. When Felix returned to the castle, he had a satisfied smile on his face. With multiple professors on board, his dueling lessons were growing stronger and stronger. Perhaps, in the follow-up, he can pull the other professor in for fun? Especially that afternoon, when he received a short letter from the owl, White Fresh. Dear Felix Happ, my award ceremony is scheduled on February 4th, at 10 a.m. Saturday. The venue is located on the second floor of the Ministry of Magic, Room 3, to the left of the Wiesengamot Affairs office. You are kindly invited to observe the ceremony. Damocles Belby. Felix wrote a reply letter, mentally gauging the time. There is still about half a month. In the evening, after Felix finished tutoring Hermione Granger's runes lesson, he handed the little witch a glass of pumpkin juice. Generally speaking, after the magic runes lesson, his little assistant will spend some time in his office, on the one hand, to relieve the exhaustion in the thinking room, on the other hand, also to talk about some interesting topics, or answer some questions. Today, they talked about Gilderoy Lockhart. Hermione held a cup and asked, Professor, what do you think of Lockhart? How do I think about him? Just what do you think of him as a person, in terms of lecturer, author, whatever? Felix glanced at Hermione. His assistant had been on duty for a little over half a year. He knew some of her speaking habits very well. Right now is one way, she is ready to extract intel. Professor Lockhart is a very talkative person, very expressive, quite different from me in that respect, despite the fact that we are both writers. Hermione pressed, and what do you think of his books? You must have read his books, right? I did read it, Felix said, not much use to me, but for students, those who deal with danger, the method of detecting danger still has a lot of reference value. In fact, I rather appreciate his approach of incorporating knowledge into a story. Maybe I'll imitate it later. Felix looked at Hermione with interest, her eyebrows furrowed. But she stammered, don't you think he writes a completely different version of him than he ever showed in class? There's a strong sense of separation from the book. Perhaps, Felix judged non-committally, it's obvious that there are elements of fiction and ambiguity in his book, but we can only accuse him of being immoral, but at least he did a lot of research when he wrote it. But what if, Hermione said nervously, a thin bead of sweat dripping out of her face, what if he stole his story from someone else's mind? There is silence in the office for a few seconds. That's a very serious accusation, Miss Granger, and if your claim is valid, then the person who committed that act is going to be put in Azkaban, Felix said seriously. Granger, I need proof. Hermione shuddered and pulled out a crumpled wad of parchment from her robes. This is what we found from Professor Lockhart's office. She said, with some difficulty, it was Ron who had done this, but she and Harry had decided unanimously that they couldn't put the blame on Ron alone. Felix gave her a somewhat surprised look. He understood somewhat why his assistant is assigned to Gryffindor. This is one angsty, feisty witch. Whenever you don't understand, you break into the professor's office. When you think about it, it was truly a foresight to place the vine of binding at the door every time he left his office. He looked over the information, and the name on it made him pay extra attention. Record of the Armenia interview with the old wizard, remarks, Werewolf Adventures, ... How come it's in two handwritings? He flipped through it roughly at first and quickly noticed the problem. A total of 24 or so parchments, most of which were in Hermione's own neat handwriting, and only 3 parchments were in a different kind of handwriting. Hermione swallowed hard. It would be a difficult thing for her to say in person how she had broken the school rules. Take your time, I'm listening, Felix said. The thing is, Ron had been in detention in Lockhart's office. His punishment is copying fan letters, and he found a hidden file, realized something is wrong, and smuggled back 3 parchments. From the content of these 3 parchments, we determined that Lockhart's book might not be his own personal experience, but a stolen story of someone else. We decided that we should secretly collect evidence and investigate the truth. Felix listened calmly. In the following week, Ron took the opportunity from detention and kept pulling parts of parchments from the material. Felix is amazed at the boldness of these guys, so he wasn't found out by Lockhart. Professor Lockhart would not be a fool, right? Lockhart he is not in good shape recently, his memory is very poor, and his speech is upside down. Moreover, after we obtained a few sheets of material during the day, we would quickly copy them down and return the original manuscript the next day. This 3 original parchment, which we think are more important evidence of Lockhart's theft of the story. Felix didn't know whether to applaud their careful layout or to criticize it. His own words to make them study at ease were not taken into account at all. He drew out 3 sheets of the original manuscript and immediately recognized what's on it as words recorded with a professional shorthand quill. These shorthand quills are very characteristic. They usually record the text according to the owner's thoughts, and will also distort, modify the dialogue, and add descriptions of gestures and actions. Felix had seen how good this stuff could be in Rita Skeeter's house. He looked at it carefully. Crooked mouth wizard, my head hurts a little, as if a spoon is constantly digging into my brain. What's wrong with me? Draconian, adventurer, it's normal, here, have some juice, it's good for you. The crooked-mouthed wizard painfully drank the juice laced with an unknown magic potion. Draconian, adventurer, let's continue the story about the werewolf, you've talked a lot about it in the bar in the past 2 days, have you forgotten? I bought you quite a few drinks. But I want to know more details. By the way, can I look at your memory later? After all, a clever woman can't cook without rice, readers need immersive stories. Crooked-mouthed wizard, I don't know, something is wrong, something is wrong. Draconian, adventurer, how? Please look at me, I can help you. The adventurer raised his wand. Felix finished reading the 3 parchments with a solemn face, things were more serious than he thought. He sorted out the general logic, Lockhart found the target in the tavern, he spent a few days to set up a conversation, or rather, to become friends with the unlucky guy, and then, either by sneaking or drugging, in short, he took control of the target. After that, Lockhart used memory spells or something like a Verita serum to get the whole story. What do you expect me to do? Felix asked calmly. Naturally, expose him for whom he really is, Hermione said without thinking. What's on a shorthand quill doesn't usually count as evidence, but, Felix smiled, once we know what he's doing, things will work out just fine. I will convey to Headmaster Dumbledore, with his ability, it will be handled properly. If it is not feasible, I can also take some less appropriate measures. Hermione wanted to say something. Is there anything else? Felix asked. Professor, it's Ron's trouble, and we need your help. 98, Chapter 98 Handling. Felix got serious, what happened? He even wondered if Ron had been discovered by Lockhart and taken away directly from the scene in one set. Lockhart is ultimately an adult wizard, and an adult wizard means that he has received 7 years of a complete education in magic even if his performance is ridiculously weak. But that doesn't rule out the possibility that he is extremely well versed in a particular branch of magic. Hermione's words put him at ease, Ron is fine and unnoticed now. But at the detention on Friday night, Lockhart was acting weird. Weird. That's right, Lockhart suddenly jumped up and cursed Rita Skeeter during the night, and Ron said that look was something he hadn't witnessed before, with a very horrible expression. Hermione carefully said Ron's description. In fact, Ron was on the verge of hysteria. Lockhart vented for 10 minutes, warned Ron not to tell anyone about the whole bloody thing that happened at the day, and shooed him away. Well. Felix pondered, from Lockhart's recent weirdness to his own run-in with a panicked Rita Skeeter, and the bitter hatred Lockhart had shown for Skeeter last night. On the day after Christmas break, Minister Fudge visited the Basilisk, and he happened to bump into a flustered Rita Skeeter, who happened to be walking up from the underground of the castle, and in that direction, which happened to be where Lockhart's office is located. He seemed to straighten out a line. And obviously, she had done something to Lockhart. It was possible that the two had talked it over and, afterward, they made a move. Lockhart's memory is bad lately, his personality is unsty, and his speech is upside down. So, an after effect of the Obliviate charm? Lockhart was under the Obliviate charm? This explains why after nearly a week, Rita Skeeter did not mention a word about that day in the newspaper, and even the nemesis Lockhart was spared easily. He himself only hinted at her not to bring the rhythm and distort the facts, but that didn't stop her from finding trouble with Lockhart. That's not that woman's style. So, Weasley going to detention tonight? Felix caught the point. From the way Lockhart was acting, it's clear that he had recovered his memory. If Ron went up to the door, it is hard to guarantee that nothing would happen. No, he said he felt sick and took a leave of absence from Professor McGonagall, Hermione said. Felix nodded, this approach is still very clever. Whether it was the fact that Lockhart found out about Ron's theft of materials, or that he thought Ron had seen too many secrets, there's the possibility of overreacting. I see your point, I will communicate with Professor McGonagall and I will take charge of Weasley's next detention. Professor, is that okay? Hermione asked. Of course, there is no mandatory rule on how detention is to be carried out, as long as I come up with a proper reason, for example, I am in dire need of some young wizards to test out my new teaching aids. Felix blinked. Some little wizards. Hermione had doubts about the word some. Yeah, can't make it too obvious, after all, the investigation will take some time. I'm going to ask all the little wizards who have been detained recently to come over. Felix showed a helpless expression. Professor, you said the teaching aids it wouldn't be that. The little witch stared at him with wide eyes. Oh, it's the one you saw over Christmas break. But if you didn't mention it, who knew when this had been completed unless I remembered it? Felix smiled gently. Hermione suddenly felt that Professor Hap had smiled wickedly. When she left, Felix fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, he wrote his speculation on a piece of parchment and then waved his wand to summon his patroness, a rain swallow. Dumbledore, I think you need to see this. The tiny silver rain swallow carried the rolled-up parchment in its mouth and flew out the window with its wings fluttering. Felix leisurely tapped his fingers on the table, ta-ta, ta-ta. Just a few minutes later, a phoenix with gold and red feathers appeared abruptly in his room. In its paws, it grasped a small note that read, "Please give the materials to Fox and leave the rest to me." Sending Fox away, Felix looked curiously at the place where it had disappeared. The phoenix truly deserved to be evaluated as a Class 4X magical creature, with all kinds of magical talents that made him very eager to study it. Early in the next morning, Felix found Professor McGonagall. When he mentioned that his research on new teaching aids is at a critical moment, and he needed the help of some students, Professor McGonagall showed great support. "Do you need me to arrange Gryffindor students to help?" "No, just give me all the young wizards who are currently detained, just so they can be involved in the process and learn something as well." Felix presented his idea. With almost no effort, Professor McGonagall agreed. She handed Felix a list. "This is the latest list of students detained, it's all on it." Halfway through a garden, Felix ran into Percy Weasley, whom he happened to remember a little. "Professor Hap." Percy looked at Felix a little sheepishly, and he was accompanied by a girl. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Clearwater. What are you doing? This place is really a bit out of the way, and few people usually come." Professor, Penelope and I. Clearwater and I are making the rounds and exercising our duties as head of grade." Percy stammered. "Can you guys do me a favor?" Felix looked at the young couple without stirring, without poking fun. "Sure." Percy replied. Felix took out the list of students. "Help me notify each of the names on this sheet to the corresponding head of grade and have them come to my office tonight for the future detention instead." Percy nodded and the two of them quickly left as if they were thieves. Gryffindor Common Room. Yesterday Ron had been hiding in his dormitory pretending to be sick. In order to make the effect more realistic, he resolutely acted as a test subject for the twins and took the enhanced version of Ice Rat. His face turned iron blue. The whole person looked like he was buried in the ice for a few hours. As a result, he got really sick and spent the night in the clinic and just came back from the school clinic. Ron is wrapped up tightly, and he is sitting at a table with Harry and Hermione. Ron asked in a whisper, "Hermione, did Professor Hap really agree?" Hermione said helplessly, "You've asked 7 times, for the last time, yes." Ron said, "I really can't figure out what happened to Lockhart that night." Just as the few were discussing, Percy walked in. He came to the trio and passed a message of Professor Hap to Ron. "Great!" Ron jumped up in excitement, his own trouble just gone. Whether it is Lockhart himself, or Lockhart's fans, he is finally rid of them all. Percy looked at his youngest brother in disbelief, thinking that isn't he frozen silly by the twins, isn't it detention anywhere you go? And not a day less. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 99, Chapter 99 Testing. At 8 o'clock that evening, a row of young wizards stood in the office of the ancient magic runes. Felix leaned against the table, rubbing his chin with one hand. Well. He surveyed the mischievous characters. There are many familiar faces. A total of 9 young wizards. Surprisingly there are 4 redheads, Ron, the twins, and Ginny. The other 5 are Luna, Graham Montague, Marcus Flint, Eddie Carmichet, and Stebbins. 4 houses in one package, Felix spoke up. "Let's see, Fred, George, Graham, Marcus, the 4 of you, pitch fight. Luna Lovegood, Ginny Weasley, sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to feed the little animals. Eddie Carmichet, selling prohibited potions. Stebbins," Felix gave him an astonished look, "writing love letters to the same girl, well, hundreds of them. And of course, Ron Weasley, misbehaving and pushing the professor." Felix walked up to in front of them. "This group has talent." "Professor, they started it," Fred said. "You're the ones who spied on our team's practice." Graham Montague said, "He is in the same year as the twins and is a Slytherin chaser. Don't you guys do the same? Don't tell me Warrington's there for a walk." Some other young wizards watched, and some scowled. The 2 youngest, Luna, fiddled with her butterbeer cork necklace with her fingers while staring hard at the bickering scene, while Ginny kept her head down in silence. "Quiet," Felix said, "arguing doesn't change the fact that you're all standing in front of me. You were brought here today to do some beta testing, and I need you to uncover as much as you can about what could be wrong with it." He glanced at everyone. "I think it'll be more interesting than transcribing materials and dealing with weeds, at least." Felix moved his fingers and 9 parchments flew before the young wizards from behind him. Fred looked at the parchment in his hand. It is rather exquisite workmanship, the surface is faintly covered with magic. In addition to a floral circle branded around, the central part is blank. "Oh, yes, you need some sort of makeshift table and chairs." Felix drew his wand and let the various small gadgets on the table pop and morph into a small table and small chairs. The 9 young wizards sat in the chairs at the professor's gesture, Marcus Flint, being the biggest, looked like a gargoyle sitting on the floor, and Felix had to raise the size of the table and chairs for him. Others looked at the blank parchment. Professor, what do we need to do? Felix said, the parchment in front of you is my new teaching aid, and all you have to do is answer the questions on it. Of course, before you can use the teaching aid, you need to activate it. To do that, hold your wand against the parchment and say the words I like ancient magic runes. The young wizard sitting in the chair looked at the eloquent Professor Hap with a dull expression. The twins looked at each other instead, squeezing their eyebrows to express something. Ron raised his hand, Professor Hap, I never studied ancient runes, and Ginny and her friend. Felix said gently, it does not matter, what you have in your hands at the moment is a beta version, there are not many questions on it about ancient runes, many questions on them are common knowledge in the wizarding world. He then looked at everyone, you will notice that all the questions are multiple choice, you just need to tap your wand on the answer you think is correct, and it will give you feedback. This is going to be a fun process, so let's get started, little wizards. Of the little wizards present, Luna felt the least psychologically burdened as she gleefully took out her wand and tapped on the parchment, I love ancient magic runes. Under the gaze of several little wizards around her, a hazy bright light emitted from the parchment, followed by a line of text floating in the blank space. Welcome to the answer space. A few seconds later, the words disappeared and the first question appeared. Do you prefer leaves or thorns? Luna happily clicked on the option leaves. Do you prefer to explore, preserve, or perhaps provide service? Luna's wand tapped on the explore option. Do you prefer to think, feel, or sense? Luna thought for a few seconds and chose the feel option. It dawned on the other young wizards that it didn't look that hard, they couldn't wait to start testing it out. There was an interlude in the middle when Fred subconsciously said, I solemnly swear that as he tapped his wand on the parchment. But he was then promptly rebuked by George. Oh, I like ancient magic runes. Fred rounded off the words. Ron on the other side looked at him, a little uncertain, you like ancient magic runes that much? That you want to swear? But in any case, everyone started to answer the questions. Soon they found that the questions on it were not irregular, some were simple either asking how you feel or some general knowledge of magic, but some were very difficult, involving knowledge of various subjects. Moreover, the feedback given by the parchment is different for different types of questions. For example, Ron was presented with a question, how would you react if you encounter a basilisk? He confidently chose the option defeat it and also showed it to Ginny, resulting in a few large blood red letters emerging on the parchment. Your end is saddening, if there is a next time, run faster. Luna, who had come over to watch the fun, let out a string of lark-like laughter, and she laughed so hard she couldn't catch her breath, and Ginny patted her on the back to soothe her. Ron looked a little upset. Marcus Flint was faced with mostly general knowledge questions about ancient magic runes. The first questions were relatively easy and the feedback he got from the parchment was you're great, you're the next magic rune expert, incredible triumph. Then he got 7 questions wrong in a row, and Parchment's evaluation of him went all the way down to a little bad, did you really study? What's on the other side of me, a troll? His face darkened visibly. But the next question is about the history of magic, when was the International Statute of Secrecy Act signed into law? Marcus dwelled on it for a long time and chose the first answer, 1637, which was nothing else but pure obscurity. Several lines of exaggeratedly modeled figures appeared on the parchment, that of a couple of people beating up a large man who looked very much like a troll. Also appearing was the text explaining, the Secrecy Act signed into effect in 1689, if you do not want to be treated like a troll, remember. Marcus bristled, who still didn't bother remembering this. Eddie Camilch answered almost all the questions about the consequences of trafficking prohibited potions. In 1927, the dark wizard Cambo sold inferior Baruffio's brain elixirs, what happened afterward? He looked at the options, was killed by another dark wizard when he was stocking the goods, was imprisoned in Azkaban and sentenced to 10 years, came out of it unscathed and made enough money to retire. Eddie Camilch chose the last option with great anticipation. Black and red writing appeared abruptly on the parchment, which looked as if it had been written in dried blood. Cambos was attacked by his partner while stocking up, and later captured by the Ministry of Magic Aura and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Eddie swallowed hard, but that wasn't all. The next line was, Cambos only spent 7 years in Azkaban and passed away. Other young wizards encountered more or less this type of question related to their detention, and many of them were sweating at the end of the process. Behind the desk, Felix leaned back in the backrest of his chair, looking at the delicate scroll he is holding and smiling brightly. 100, Chapter 100 Ginny's Testimony. After almost half an hour, Felix got up from his chair and walked over to the little wizards. Okay, little wizards, stop. The crowd looked up, and a few had cold sweat on their faces. Felix scanned the circle, now, tell me how do you feel? I found it interesting, except for a few questions in the middle that came out a little weird, Luna said in an ethereal voice. You mean? Just some questions about the Forbidden Forest, Luna thought for a moment, like, you come to the Forbidden Forest because you are curious and hear a clicking sound, and you turn around and see a large 8-eye spider covered with thick black fur, what should you do next? Oh, your answer is? Felix asked a question he had just added on the spot just now as well. I chose say hello to it. Hi, Mr. 8-eyed giant spider. Why didn't you choose to run away? Felix asked her. But that's the next step to take, Luna replied with a straight face as the other young wizards looked at her with shocked faces. Ron's eyes were going to bulge out. So, you're thinking, Felix said somewhat stiffly, that when you run into an 8-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest, you have to say hello first, then turn around and run away. Luna nodded, then added, actually, those two things can be done at the same time, depending on how fast it is chasing you. Well, thank you for your answer, Miss Lovegood. But I wouldn't recommend this. In fact, you shouldn't have trespassed into the Forbidden Forest, especially when you were alone without a capable wizard. His gaze went to Ginny, the little girl who is obviously quite normal, and she bowed her head down sadly, as this is her first detention in school. What other insights anyone has to offer? Professor, George, and I think that the feedback from the parchment needs to be a little richer, we just tested it and there are only about 20 types at this point. Oh? Keep talking. Felix asked with interest. Fred looked excited, as he couldn't wait to say, Professor, in addition to words, simple drawings, we can also add some penalty measures, such as spraying dark fumes, in fact, stinky liquid would be nice. You can also add sound, if you get the answer wrong, you can hear Professor Flitwick's voice, we are wizards, not curly-haired baboons wielding sticks. The last sentence, said by Fred imitating Phileas's voice, caused a few young wizards with less than optimal brains, like Marcus, like Ron, to shiver uncontrollably. What else? The textual feedback is also too gentle, the tone could be stronger, Professor, at this point George and I can help. Fred became very interested in this kind of thing, and he frantically introduced as much as he could to Felix. Well. Felix imagined that if these suggestions were added to the list, I'm afraid the young wizards might have their minds explode, right? The suggestion about the sound is not bad and has the possibility of being realized. Felix picked the most feasible suggestion and said. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. Professor, maybe we can add scoring, so we can visually see our level. Eddie Camilch said, always a good grader, albeit somehow a smartass. That makes sense. Professor Hap, can we add our names? Ginny said after a moment of hesitation. Name. It's the part at the beginning where you can write something like Welcome Ginny Weasley to Answer Space. Her voice was getting lower and lower, and she didn't seem too proud of it, her cheeks as much as her hair turning fiery red. A very good suggestion. Professor, can we add the logo of different houses? Professor, can we get a list of the highest scores? Different houses can compete, like the House Cup. Professor, can we see how other students have answered the questions? Professor, is it possible to categorize the questions? Like ancient runes, history of magic, potions, herbology, general knowledge, etc. The 9 young wizards were talking about everything, and it developed to the point that they started to argue within themselves about which function is more important. Felix's expression became increasingly strange. How did all these features add up and become somewhat similar to a latter-day knowledge game app? Divided categories, Q&A features, leaderboards, friendship options, confrontation mechanisms, custom skins. But I just want to make a teaching aid for the Ancient Runes class, right? Why do I need all these features? Besides, it may not be feasible. After thinking about it, Felix said, you guys write down your ideas and try to refine them, and I will add them selectively. Mr. Ron Weasley, please come with me for a moment. Ron pointed to himself and got a clear response, so he followed Professor Hap to the corner of the office. Weasley, tell me specifically about Lockhart's performance, on that night. After almost 10 minutes, Ron finished telling him about what happened. Very well, I have already passed the information to Headmaster Dumbledore, and with the materials you have provided, Lockhart will soon receive the punishment he deserves. But before that, I must warn you solemnly, the same words I said to Miss Granger, do not contact with Lockhart in private, and when you feel danger, immediately seek out any professor you can see. Did I make myself clear enough? Ron looked at Professor Hap with a grim expression, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded his head repeatedly. Very well, you can go back, and by the way, ask your sister to come here for a while. Ginny? What's wrong with her? Ron asked with concern. Just a few minor concerns, Felix said evasively. Soon, Ginny Weasley came to him in a formal manner. Hello, Miss Weasley, we've met a few times before, but it's only now we're officially acquainted. Well, hello, Professor Hap. Let's get right to the point, I'd like to know where the diary you had in your hand came from. Ginny looked up in shock, Her eyes wide, Professor, what did you mean? Felix calmly looked into her eyes. We've met a few times before, like near Hagrid's hut, like near the girls' lavatory, do I need to explain any more? He didn't mention the most crucial piece of evidence, which is the information Luna had provided, lest damper the friendship between them. Ginny's lips quivered as if she wanted to say something, and Felix waited quietly. After about a minute, tears welled up in her bright brown eyes, but she finally mustered the courage to admit, Professor, I don't know. I was just writing in it, that diary, is it really connected to the Chamber of Secrets? You don't know anything about it? I'm not sure, at first I was just writing in the diary, and it responded to me. It was sweet and helped me out with advice, and then, I often lost my memory for periods of time, and it just seemed to happen around that time that the attack occurred. And then later, when the professors emphasized in class that you can't trust dark magic items and Fred, George and the others said the same thing, I just threw it away. She sobbed out her experience. Felix nodded as he comforted Ginny, little wizards are always gullible, there's no shame in asking your trusted professors for help when you encounter similar problems in the future. Trust me, troubles that are difficult to solve in your eyes are often simple for professors. Ginny nodded gently as she said quietly, Thank you, Professor Hap. So, let's return to the original question, do you remember where you got the diary from? Felix asked. I'm not sure, I thought my mother gave it to me, but perhaps she didn't. I suppose you must have noticed something unusual. That diary was stuck inside the new book I bought, Mom wouldn't ever do that. A new book? Was it from the day you went shopping in Diagon Alley? Yes, it happened to be the day of Professor Lockhart's book signing event, and he gifted a full set of new books to Harry, and Harry gave them to me. I found the diary that night. Lockhart and Potter, quite a coincidence, maybe. Felix fell silent for a moment as he continued to ask, remember what happened that day? Anyone else possibly touched your book bag? That day, our family went to Diagon Alley for shopping, and Harry, he lived in an ugly house during the holidays, his relatives did not treat him very well, ran into Hermione's family halfway. We parted in front of the bank and Mom took me to buy robes and wands, then we went to buy books and Father got into a fight with Malfoy at Professor Lockhart's book signing. Felix stopped her words, Malfoy? Lucius Malfoy? Yes, he and Father were on bad terms, Ginny whispered. Can you elaborate on that part? Felix asked calmly. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 101.